Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Ash took in Misty's reaction, and his thoughts drifted away unconsciously. It would be a good thing to tame Lapras, but how to deal with Lapras when he meets his tribe members in the future is also a problem. Releasing them, Ash would definitely not choose to release them. It's uncomfortable to hear about the master of releasing them. If it really doesn't work, he can buy an island in the sea near Pallet Town. Bring the entire tribe of Lapras to live there directly. Provide food and accommodation, and provide energy blocks that can help them grow quickly. In addition, Lapras personally came forward to persuade and convince its compatriots. With such good conditions, I don't believe they won't be tempted. You know, ordinary wild Pokemon are constantly migrating, and long journeys are just to find a living environment that is more suitable for them to live in. Provide food and accommodation, and send an island, not to mention that they don't have to be harassed by wild Pokemon around them. What a comfortable home. With such good conditions, Lapras was skeptical at first, but he would definitely be happy after a little understanding. After the relationship with the Lapras tribe is established, Misty can choose a suitable one from the Lapras tribe to capture. Since she wants to be a Water-type Pokemon master, it is not reasonable for her to not have a few powerful Water-type main pets. Come out, Lapras! After capturing Lapras, Ash and his party did not rush to leave, but prepared to spend a vacation on Tangelo Island first. That night, Ash left the sleeping Pikachu behind, quietly came to the beach, and released Lapras. Woo! Lapras looked at Ash in confusion. It had just gotten familiar with its companions in the Pokemon home and was called out by Ash. It was still night on this beach. So, Ash made a statement to it first, just like he did with the Pokemon that accepted his gifts for the first time. Seeing Ash's cautious look, Lapras realized that the gift might be very unusual and looked forward to getting up. Seeing Lapras's expectant eyes, Ash smiled slightly and took out the ice energy crystal that he had just obtained from the previous mission, a prop similar to the hexagonal Iceris. Although it is very thin, it is extremely strong and the edges and corners look very sharp. It looks particularly gorgeous and colorful under the moonlight. Its main color is the purest ice blue. Woo! The moment Ash took out the ice energy crystal, Lapras immediately burst out with a strong desire to possess it, which was the covet of the body's instinct for this energy crystal. This feeling seemed to urge it to immediately snatch the crystal and swallow it. It was like a person who had been hungry for more than 10 days suddenly saw a feast like a full-scale banquet in front of him. Lapras forcibly suppressed the covet instinct and moved his eyes from the crystal to Ash with difficulty, his eyes full of covet. Ash did not keep his secret and handed it over directly. Looking at Lapras swallowing the crystal in one mouthful, Ash also had a light of expectation in his heart. Ice Energy Crystal, a new system item, he is looking forward to seeing the changes of Lapras. I saw that the surface of Lapras, which had taken in the Ice Energy Crystal, was shining with blue light with stars. The blue light seemed to be alive, and it was lingering around it in a very regular way, with Guolong's breathing. As time went by, the blue light became more and more dazzling. From a distance, Lapras's body seemed to be a wrapped light bulb, flashing with dazzling light. Ash quickly waved his hand to lower a large-scale energy barrier, covering the entire area of 20 meters. At this time, there was no sign of anything wrong from the outside. The main reason was that Lapras, which had absorbed the ice energy crystal, was making too much noise, and it was easy to cause trouble. Although he could currently dispatch the combat power of mega fighters such as Ghastly, Charizard, and even Zapdos, when necessary, he could directly pull out Mewtwo. Except for a few first-level gods, there were very few who could force Ash to retreat. He also believed that it was better to do less than more, and tried to avoid trouble as much as possible. If he had the time, he could cultivate more Pokemon, travel with the two girls to relax, or even complete the system tasks to get rewards. please give me flowers? Okay, it's finally starting. Ash's eyes flickered as he stared at the Lapras that was beginning to change in front of him. At this time, Lapras was like a large breathing light, flashing continuously with the frequency of its breathing. This situation lasted for more than 10 minutes, and then a Lapras with a morphological change no less than that of a mage evolution appeared in front of Ash. The body size was still the same as the normal Lapras before. It was just that the small meat horn on the top of the head was covered with ice crystals. Below the neck, two breastplates similar to the bat carapace grew on the chest, and a blue gem emitting a bit of cold air was embedded in the center, adding a bit of noble temperament to Lapras. The upper part of the carapace has been covered by a layer of ice-like crystals, and the originally protruding part has become an icicle spear of varying lengths. It looks very scary, but also very handsome. Ash subconsciously put his hand on Lapras's carapace, and a human chill quickly eroded and spread. It's so cold. He quickly took his hand away and rubbed his stiff right hand. Ash smiled bitterly. Little guy, I see that your ice-type power has been greatly increased, but I'm afraid we won't be able to ride you on the sea in the future. Owning Lapras, but unable to experience the fun of sailing on the sea. It's really a G experience, but it's acceptable to make Lapras stronger. The most important thing is the change of Lapras after using the energy crystal. In terms of appearance alone, it's already very handsome, and Ash now plans to see its strength. Woo! Just when he was about to check Lapras's attribute panel, he found that Lapras turned sideways, and the sapphire on his chest was shining, and it seemed to have something to say to him. Lapras, what do you want to say? With psychic light in his eyes, Ash quickly understood Lapras's thoughts. From its words, he learned that it could freely adjust the temperature it felt when in contact with it. Just like the fire on Rapidash's back that would not burn the humans he recognized, Lapras, after transformation, also gained a similar ability pill. After learning that Lapras can still be used as a means of transportation, Ash smiled with satisfaction and then opened the attribute panel. Pokemon, Lapras. Attribute, Ice Water. Level, IV.35. Potential, Gold. Ability, Water Storage. Skills, Water Gun, Sing, Ice Shard, Life Dew, Water Pulse, Brine, Ice Beam, etc. Hidden Ability, Sheer Cold. When using ice skills, the power of the move increases by 20%, and the freezing probability increases by 50%. Carrying items, none. After seeing the attribute panel, Ash's expression froze immediately. It's not that he has any opinions, but Lapras's attribute is too good, too exaggerated. The talent potential has increased from red to gold, which certainly surprised Ash, but he was not so upset. After all, he has quite a few Pokemon with gold qualifications. Lapras's hidden ability Sheer Cold is what really surprised him. The 20% increase in the power of a move is basically equivalent to carrying an amplification item of this attribute. Although it is not a top-quality item, it is also very rare. The key is that it does not occupy the grid of the same skill amplification item, which also means that Ash can carry 10 more top-quality carrying items for Lapras on this basis. Under the double stacking, the increase in Lapras' strength is simply unimaginable, and the 50% freezing probability of ice skills is even more terrifying. Originally, there are not so many skills in the ice skills that can cause freezing effects, such as the beat-up skills such as Ice Music. At the same time, skills such as Ice Beam that already have a high freezing probability will become more powerful. Imagine that when the opponent fights with Lapras, he has to be on guard at all times. Every time he is hit by his ice skills, there's a high probability of being frozen. It's a headache to think about it. Ash could already imagine Rival's expression of disbelief when he was suddenly hit by Lapras's Ice Shard skill in the battle. In addition to these, another more important situation is that the mutated dragon type also changed from the original water, ice, water to ice, water. Ice type became its first attribute. Now, the learning of those ice type skills that Lapras can learn but has not yet learned must be put on the agenda. It would be a waste if Lapras with such potential is not cultivated and cultivated. Ash secretly made up his mind that traveling is traveling, and conquering Pokemon cultivation is conquering Pokemon cultivation. And the leveling efficiency of the lower-level Pokemon in the team must be improved as soon as possible. Most of the Pokemon in his team, a well-known trainer who has won the course championship, are still at the elite and gym level. When fighting against a real powerhouse like Lorelei, he can only rely on champion-level veterans such as Charizard and Ghastly to hold up the show. If they don't perform well enough, Zapdos will have to pull them up. In the future, he can't send a few Pokemon every time he encounters an elite-level trainer. Sabrina, Misty, you guys just swim here, don't go too far. I'll go to a distant sea area to train the Pokemon level. After booking this sea area, Ash started a 3-day special training session. Pokemon Wartortle level IV.41 upgraded to 4.45, successfully evolved into Blastoise. Pokemon Pidgeot level IV.45 upgraded to 4.49, only one step away from being promoted to Quasi-Elite. Pokemon Forsaken level 4.39 upgraded to 4.45, and basically all fighting skills have been learned. Pokemon Lapras level IV.35 level increased to 4.39. Pokemon Dragonair level IV.43 level increased to 47 level. The strength has completely surpassed its mother. Pokemon Jigglypuff level IV.37 level increased to 4.40. Ash's fighting style of directly catching various wild Pokemon tribes on the sea to fleece the wool, even if Song is a chirping Jigglypuff, has also gained considerable experience points. With special abilities, Jigglypuff can now hypnotize wild Pokemon with 100% elite strength. This will only help him more in his future leveling up. The overall level of wild Pokemon in this sea area is relatively high, and the experience points gained by these lower-level Pokemon in Ash's hands are also considerable. Cousin, I heard that you're going to Tangelo Island to see me. Well, Jowsy, how did you know? Hey, my dear sister, wait for me at Alliance for a few hours. I want to go to Orange Alliance with you. So you're going to challenge Orange Alliance. The gym competition and even the cup competition there are not difficult. You are not going to challenge the league. Don't ask so many questions. I will explain it to you when I get there. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lorelei's mouth curled up slightly. This little girl finally took the bait. When the court competition just ended, the two sisters lived together for a while. Lorelei guessed from her cousin Yudang Jiaozi's contest condition during this period that she might have an inexplicable feeling for Ash. It's okay that she doesn't want to eat or drink, and she often gets distracted. She also giggles from time to time and whispers about Ash's famous ministers. Feeling that her cousin might like Ash, Lorelei also hinted that she could go to see Ash together. The cousin pretended to be ignorant, so she talked about it. Lorelei 0.4 knew her cousin's temperament very well. After all, she was still a bit reserved and arrogant like a noble lady. Sometimes, once people miss the communication, they may be strangers for life. As the elder sister of Yoding's proud son, Lorelei didn't think her cousin could develop a relationship with Ash, who already had 2 girlfriends, but she didn't want her to regret it in the future. This time, she also revealed to Yudang Bridge the news that Ash was on vacation in Pengxiang Island in the name of a business trip. Look, she easily hooked her cousin out. Fact to prove that her guess was not wrong at all. Looking at her cousin's anxious look, it is obvious that she has a good impression of Ash. Previously, she was afraid that she would be too arrogant, and the persuasive words she prepared were useless at this moment. Hey, what is this? A message in a bottle? I hope someone can tell me the location of Crystal Onyx, so that my brother can burn a satisfactory work. Jingmei from Sunburst Island. Ash, look, the owner of this message in a bottle seems to be looking for clues about Crystal Onyx. Crystal Onyx? Is there really a Crystal Onyx? In the afternoon, Ash took the 2 girls to play on the beach. Misty suddenly picked up a message in a bottle that was pushed in front of her by the waves. She opened it and saw the contents inside. She looked at Ash with her bare white feet in surprise. Crystal Onyx? Does it mean Onyx, whose whole body is made of crystal? Sabrina, who was originally sitting next to her, also came over to look at the note in the bottle. It is indeed crystal onyx, but judging from the content, it should be written by little Stephanie. Could it be her fantasy? Sabrina did not seem to believe that crystal onyx existed in the world. When the two girls came closer, two completely different body scents came into Ash's nose. Feeling the refreshing fragrance, Ash put the note back into the drift bottle and stuffed it into his pocket. 17. I think it's still possible. The number of Pokemon in this world is so large that it's normal for some mutant individuals to appear. Isn't Flash a typical example of a different color Pokemon? Not to mention Crystal Onyx. It's not strange for Onyx with gold, silver, or even pure copper to appear. The Pokemon world is huge. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Many Pokemon in our area may have other forms in the other side of the world. Ash was referring to the Galar region with various skin changes. There, many Pokemon with the same names and types as those in the Kanto region have completely different forms, and even their attributes are completely different. You can only say that you haven't seen Crystal Onyx, but it also means that Crystal Onyx has never existed. Even Ash can't say that he has seen or knows all kinds of Pokemon. That's true. Misty and Yuding Jiaozi nodded, and suddenly thought that many Pokemon they had captured had more or less magical differences from other individuals of the same species. From this perspective, the existence of Crystal Onyx didn't seem so surprising. Since it was written into a drifting bottle by the local residents of the Orange Islands, it might really exist. Misty, Sabrina, let's go. Ash clapped his hands and called the two. Hey, where are we going? Where are we going? Of course, we're going to catch Crystal Onyx. After saying that, Ash began to pack up the things on the beach. No, we're just talking about it. Is there really a Crystal Onyx? It seems that Ash knows where it is. Misty and Sabrina looked at each other, surprised that Ash just picked up a drifting bottle. How could he know the clues of Crystal Onyx? But at the same time, they were a little expectant. It's not that they want to capture Crystal Onyx. In fact, they're not very willing to capture rock Pokemon. The main thing is to see if there's such a magical Onyx species in the world. Just treat it as a rare experience. And if it is Ash who wants to capture it, if he successfully captures Crystal Onyx, it basically means that they have captured Crystal Onyx. The two women who are proficient in equations can't help but look forward to it more and more. And they even look more anxious than Ash. They quickly helped Ash pack up his things, and then accompanied Ash to check out of the seaside hotel where he lived recently. Before leaving for Sunburst Island, Ash still has some things to deal with. After traveling to the Orange Islands, he hasn't called home yet, mainly because he had too much fun with Sabrina and Misty and forgot about it. It's really a sin. The key is to report his situation to his mother. Using the built-in telephone facilities in the lobby of the seaside hotel, Ash directly called home. Beep. A long, busy tone. The line is no longer busy. It seems that Mother Delia is probably talking to someone on the phone. After waiting for a while, Ash called again, but the result was still busy. You are quite talkative, so I will wait for a while. Ring, ring, ring. More than 10 minutes passed, and the phone rang. Delia took the initiative to call Ash after hearing the message. Ash, why did you call me so late? How was your trip with Misty and Sabrina in the Orange Islands? Did you have fun? I had a lot of fun, so I almost forgot to call you. Pallet Town, Ash is king. After hanging up the phone, Delia rubbed her cheeks that were a little stiff from smiling. First, she talked to Serena's mother Sachi, who she had been in contact with in recent years, for half an hour, and then her son called for more than 10 minutes. And 003 is all about making her happy, which is really good, considering that her son was only having a hot relationship with Sabrina and Misty. She was afraid that as the number of regions he traveled to increased, Ash would have too many girlfriends to take care of, and I might give up on the third daughter-in-law she favored, Serena, who was Ash's childhood sweetheart and had attended summer camp with him. So today she made a special call to Sachi. She chatted with Sachi on the pretext that Ash was about to leave for a trip to compete in the Silver Conference in the Johto region. Then she intentionally or unintentionally revealed that Ash had won the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference Championship. Then she deliberately recalled the deep childhood relationship between Ash and Serena. This immediately aroused Sachi's thoughts, and she took the initiative to suggest that Serena come to the Kanto region to meet her childhood playmate Ash. See if they should travel together to the Johto region. Delia also said righteously that if Serena wanted to come, Ash must show his sincerity. She said that Ash could go to the Kalos region to pick her up. Sachi was naturally very satisfied with this. However, I still have to respond cautiously and ask my daughter's attitude first. Saki knew that her daughter Serena didn't like to inherit her identity as a Rhyhorn rider. She thought it was a good choice to travel with a friend like Ash who knew her well and had achieved excellent results after traveling for a year. The child was still young, so she should go out and experience more hardships. Taking this opportunity, maybe she could figure it out and succeed her as an excellent Rhyhorn rider. And with Ash, the regional champion, there was no need to worry about any problems. At this time, Serena, who had just finished riding training and returned to the house weekly and sat on the sofa, found that her mother was standing by and beating her quietly. "Mom, what happened?" "Serena, do you still remember Ash?" Suddenly hearing the name Ash, Serena's pretty face became visibly red, and she stuttered a little when she spoke. "Of course I remember. Mom, why did you suddenly mention Ash?" Covering her chest with her hands, Serena forced herself to calm down and asked curiously. "Nothing. Mom wants to ask if Ash is willing to come to Kalos region to pick you up and travel together in Johto region. What do you think?" "Really? Of course, no problem. Is Ash here already? I'll go pack my things now." Although it's not clear where her mother got the news, but it doesn't prevent Serena from feeling as sweet as eating honey. She nodded repeatedly for fear that her mother would go back on her word, and then, regardless of the strong fatigue after training, she got up and ran into her room to pack her luggage. Map guide, cooking tools, clothes, hats, shoes, Pokeballs, energy cubes, and the food that Pokemon usually eat. Of course, the most important thing, Serena didn't forget it. When her eyes fell on a handkerchief that she had put in the small box, a touching smile appeared on Serena's face. Her eyes were full of memories, as if she had returned to the woods that summer. The story of how she was rescued and protected by a boy who always had a bright and confident smile when she was lost and injured. Although the hand that was extended to her was not big, it made her feel warm. "Serena, you are too anxious. I just told Ash's mother that I would let Ash come and pick you up." Mom Sachi walked in from the outside and looked at her daughter, who was packing her luggage in a hurry and ready to leave, and said, "Mom, I am preparing in advance. Before Ash comes, I plan to travel in nearby cities for a while to adapt to the life of Pokemon travel in advance, so as not to be laughed at by Ash in the future." Serena stuck out her tongue and replied with a smile. "Okay, I'll call Professor Blatano and remember to get Earl Dervish, Pokemon partner from him, before the trip." "Got it, Mom. I'll remember it. Don't forget to not neglect Rhyhorn's corresponding riding training when you are outside." "Don't worry, I know everything." Serena waved her hand perfunctorily, indicating that she had heard everything. However, at this time, her heart had already crossed thousands of miles and flew to the Kanto region. "Pallet Town. I haven't seen Ash for so many years. I wonder how he is doing. Is he still working hard for his childhood dream of becoming a Pokemon master? He shouldn't give up. After all, he is Ash." Lumiose City, Professor Britanno's laboratory. "Serena, these 3 Earl Dervish Pokemon. You can choose them yourself." Professor Britanno was holding a journal in his hand. He simply greeted Serena and told her to choose one of the 3 Earl Dervish Pokemon. Then he immediately lowered his head and immersed himself in the contents of the journal. If there were people who knew a little about the relevant content, they would definitely recognize that this journal was the one that published Ash's paper on Mage Evolution. After all, the brand new theory of Mage Evolution has obviously brought more shock to the academic world than the Pokemon world that has not yet been fully circulated. So that's it. Is this the case? In the original plot, Britanno, who was dedicated to studying Pokemon Mage Evolution, Professor, is actually also conducting relevant research at this time. However, the content of his research is only the simplest fur of Mage Evolution. and many things have not been figured out yet. Ash, on the other hand, has sorted out and summarized and formed several sets of overall theoretical systems and practical mage evolution papers. This report instantly became a supreme Bible in his eyes. During this period, he was working day and night to study all the public contents of the paper. The more he verified, the more he admired the boy, Ash, who proposed this far-reaching theory. It is said that he is a boy who has just left Pallet Town. He is an excellent Pokemon trainer and won the championship of the Kanto region. He put most of his energy on Pokemon training, seeing that he can summarize such amazing theories in his spare time during travel. It is really a freak-level research talent. While Blatano admired Ash for writing the journal, he couldn't help but shake his head and lament how a genius in the academic world like Ash could join the Pokemon battlefield. Eager to embark on the journey as soon as possible, Serena, who had adapted to the rhythm of the regional travel life before Ash's arrival, didn't care about Professor Blatano's indifference to her. She decisively chose Fennekin among Chasespin, Bubble Frog, and Fennekin, modified the timeline setting. This Fennekin is the one in Serena's original plot. She always felt that the other party and herself had a good eye connection, as if the aura attracted each other. After greeting Professor Blatano and receiving the Pokemon Pokédex and 5 Pokeballs from his assistant, Serena left the laboratory. In order to keep in touch with her mother at all times and confirm when Ash would come pick her up, she chose to travel and test only in Lumiose City and nearby smaller towns. Of course, catching wild Pokemon and becoming a Pokemon trainer is also an important part. In the Orange Islands, Ash and his 3 companions were riding Lapras to Sunburst Island. Compared to riding Pidgeot, which felt like a flash of passing by, the feeling of arriving at the destination in a flash. Riding Lapras, which was much slower, was obviously more in line with the mood of enjoying life during the trip. This feeling was not much worse than riding a luxury cruise ship, and even a little more comfortable. Although the comfort level was slightly insufficient, the actual difference was not big. Ash's Lapras was a normal Lapras size, and there was still more than enough space for 3 people to sit on it. It can only be said that Lapras is worthy of being recognized by the Orange Alliance as the most suitable marine transportation tool for the region environment. Sitting on the ice body that was permeated with a hint of coolness, feeling the sea breeze blowing in the face, it was simply too comfortable. When resting on the way, you can even send Pokemon to fight against wild Pokemon encountered at sea to increase the level. Ash's Lapras level was raised again by 1 level, reaching level IV.40. In this pleasant sailing life, Ash and his party have already approached the Jixiang Island. The outline of Sunburst Island can be seen on the sea level in the distance. Ash, according to the markings on the map, the 663rd side should be Sunburst Island. Misty gathered her hair that was blown by the sea breeze behind her ears. Her little hand was placed on her forehead, and her beautiful eyes looked into the distance. At the same time, she lowered her head and compared it with the map, and said to Ash, "Yeah, that's right." Ash nodded. Now he has a strong sense of direction, as long as he knows the direction through the map in advance. With his perception ability, even without the guidance of the map, there is a great probability that he can find the correct destination. As long as the psychic perception is spread out, it will not be like the original plot, where you will get lost from time to time. Ding! Trigger the plot task. Help Jingmei's brother Gong successfully see the crystal onyx, break through the technology, and burn soulful glass crafts. Mission completed. 500,000 points. Any Pokemon in the Pokemon home system will be upgraded by 5 levels, IV. 60 or below. At this moment, a reminder sounded in Ash's mind, and the mission related to Crystal Onyx was triggered. The reward is very good, and the overall strength of Pokemon is also what Ash needs most of the moment. And Ash originally planned to capture Crystal Onyx. To complete the mission, you only need to take Masami's brother Gong to watch it. Anyway, the other party only needs to see Crystal Onyx to directly realize it, and it is not necessary to capture Crystal Onyx to make his technology break through and burn a soulful work. Although he has captured the giant Onyx, he still doesn't want to let go of this unique species of Pokemon. Come back. You've worked hard all the way, Lapras. Take a good rest. Arriving at the beach of Sunburst Island, Ash patted Lapras's head and then took out the pokeball from his waist. Lapras groaned softly, looking still full of energy. It means it is not hard at all, and the contest condition is very good. Ash smiled and put it back into the pokeball. Then the three of them walked across the beach and really entered Sunburst Island. This is a small island famous for its glass crafts, and there are glass craft shops of all sizes all over the island. A large part of the fire glass crafts are Pokemon ornaments in various shapes. Ash took a quick look. Although they were all fired very delicately, most of them were similar in form, but not in spirit. Simply put, they have no soul. Although it sounds a bit illusory and it sounds very demanding to want to fire glass crafts with soul, sometimes the pursuit of perfection is like this. Misty and Sabrina beside them were staring at them. Stephanie has never been able to resist such shiny objects, and she pulled Ash to buy them crazily. Ash was also happy to accompany them for a good stroll, and then they went to the express station on the island together and sent all the exquisite glass crafts they bought back home. After doing all this, Ash then caught a few local residents and found out the location of Zheng Mei and her brother Gong's shop through them, and ran over decisively. Zheng Mei, your brother is not still thinking about crystal onyx, is he? How can there be crystal onyx in this world? I think your brother is definitely insane. Since you can't burn satisfactory glass products, you might as well transfer the shop directly. If crystal onyx really appears in front of me, I will kneel down and kowtow to him and admit my mistake. As soon as Ash and his family walked into Gong's glass shop, they heard someone setting up a flag, and they wanted to laugh for a while. In anime, Normal who talks like this will eventually be slapped in the face. If there is no follow-up plot, it will undoubtedly be a bad ending. Don't say bad things about my brother. My brother will definitely be able to conquer crystal onyx and burn a work that he is satisfied with. Hearing that someone looked down on her brother's ideals and urged them to transfer the shop out of the field as soon as possible. Zheng Mei was anxious all of a sudden and retorted repeatedly, "Little sister, your brother may not be able to conquer crystal onyx, but he should still be able to burn a satisfactory work." Just then, Ash walked in and first glanced at the guy who mocked them. He had a fish face and a sharp face, which was in line with Ash's stereotype of an insignificant villain. Seeing the handsome Ash and two beautiful girls walking in, he did not stay for long. The main reason was that he was seen bullying little Stephanie, and his attitude was obviously a bit unbearable. This guy's face is rare and not too thick. Does crystal onyx really not exist? But Grandpa clearly said before that he had seen crystal onyx with his own eyes when he was young, and then he became the most powerful glass craftsman on the island. I know Grandpa is absolutely impossible to lie. He said that there's crystal onyx in the world, so crystal onyx must exist. After denying it one after another, Masami looked a little disappointed looking at Ash and tried to convince herself. But later, even she herself didn't believe it. Her grandfather once said that crystal onyx was seen on this island. But these days, she and her brother Gong have turned Sunburst Island upside down, but they have not found any trace of crystal onyx. This makes him seriously doubt whether crystal onyx has already left Sunburst Island, where crystal onyx is a completely fictitious product made up by their grandfather. In fact, there is no such Pokemon as crystal onyx. Little sister, you may have misunderstood what I meant. There is indeed a crystal onyx living on this island, but it is me who wants to conquer it. Hearing Ash's words, Zheng Mei first showed a surprised expression and then became a little solemn. Big brother, my brother really wants to conquer crystal onyx. For this, he has been preparing to work hard for many years. Wrong. Your brother's goal is not crystal onyx, but to assist crystal onyx to inspire inspiration and improve the glass firing skills. That's very simple. I conquer crystal onyx and let your brother watch. Maybe it can inspire his inspiration. Won't everyone be happy then? Thinking about it, it seems to be the case. Zheng Mei immediately showed a grateful look. Then, big brother, do you really know where crystal onyx is? Of course, I came here to help you this time. As he said, Ash took out Zheng Mei's drift bottle from his pocket. Zheng Mei took it and saw that it was really the drift bottle she had released at the beginning. She immediately believed that Ash knew the clues about crystal onyx. After all, there was no need for Ash to come all the way here just to deceive them. After figuring it out, she ran to the backyard and went to find his brother Gong. The crafts made by Gong look really good. They're no different from the ones we just bought in other stores. After Jungmei left, only Ash and the other two were left in the shop. Misty and Sabrina looked at the glass products in the shop and thought they were also very exquisite. I don't understand why Jungmei's brother is so persistent. No, these are all defective products, all garbage. At this time, a voice came from the house. It was Gong, who came out of the backyard workshop, led by his sister Jungmei. All the glass crafts in the shop were made by him. Seeing all kinds of tangible but soulless glass crafts in the shop, Gong's eyes flashed with sadness. Then he took out a glass craft made by his grandfather and showed it to Ash and the others, and his tone suddenly became excited. This is a work with real soul. Ash and the others looked around, and even if they were not professional connoisseurs, they could quickly notice the difference between the crafts made by Agon's grandfather and Agon himself. In short, one is a commodity and the other is a work of art. They are two completely different concepts. If Agon had never seen such exquisite objects like other shop owners, he might be satisfied with his current top craftsmanship in the glass industry. Unfortunately, this is not the case. He has become worried because he cannot make satisfactory glass crafts with soul like his grandfather. Sir, my sister told me that you know where crystal onyx is, right? Putting down his grandfather's work, Gong looked at Ash with expectation. Just call me Ash. I really know where crystal onyx is. But I just told your sister that I am a Pokemon trainer, and I will definitely capture crystal onyx. Gong, if you're interested, you can watch the battle from the side and see if you can get some inspiration. Ash still said straight to the point. Enough, enough. Thank you, Mr. Ash. Thank you very much. Gong bowed to Ash repeatedly after hearing this. He is a pure craftsman who just wants to assist crystal onyx to break through his skill bottleneck. He hopes to be able to burn soulful glass crafts that satisfy him like his grandfather. That's all. It is not necessary to capture crystal onyx. Didn't his grandfather also capture it at the beginning? And he also became the first person to burn glass on Sunburst Island. He believes that he can do the same when it is his turn. Thank you, big brother. The delicate little girl, Jungmei, smiled happily and thanked Ash with her brother Gong. You're welcome, let's go. The team expanded to 5 people. Gong temporarily closed the shop and left with Ash and his group to find the crystal onyx. Led by Ash, the group walked towards one side of Sunburst Island and finally arrived in front of a beach. Please give me flowers. What's wrong, Ash? Did we go the wrong way? Misty looked at Ash, who stopped with a puzzled look. No, we are almost there. Ash shook his head slightly, and immediately, including the 2 girls, Agon and Shu, are all water. We're almost there. What's going on? Is crystal onyx living on the beach? How is this possible? If so, crystal onyx would have been found by Agon and his sister long ago. Ash did not explain, because the changes taking place on the sea surface had already given the answer. As the tide gradually receded, a sand road connected to the next island appeared in front of him. 0. No wonder, that's it. Agon slapped his forehead fiercely, his face full of sudden enlightenment. No wonder his grandfather said that he met crystal onyx on this island. And he and Jingmei have almost turned the entire Sunburst Island upside down in recent years, not to mention crystal onyx. Even ordinary onyx has not been found. It turns out that crystal onyx actually appeared on another island that is across the sea from Sunburst Island and is only connected to it at low tide at a specific time. Crossing the sand road after the tide receded, Ash and his group came to another small island. Psychic perception quickly expanded, and it was easy to find the cave where the crystal onyx lived. Ash led everyone to kill directly. Wow, this is too beautiful. In the cave, there are many crystal clusters embedded in the stone wall, which are particularly attractive under the weak light. Not to mention Misty, Sabrina, and Jingmei, who like shiny objects. Even Ash can't take his eyes away and decides to take all the crystals here after conquering the crystal onyx. Although he is not short of money, So many natural large crystals can be placed at home as decorations, or made into crystal pendant necklaces. Give them to my mother, Sabrina, Misty as a present, and the future wives, Serena, Lily. They're all very good. Ash was thinking about how to use this batch of crystals while moving forward. Soon he came to the pool at the deepest part of the cave. If I remember correctly, the crystal onyx needs to be roasted with fire skills to make Agon realize it smoothly. Thinking of this, Ash reached out to touch the poke ball belonging to Charizard on his waist. I just hope that the crystal onyx can withstand the attack of his own Charizard, and I hope that Agon Charmeleon will not be scared of faint. Ash glanced at Charmeleon, who had been following Agon since entering the cave with a slightly pitying look. Since embarking on the road to becoming a god, Charizard's kingly aura has an indescribable strong pressure on Pokémon of the same race. Besides, the level gap between the two is so great that it will increase the pressure. At the same time as 917, Agon also fell into deep thought. What kind of Pokémon will Ash use to capture Crystal Onyx? Since this Crystal Onyx has lived here since Grandpa was young, it must be of a very high level. I wonder if Ash can beat it. If it really doesn't work, he can lend Ash the cloister that he's specially breeder prepared to capture Crystal Onyx. Because Ash's young face is very deceptive, Agon couldn't help but worry in his heart. Charizard, it's your turn. Ash threw Charizard's Pokeball high. The domineering, kingly roar resounded throughout the cave and lasted for a long time. At the same time, Charmeleon, who was following Agon and was his assistant in firing glass crafts, turned pale. The originally strong legs were now limp like two boiled noodles. Charmeleon, what's wrong with you? Agon quickly noticed the change in Charmeleon and asked with concern. It was just as Ash expected. Ash's eyes flashed with a glimmer of understanding, and he waved his hand to unfold a psychic barrier. Only by separating Charizard's aura pressure from Charmeleon did Charmeleon gradually return to normal. After isolating the aura, its gaze towards Charizard became full of awe and fear. Seeing Charmeleon's expression become much more normal, Gong heaved a sigh of relief and followed its gaze, only to see the sturdy, wild, powerful, and majestic Charizard in front of Ash. His heart couldn't help but throb slightly. Compared with his old friend Charmeleon, who was trembling with fear, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Just now, he was thinking that if Ash couldn't handle Crystal Onyx, he would help. Seeing Ash's Charizard at this moment, he felt a little ashamed. If such a powerful Charizard couldn't handle rival, his Pokémon would be pure food. He couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. I didn't expect that there would be such a big gap between a life-oriented trainer like him and a traveling trainer like Ash. However, there were many trainers who came to Sunburst Island before, and most of them were not as strong as him. The only explanation is that Ash should be a special case. He should be a very powerful trainer in his hometown. Wow, such a big Charizard. Is this the evolution of my brother's Charmeleon? And the flame on the tail is a different color. Masami couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Charizard. His eyes were as round as copper bells, and his mouth was open into an O shape enough to fit an egg. Misty and Sabrina had seen it many times before, and they were not as surprised as the brother and sister. Could it be that Charizard scared him? Ash looked at the surface of the cave pool, which was slightly rippled. It was obvious that the Crystal Onyx was inside, but it didn't show any intention of showing up. In that case, let's evolve Charizard Mage and put some pressure on Crystal Onyx. Charizard's body glowed with colorful light, and it evolved into Mega Charizard Y in front of the surprised eyes of Agon and his sister. Flying into the air, the blazing flamethrower shot into the pool. The water in the entire pool suddenly boiled under the terrifying temperature of Charizard Y's enhanced flamethrower. Bubbles kept bubbling up. Crystal Onyx, hiding inside, remained motionless, with no intention of coming out. The boiling water is only 100 degrees at most, and it can still withstand it if it grits its teeth. If it leaves the water, it will definitely not be able to compete with Charizard, who can use such powerful fire skills. But as Ash commanded Charizard to start to increase its strength, it immediately couldn't hold on. Most of the water in the pool was directly evaporated, and the power of such a terrifying move was only that of Charizard, a champion-level strength. Now Crystal Onyx couldn't hide, even if it wanted to. It immediately stood up, trying to make its huge body look as majestic as possible, trying to scare Ash and his group away. However, it did not make them retreat, but instead caused Misty, Sabrina, and Masami to shout, "Wow, there really is a Crystal Onyx, and its entire body is made of crystal." At this time, the eyes of several people were shining. Onyx, whose entire body is made of crystal, looks like a perfect glass handicraft. But it shocked these Stephanie girls. After years of searching, Gong finally saw the Crystal Onyx at first sight and was stunned. 0.1 His mind was completely attracted by the Crystal Onyx. Seeing Gong's appearance, Ash decided to add fuel to the fire and commanded Charizard to shoot a flamethrower with the smallest power to burn the Crystal Onyx. It was printed with a bit of the fiery red color of Cetopolis. After a while, the Crystal Onyx, which could not hold out for long even under the burning of Ember, which Charizard controlled deliberately, fell down. "Understand, I know how to burn it." At this time, Gong shouted excitedly, as if he was crazy like Fan Jin who passed the Imperial examination. Fortunately, he was still young and strong, so he should be fine. Otherwise, Ash should consider using Psychic to help him calm down. Looking at the crazy Gong, Ash's mouth twitched slightly, and then he took out a blank Pokeball from his waist and captured Crystal Onyx. At the same time, a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. The giant Onyx, Crystal Onyx, the two most famous Onyx in the original plot, were both captured by him. Suppressing the slightly turbulent thoughts in his heart, Ash started to check the attribute panel of Crystal Onyx. Pokemon, Crystal Onyx. Level, IV.35. Potential, Red. Ability, Weakness Replacement. Fear of water becomes fear of fire. Skills, Stealth Rock, Dig, Iron Tail, Water Gun, Harden, and other skills. Carrying items, none. The attribute panel of Crystal Onyx looks ordinary. Only the ability of water and fire replacement can make people shine. But the actual practicality of the battle is not too high. It can only be used to sneak up on people when the opponent does not know the intelligence of the team and catch the opponent off guard. There is nothing outstanding about it. In fact, the significance of weakness replacement for Crystal Onyx is compared with ordinary Onyx. It can only be regarded as replacing the original water weakness with fire weakness. It is very rare and counterintuitive, but not very powerful. Strictly speaking, the current Crystal Onyx has one less ability than the normal Onyx. It is even more disadvantaged in comparison with a normal Onyx. Fortunately, it can learn the Water Gun skill, which can be regarded as expanding the attribute attack surface of Crystal Onyx. Overall, Crystal Onyx is not very strong in combat, except for its good looks. When it comes to level, it is incomparable to the Giant Onyx. After all, the Giant Onyx was the boss of all the Onyx in Miacha Mountain. It was a wild Pokemon with elite-level strength when it was captured. Putting away the attribute panel of Crystal Onyx, Ash shook his head slightly. It seems that we can only wait until the future to use the corresponding system props to strengthen the combat power of Crystal Onyx. Ding! Successfully helped Zhengmei's brother Gong to successfully see Crystal Onyx, break through the technology, and burn soulful glass crafts. Mission completed. 50 W points. Pokemon Home System upgrades any Pokemon level by 5 levels, below 4.50 level. The current Pokemon is Bulbasaur upgrade from IV.44 to 4.49. What's wrong? Agon is still studying glassmaking. If you ask me, no matter how hard he tries, it will only be like this. It's better to sell the shop as soon as possible. I've said it before, how can there be a Crystal Onyx in this world? Your grandfather must be lying to you. After conquering the Crystal Onyx, Ash and his party returned to his glass craft shop at the invitation of Agon and his sister. As soon as he returned to the shop, Agon couldn't wait to run to the workshop in the backyard, wanting to put all the inspiration he had just got into practice. After witnessing the battle between Charizard and Crystal Onyx in the cave, he really understood it. In his eyes, Crystal Onyx was like a super rare Pokemon that could be called a living work of art. Just like his grandfather back then, he understood how to really make glass crafts with soul. Just as Ash and his friends were waiting for Agon to make crafts in the shop, the middle-aged man he had seen before ran over again, still speaking rudely. He said that Masami and Agon should give up their unrealistic thoughts. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ash took out the Pokeball. He suddenly looked like a rooster that was strangled by someone and suddenly lost its momentum, because the Crystal Onyx really appeared in front of him. The body was no different from that of normal Onyx, but it was made of pure crystals. Under the sun, it looked extremely gorgeous and dazzling. It was really a Crystal Onyx. Wasn't this a rumor made up by Grandpa Agon to fool the children? The man's eyes were full of shock and confusion. In fact, they had heard about the Crystal Onyx from Agon's grandfather. It was just too ridiculous and was regarded as a joke, or it was simply considered an excuse for Grandpa Agon not to teach them the exclusive firing technology. They all thought you were making an excuse, but they didn't expect that what you said was actually the truth. Looking at Ash, who put the Crystal Onyx back into the Pokeball, and then looked at him with a half-smile. Thinking of what he just said, he couldn't help but blush. I have to say that Gon's craftsmanship is really amazing. This Crystal Onyx glass product looks like the real thing. Ash and others watched Gong's newly fired glass crafts. Gong fired several pieces in total, one for himself, his sister Masami, and Ash. Although they are all miniature versions, each one is lifelike, as if it has been injected with a soul. Ash, thank you 340 for your help, which allowed me to successfully fire a satisfactory work. Please accept these small presents, which are my personal little thoughts. Welcome to visit Sunburst Island often. However, Gong's enthusiasm was not enough, and he really liked it, so Ash and others gladly accepted his present, leaving the address of Pallet Town, agreeing to keep in touch in the future, and then left the glass shop. Originally, Ash planned to leave Sunburst Island directly. Just before leaving, he went to the Pokemon Center as usual to restore the contest condition for the two female Pokemons. Ash received a call from his mother in Pallet Town. Then he received a piece of news that surprised and delighted him. That was that his childhood sweetheart Stephanie Serena wanted to travel with him in the Johto region. His mother, Delia, wanted Ash to find time to go to Kalos region to pick up Serena. Ash was also very excited about this, and he couldn't wait to meet his new wife, Serena. But before that, the matter of Rice Alliance had to be dealt with first. So he asked Delia to contact Serena's mother and tell Serena that he would go to Kalos region to pick her up after he dealt with the matter of Orange Alliance. After staying on Sunburst Island for another day or two, Ash and his three companions set off again. Exercise with Pokemon while playing. They passed through an island full of pink Pokemon and an island composed entirely of Kabuto. Help the Pokemon Performance Troops Raichu and its trainer to reconnect. During this period, Ash's Bulbasaur successfully broke through the limit from IV.49 to 4.51 and reached the elite level. Other Pokemon were not so obvious because they invested less energy and their overall levels were all up. The three of them rode Lapras to the next destination, 7 Grapefruit Island. In the original plot, a Snorlax with an amazing appetite that can butterfly stroke will appear here. It is also a big daddy in Ash's team, although it often eats when hungry and sleeps after eating and usually does not have much time smelling salts. But the few times it went into battle, there were extremely bright highlights. This is if it can overcome the fact that it rests most of the time, or ensure that it can wake up immediately when it is needed to fight, so that it can command the battle perfectly. A Pokemon with a strong fighting power. Ding. Trigger the plot mission. Protect the 7 Grapefruit Island Pomelo fruit from being consumed by Snorlax in large quantities. The loss ratio does not exceed 5%, and capture it without angering Snorlax. Mission reward. Snorlax Sleep Adjustment Device. After Snorlax carries this item, the trainer can adjust Snorlax's sleep contest condition through the sleep adjustment device. Any Pokemon level is increased by 3 levels. On the way to 7 Grapefruit Island, Ash heard a message from the system in his mind, which made his eyes light up. It's true that the system sends a pillow when he is sleepy. He was worried about how to solve Snorlax's sleep problem. Snorlax sleep adjustment device. Bring it to Snorlax, and you don't have to worry about Snorlax resting at a critical moment and refusing to fight. With one thought, Snorlax was no longer sleepy. At worst, he could just continue sleeping after the game. The best battle conditions can be guaranteed at all times, which is really great. Based on such a useful item, Ash thinks it is acceptable to give less Pokemon level rewards. However, although the task rewards are very good, it is not so easy to complete. It is not difficult to subdue Snorlax without angering it, but the other condition is a little difficult. To ensure that the loss ratio of Pomelo fruit on 7 Grapefruit Island does not exceed 5% of the total number, it means that Snorlax must be stopped as soon as it appears on 7 Grapefruit Island. After all, that guy has a bottomless stomach. With his appetite and speed, he can easily break through the threshold limited by the system in less than 10 minutes. This is not okay. He must get this sleep adjustment device of Snorlax, and Ash will naturally not let such a thing happen. He immediately gave up the idea of leisurely going to 7 Grapefruit Island. If we go a little late, we will lose a lot. Come out, Pidgeot. Ash reached to his waist decisively, took out the Pokeball, and summoned Pidgeot. Hi! Pidgeot whistled loudly after coming out of the Pokeball, flew around Lapras on the sea, and then flapped its wings to approach Ash and waited quietly for his orders. Hey, what's wrong with Ash? Misty reached out and rubbed her sore eyes. Last night, Ash made her sleepless in the second half of the night, causing her to be so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes at all. As for Sabrina, she even ordered Alakazam to prop up a psychic barrier and slept soundly inside. I have something to do. You can still sleep for a while. I'll ride Pidgeot over first, and then we'll meet again, Ash said to Misty. Yeah, well then, Ash, just be careful. I'm so sleepy. Misty yawned, then staggered towards a psychic barrier where Sabrina was. Alakazam saw this and immediately opened a door for her. Ash smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was the one who worked hard last night, but the two girls couldn't stand it. They still had to exercise. Alakazam, take care of them. Wake them up when Lapras arrives at the shore. After giving an order to Alakazam, Ash activated the teleport and got on Pidgeot's back, riding Pidgeot quickly to 7 Grapefruit Island. The journey that was originally scheduled to take most of the day took less than 10 minutes to reach the destination. Let's land here first, Pidgeot. After circling around 7 Grapefruit Island, he found that there were many buildings on the largest main island. It must be the manager of 7 Grapefruit Island. Ash immediately ordered Pidgeot to fly there and land. Casey is the owner of 7 Grapefruit Island, which is almost full of pomelo fruits. At this moment, she is looking at the pomelo trees that are about to mature, and her face is filled with a happy smile of the upcoming harvest. After a whole year of busy work, it is finally time to harvest. In order to rush the harvest, she will have to hire some workers from other islands to help pick them. In order to avoid missing the best time to go on the market, the loss will be too great. While she was thinking in her heart, suddenly a majestic bird suddenly landed in front of her. It was Pidgeot, such a big and powerful Pokemon. Although she's not a trainer, Casey, who knows a lot about Pokemon, recognized Pidgeot at the first time. Because of this, she was extremely surprised, because the size of the Pidgeot that appeared in front of her, How Zhao, was much larger than the normal Pidgeot, and the normal Pidgeot in front of this Pidgeot was just like the difference between Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. Even if she is not a professional trainer, Casey does not want to miss the opportunity to capture such a powerful wild Pokemon, just as she reached for the Pokeball at her waist. Sorry, excuse me. Due to the height difference, a cheerful boy's voice came from the back of Pidgeot, which was in Casey's blind spot. Casey, who was about to send Pokemon to capture Pidgeot, paused and felt extremely embarrassed. Does this Pidgeot actually have an owner? To be able to train such a powerful Pidgeot, this trainer must be a very remarkable person. Casey has always longed for trainers since he was a child, but he had to inherit the 7 fruit islands at home due to life. He felt embarrassed and curious at the same time. Under Casey's curious gaze, The boy with a baseball cap and a clean face jumped off the Pidgeot with a cute Pikachu on his shoulder. Free and easy, handsome and confident. This brought a great psychological shock to Casey, who had been living a mediocre life as an island owner day after day. She almost wanted to sell her property, capture a few good Pokemon, and go on a spontaneous trip. Casey knew in her heart that it was impossible for her to suppress the throbbing in her heart and smiled sweetly. Hello, my name is Casey, the island leader of 7 Grapefruit Island. Are this Pidgeot and Pikachu your Pokemon? They look very well trained. Hello, Island Master Casey. My name is Ash, and I'm a trainer from Kanto Palatown. I traveled to the Orange Islands to pick up something and take a look at the scenery along the way. This Pidgeot is indeed my Pokemon, and my girlfriend is still behind us. We are tired from the journey, and we saw an island here, so we want to rest here for a while. I'm sorry to bother you with your sudden visit, because Snorlax hadn't appeared yet. Ash didn't explain his goal and made up an excuse. After hearing this, Casey smiled slightly. 250. It turned out that he was here to stay for a while, which was not a problem. The key is that Ash is so young, and he could train a Pokemon as powerful as Pidgeot. I think he is an elite trainer in the outside world, and he should be the best among his peers. Thinking of this, Tulong's attitude became enthusiastic again. It doesn't necessarily mean flattery or currying favor. It's just that people who are excellent can always attract Stephanie. Casey is no exception. Is that so? Welcome to 7 Grapefruit Island, Ash. Are your friends coming soon? How about I arrange a place for you to stay? Just let me do my best to be a good host. Yeah, they should be here soon. I'll ask Pidgeot to hurry them up. As he said that, Ash told Pidgeot through telepathy to let it go back the way it came and let Lapras speed up. At this time, the 2 girls should have almost fallen asleep. Well, my girlfriend came here in Lapras because she was tired from the journey, so she was a little slower than me. BHDG. It's okay, we can wait here for a while. Half an hour later, Pidgeot came back and told Ash that Lapras was moving at full speed. He praised Pidgeot, fed it an energy cube, and put it back into the Pokeball. Ash and Casey sat on the beach and chatted, waiting. Casey, who grew up on the island, yearned for the outside world. This time, he caught up with Ash and asked him all kinds of questions. Ash was eloquent and had great social skills. After chatting, the little girl looked full of longing, as if she would agree to go out with him as long as he invited her. Another half an hour passed. A dazzling blue light attracted the attention of the two. On the sea, a Lapras kept spitting out blue beams from its mouth, freezing the water's surface in front of it, and was approaching at a high speed like skating. Hi, Ash, we are here. On the back of Lapras. Misty kept waving at Ash on the beach. This Lapras is also my Pokemon. They're Misty and Sabrina, both my girlfriends. I'm going to bother you next. Ash smiled and explained to Casey, who was surprised. Casey, who was already attracted by the handsome Lapras walking on ice, was stunned after hearing this. All of them are your girlfriends? You. At first, she was thinking that Ash only had one girlfriend. Good man, people outside the island are too good at playing. Well, is there any problem with this? Ash looked at her and asked as a matter of course. Although the mainstream of this world is monogamy, there is no clear law that stipulates that a trainer can only have one girlfriend or wife. In the original plot, didn't Gary go everywhere with a group of girlfriends cheering for him? The residents of Palatown were at most secretly amazed and did not blame him for anything. No problem. Suddenly, Casey, who also realized this, waved his hands hurriedly, thinking that he still had too little contact with the outside world, and it was a joke because he was surprised by the rare things. However, although there are many such examples in the outside world, the trainers who can have several girlfriends at the same time, all of them are the pride of heaven, well-known trainers, and at the very least, they must be rich and powerful. Ash not only has 2 girlfriends, but each of them is so beautiful and cute. It must be even more complicated. Misty, Sabrina, welcome to 7 Grapefruit Island. I'm Casey, a friend Ash just met. Casey, hello. My name is Misty, Ash's girlfriend. My name is Sabrina. By the way, the pomelo fruit on our 7 Grapefruit Island is ripe. This is a very popular fruit in the Orange Islands. You have come from afar, so you must taste it. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Thank you, Island. You're welcome. There are few people from outside here. It's a good opportunity for me to ask you more about things outside. Casey glanced at Ash and said to the two women with a smile. In this way, she took Ash and his group to a small wooden villa. Although no one had lived in this villa for a long time, it had always been cleaned very cleanly. Ash and his group were naturally very satisfied. After thanking Casey again, they temporarily stayed on 7 Grapefruit Island. Because he didn't know when Snorlax would come, Ash spent the past few days training Pokemon near the beach and also enjoyed the treatment of a top guest. Of course, Ash wouldn't eat and live for free. When Casey refused to accept the Pokemon coins, he gave her some crystal bracelets that he had just brought from Sunburst Island. They were all natural crystals from the Crystal Onyx Cave. Stephanie liked shiny things, and Casey was no exception. She was very happy to receive Ash's gift. She became more enthusiastic towards the others. In short, the guests and hosts had a great time these days. During this period, Ash did not forget the main purpose of his visit to 7 Grapefruit Island. Butterfree and Pidgeot took turns to be on duty, circling in the sky of 7 Grapefruit Island, monitoring every move around at all times. TT. On this day, Ash and the other two were sitting in front of Courtney with Casey and other residents of her island, eating barbecue. Suddenly, Pidgeot flew in front of Ash, flapping its wings, and the frequency of growl was much faster than usual. Through telepathy, Ash understood what Pidgeot wanted to say. It found Snorlax swimming in the sea in the waters around another island far away from the main island. Thinking of Ash's instructions, it immediately flew back. Snorlax finally came. Thank you for your hard work. Come back, Pidgeot. Ash's eyes flashed with joy when he heard the news. Then he took Pidgeot, who had been on duty for half a day, back into the Pokeball. Let it return to the home system connected to the Pokeball to rest. What happened, Ash? Casey asked curiously. Misty, who heard this, also cast a puzzled look at him. Pidgeot said it found a Snorlax, which can swim and is approaching 7 Grapefruit Island at an alarming speed. Snorlax, what should we do? No, we have to organize the pickers to harvest the pomelo in advance and can't wait any longer. If we wait for Snorlax to arrive, everything will be over. After spending these days together, Casey knew that Ash was a very powerful Pokemon trainer. After only 1 year of debut, he won the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference. Casey did not question why Snorlax could learn to swim and float across the sea to approach the isolated 7 Grapefruit Island. At the same time, his expression became visibly solemn. Wild Snorlax is definitely the nightmare of all plantation owners, and to some extent, it is even more terrible than natural disasters. This guy is a big eater, a bottomless pit. He will not stop until he eats all the food on the 7 islands. It would be fine if he could just eat, but the key is that the wild Snorlax are of very high level. The strength is far beyond the ability of the Pokemon trained by non-professional trainers like them, the plantation owners, to compete. At this time, they can only watch Snorlax eat up all the fruits of their hard work for a year. As for going outside to ask for help and find powerful trainers, unless the plantation is right next to the town, distant water cannot quench the thirst. By the time they find a strong enough trainer to negotiate cooperation and bring them here, the human Snorlax has already eaten everything and then escaped. So plantations with traces of Snorlax around them will hire extraordinary trainers to guard them before and after the harvest season. While guarding against Snorlax and other Pokemon stealing food, it is best to deter those humans who get something for nothing. The 7 Grapefruit Island, under Casey's jurisdiction, is isolated from the outside world due to the vast sea area, and the residents on the island are simple and honest, so they have never experienced such a thing before. So she never considered hiring a trainer. Now that she knew Snorlax was coming, her heart was so scared that it almost stopped suddenly. She immediately began to plan to organize the islanders to rush to harvest the pomelo and recover as much loss as possible. The rest can only blame themselves for their bad luck. At this time, she actually didn't have too much hope for Ash. It's not that Ash can't beat Snorlax. Not to mention that there are 7 major islands that may be attacked, and it is very difficult to hunt down Snorlax. Even if Snorlax can be defeated, there is no guarantee that the other party will not come back and attack other islands, unless it is completely conquered once and for all. But if it were a normal trainer, how would he dare to conquer Snorlax? Unless he thinks he has too much money to spend. Ash is a trainer who travels around every year. As the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, it costs a lot to train Pokemon, not to mention that he has 2 girlfriends at the same time. Although he looks very cool, there is definitely not much savings in his bank account. The monthly living expenses are probably almost all spent as soon as they arrive. How dare she expect Ash to capture Snorlax for her? Isn't this a complete scam? Having such thoughts, she can only say that she, who came from 7 Grapefruit Island, still doesn't understand the earning ability of well-known trainers in the outside world. It is impossible for Ash to capture Snorlax, and it is even more impossible for her. Even though she owns 7 islands and has a wealthy family, she can't afford a bottomless Pokemon like Snorlax. No matter how high the Pomelo production of 7 Grapefruit Island is, it is impossible to withstand the consumption rate of Snorlax. How could she have the nerve to ask Ash to subdue Snorlax if she was like this? Just like that, the islanders who were originally sitting together eating barbecue immediately took action and ran to prepare tools. Some went to the dock to preheat the starting device of the boat engine in advance. They had to go to the island where Snorlax was about to arrive first and harvest the Pomelo before Snorlax. Then they would go to other islands to harvest without stopping. This was a race against time and Snorlax's eating speed. Well, Casey, if you don't mind, let us go over and help. You are not professional Pokemon trainers. It's still too dangerous to fight Snorlax. I'm staying here these days, thanks to your care. Ash, who had to complete the task of subduing Snorlax, immediately suggested. Thank you so much. I don't mind. Of course I don't mind. Thank you so much. Subconsciously, Casey thought that the help Ash mentioned was for Ash to help hold back Snorlax, or to send Pokemon to help pick up the Pomelo. There is strength in numbers. If Ash, Misty, and Sabrina can hold up to the upper limit of Pokemon, the 3 of them can hold 18 Pokemon. If this force is put into harvesting Pomelo, the efficiency is equivalent to 80 workers. Even though it is embarrassing to ask Ash and his guests to help, there is no other way. I can't just watch the Pomelo being eaten by Snorlax. Snorlax, what do you think of my deal? Think about it. Ash waved a bag of energy cubes filled with perfect normal-type Pokemon produced by a food-making machine using good ingredients in front of Snorlax, who had just landed on the island. Casey had underestimated Ash's strength, after all, not to mention the magical items in his hands, any one of which could be sold for tens of millions of Pokemon coins, and there was no market for them. It was just a question of whether Ash was willing to sell them. Let's just talk about the perfect level Pokemon food energy cubes produced by Ash's food-making machine. You only need to sell a part of it every month to get a large amount of travel funds. What's more, Ash, who just received a bonus from the Alliance, 0, is not short of money at all. Kirby, as a top foodie, the perfect energy cubes of this type have a much greater captivating power for Snorlax than the Pomelo fruits on the island. In comparison, it's the difference between delicious food and chaff. Growlithe would not choose Pomelo fruit. Of course, the normal flavor must be replaced with the fire flavor. Snorlax is also very fond of food, and if he wants to eat, he must eat energy cubes. The smell of that thing alone can make him drool. If he can eat a few pieces, swimming for such a long time is nothing. For such a top foodie, there is no reason to disagree. His eyes, which were originally narrowed into a slit, miraculously widened, and he treated the future sponsor, Ash, very kindly. He nodded repeatedly, and his round body tried to bow to Ash in a funny way. It is hard to imagine that the perfect energy cube actually directly pierced through his servile mentality under his honest appearance. I can only say that life is not easy, sighed the monk. As long as he can eat such a delicious energy cube, let alone bow to Ash, he will have no problem taking care of him in his old age. Anyway, the lifespan of most Pokemon is far better than that of humans. Seeing Snorlax's actions at this time, Ash's mouth corners slightly raised, knowing that it had made a choice. Before leaving for the Orange Islands, he had specially spent a lot of money to prepare enough ingredients to make many perfect normal-type energy cubes. It was specially prepared for today because of Snorlax. Moreover, the food made by the food-making machine has always been more delicious than the food of the same rating on the market. Sabrina and Misty, who have tasted all kinds of delicious food with the machine, should have a say in this. Are you afraid that you can't control the top foodie Snorlax? Not to mention Snorlax, who is known as the most greedy. Even ordinary normal-type Pokemon can't resist this captivate. Very good. Take it and eat it, Snorlax. Ash's eyes lit up blue, and he used Psychic to move the bag of perfect-level energy cubes in his hand to Snorlax. He was not afraid that Snorlax would regret it after eating the energy cubes. For a top foodie like Snorlax, this stuff is no less than rock candy meeting an addict. As long as Snorlax is not really stupid, he will definitely be able to tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Under the premise of being fearless, Ash directly gave all the energy cubes to Snorlax without any precautions, which made it easier to gain its trust. The fat man Snorlax couldn't wait to take the bag, and then couldn't wait to open it and stuffed it. The energy cube just entered his mouth and chewed it slightly, and it turned into a belly full of energy, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. Snorlax's eyes narrowed into happy gaps again. Delicious, really delicious. Compared with this energy cube, the things it ate before are not worth mentioning. Not only unpalatable, but also not filling. The energy cube given by Ash is not only delicious, but also based on its current experience, it is estimated that eating 1 or 2 pieces can be equivalent to a whole meal, and the kind that won't be hungry for a long time. The bag Ash gave it was enough for it to eat for a whole month. It decided that it must hold Ash's thigh tightly in the future. It was also a Pokemon with a trainer, that is, it would not leave even if Ash chased it with a stick. If anyone dared to go against Ash, then they would have to ask its fist if it agreed. Now Ash was its breadwinner. Since Snorlax had not eaten for a long time, it was very hungry at this time, and its appetite was much higher than usual. It threw energy cubes into its mouth one by one, and it ate 8 cubes before stopping. Casey was stunned by the sight. She knew how expensive energy cubes were, and she felt very distressed, as if Snorlax was eating her money instead of Ash's. That immersive expression was very wonderful. In fact, it seemed very luxurious for Ash to feed Snorlax perfect-grade energy cubes directly. But from his point of view, it was definitely more convenient and cost-effective than feeding it tons of other ordinary food. In the original story, Snorlax ate several islands of Pomelo, but was finally hypnotized by Jigglypuff and stopped destroying Casey's other fruit islands. The total value is actually much greater than Ash's 8 perfect energy cubes. The principle is also very simple. The perfect energy cubes Ash gave Snorlax have a very high absorption rate. All the energy enters Snorlax's body, and there is basically no possibility of waste. On the contrary, Pomelo, because of the absorption efficiency, 5.7 Snorlax needs to eat multiple times the amount, which is very cost-effective. Hurry up, folks, we have to speed up too. Casey and Ash have already rushed over to stop Snorlax. We have to hurry up and harvest the Pomelo. Don't let their efforts go to waste. At the same time, the workers from the main island were driving the boat to the fruit island at a high speed. At this time, they were anxious and wished they could grow wings and fly directly to the island. Because the picture of Snorlax eating crazily and eating all the Pomelo they worked so hard to grow in a blink of an eye began to appear in their minds. The blood pressure soared, and they were very anxious. However, when they arrived at the island, everything was calm. The Pomelo fruits that had been eaten up in the fantasy were still hanging on the branches. The workers were stunned, looking at each other, all confused. Didn't they say Snorlax had already attacked? It didn't look like Snorlax had come. Could it be that Ash's intelligence was wrong? Or Ash and Casey had stopped Snorlax outside the beach? To be safe, you guys pick up the pomelo fruits here first. I'll go to the beach to see. The senior worker in the lead ordered the other workers to start picking up the pomelo fruits, while he went to observe the situation. See what happened to Ash and his friends. After a while, they arrived at the beach where Ash and his friends were. The old worker was stunned when he saw Snorlax holding a perfect energy cube in his hand and a bag with dozens of cubes next to him. Clang! The tools in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. No, he's presbyopic, right? Snorlax seemed to be holding a perfect-grade energy cube. As an old veteran who often had to go out to sell pomelo, he once delivered goods to a Pokemon supply store. He remembered that the lowest-grade energy cubes in the store were terribly expensive. At that time, the store owner even showed them other levels of energy cubes. At this time, Snorlax was holding a perfect-grade energy cube that could be prepared by a top breeder. It takes 20,000 Pokemon coins to buy one. And how many years of salary can this bag of perfect-grade energy cubes in front of him be worth? His eyes shifted from Snorlax to Ash. Was that how Ash stopped Snorlax? 666, this is really too exaggerated. Where can I find perfect-grade energy cubes? He didn't want more, just 2 would be enough. Not long after, the workers who heard the noise came over for fear that something might happen to the old worker. They were all in shock. At this moment, the image of Ash in their minds inexplicably began to shine with golden light, the kind of rich and inhumane. Seeing the reactions of her own employees, Casey felt a little more balanced. It seems that it is not that she is not knowledgeable, but that Ash's hand pole is really amazing. Aren't perfect energy cubes usually strategic level supplies? How can they be given to Pokemon to eat directly? It's not that perfect energy cubes have any disadvantages. On the contrary, the nutritional content is much higher than Pokemon food. Except that the taste may be a little simple, it is definitely beneficial to Pokemon. The only thing that is not friendly is definitely to the trainer's wallet. Such strategic-level Pokemon supplies will definitely be difficult to popularize in a short period of time. On the other side, Snorlax held his swollen belly, swallowed the last perfect energy cube with difficulty, and resisted sleepiness. With his eyelids that kept fighting, he staggered to Ash and stretched out his hand to him. The meaning is very clear. Take your Pokeball and capture me. It's not easy to meet such a generous and rich breadwinner like Ash, so I have to hold his thigh tightly. Even if I'm very sleepy now, I can't fall asleep. Only after entering the Pokeball and confirming that I've been captured by Ash can I close my eyes. Otherwise, what if I wake up and find that my breadwinner is gone? Then go back to wandering around, running around small islands, risking being beaten by islanders, and living a life with no food to eat? Seeing Snorlax trying to resist sleepiness and actively entering the Pokeball, Ash suppressed a smile, took out a blank Pokeball from his waist, and gently tapped it on Snorlax's belly. Then the Pokeball bounced open. Snorlax turned into a red light and was collected in the Spirit Ball, and was directly teleported to the Pokemon home system. He really captured it? He is indeed a rich man. If his family does not have a few large mines, how can he afford to raise Snorlax without money? And Ash gave it a perfect energy cube right after he captured it, so he might be more picky in the future. It is not enough to just eat enough, you have to eat well. It is said that it is easy to go from simple to luxurious, but difficult to go from luxurious to simple. Can Snorlax, with such a high starting point, tolerate the demotion of deliciousness in the future? Can Ash, who is so rich, keep feeding it perfect energy cubes? Casey and many workers around him cast admiring glances when they saw Ash capture Snorlax. Ash did not think it was a big deal. It is understandable that a Pokemon as powerful as Snorlax eats more. This is not its fault. It can only be said that most trainers are too poor and cannot afford to raise it. So you should raise Pokemon of your level. For ordinary trainers with little money, it is enough to raise common Pokemon such as Beedrill and Butterfree. Besides, it is not impossible to become an excellent trainer by raising such Pokemon. It can only be said that Bug-type Pokemon are relatively easy to raise. and their honey phosphorus powder is good stuff, and it can be sold for a lot of money in the market. It is simply the best choice for ordinary trainers. And Ash has no such troubles. Naturally, he just wants to raise whatever he wants and give it the best. It is easy to raise a mere Snorlax. In the future, you can eat perfect energy cubes as snacks every meal. But this thing tastes too bad after all. In the future, you have to mix more normal flavored perfect Pokemon food. Ding! Story mission completed. Protect the 7 Grapefruit Island Pomelo fruit from being consumed by Snorlax in large quantities. The loss ratio does not exceed 5%, and capture it without angering Snorlax. Reward: Snorlax Sleep Adjustment Device. After Snorlax carries this item, the trainer can use the sleep adjustment device to adjust Snorlax's sleep contest condition. Select a random Pokemon to upgrade the level of Pidgeot from level 4.49 to level 1.52. Ash was delighted when he heard the system prompt. Snorlax's sleep problem has been solved, and Pidgeot has also entered the elite level. It can be said that it is a double happiness. After checking the quest rewards, Ash immediately called out Snorlax's attribute panel. Pokemon: Snorlax. Attribute: Normal. Qualification: Gold. Level: 4.55. Ability: Thick Fat. Pokemon with this ability will receive half the damage of fire and dual attribute skills. Skills: Ice Punch, Fire Punch, Hyper Beam, Body Slam, Arm Hammer, Belly Drum, Stockpile, Heavy Slam, Rest, Sleep Talk, etc. Carrying items: None. Snorlax, with 4.55 level and gold qualification, is a type of Pokemon Ash has captured with a high level and qualification when he first captured it. What makes him happier is the gold level superb qualification. In the original plot, although Snorlax often rests, there have been many scenes with extremely bright appearances, so it is reasonable that he has the potential of gold level superb. Ability: Thick Fat. The damage of ice and fire dual type skills is halved, a very practical defensive attribute. Compared with the glutton and immune abilities, it is more practical, and Ash likes it more. Its skill library is also very luxurious, with 3 attribute boxing skills, rest and sleep talk linkage skills, and even mega moves like Hyper Beam. It is worth mentioning that because Ash promised to provide food and accommodation, Snorlax's intimacy with him was directly maxed out. This is also in line with Snorlax's mega foodie personality. Ash and his group, who originally wanted to stay at 7 Grapefruit Island for a few days, couldn't stand the surprised looks from Casey and her workers from time to time. So they simply found an excuse and rode Pidgeot to the rare big city metropolis in the Orange Islands. On the way, they rescued the big Bulbasaur abandoned by the mayor in the sewer. The mayor's ugly face was exposed, and his fantasy of continuing to be re-elected became a bubble, and he was directly sentenced to several years in prison. When Ash settled the Bulbasaur, it was already night. Ash and his party randomly found a restaurant, had some Orange Island specialties, and then booked a hotel to rest. After all, they had been traveling all day, and both women were very tired. Originally, this was just a small episode of Ash's travel. When he saw a bullied Pokemon, he would definitely take action. Scum like the mayor should also receive the punishment he deserved. However, all this was seen by Mutwo, who hated humans very much. Although he lived in the Pokemon home system, he could still know everything that happened in the outside world through Psychic. After this period of travel, his favorability towards Ash was also increasing rapidly over time. It also learned that humans were divided into good and evil, including the simple workers of 7 Grapefruit Island and the hospitable island owner Casey. Of course, there was also the insidious and cunning mayor of the metropolis. Different humans treated Pokemon in completely different ways. Mutwo had an extreme disgust for humans in his heart, and his idea that Pokemon were enslaved by following trainers was gradually changing. Now he occasionally talks to Ash and asks him about some knowledge about human society that he cannot understand. Ash is very happy to see Mutwo start to try to understand humans and the friendly coexistence between humans and Pokemon. Naturally, he patiently answers various questions for it. He believes that it will not be long before Mutwo completely recognizes him. Hey, have you heard? 2 days later, the Ice Elite Master Lorelei will have an exhibition match in Little Orange Island. Brother, do you want to go and see it together? Lorelei Elite? Of course we have to go together. Ash and his 3 companions quickly blended into the crowd after landing at the harbor pier of Little Orange Island. There are many tourists and trainers who have just arrived in Little Orange Island in the crowd. After learning about this news that has been widely circulated in Little Orange Island, they have decided to change their travel itinerary, staying in Little Orange Island for a few more days. Lorelei is one of the famous Kanto Elite Four, a veritable ice Pokemon master. Even if you can't learn much from her performance, it is unparalleled from the perspective of viewing. Don't miss it. Lorelei Elite is too popular. Walking on the street, listening to the discussions of the people passing by, Misty couldn't help but sigh, her tone full of admiration and respect. Ice and water have always been inseparable. Lorelei, an ice expert, has always been an object of admiration since she was a child, as she is determined to become a water-type Pokemon master. Well, the popularity is indeed very high. Ash nodded in agreement. Whether it is strength or appearance and figure, the Ice Elite Lorelei is very popular. Even people who are not interested in Pokemon battles are likely to be impressed by her peerless beauty and become her fans like Star Chasers. Ash admired many beautiful girls in his previous life. Videos of beauties and celebrities from all over the world are in his favorites. I remember you said that you challenged Lorelei Elite when you returned to Indigo Plateau. How was it? Did you beat her? On the other side, Sabrina looked at Ash and asked suddenly. Ash and Misty beside him were confused. Regarding the Elite Challenge invited by Alliance, they stayed at Ash's house to accompany Delia. The specific battle process was unclear. After returning, Ash only mentioned that he, Zhao Didi, had a fight with the Ice Elite Lorelei. As for who won or lost, Ash did not say clearly. Ash is very strong, but Lorelei is a strong person who has been standing in the Kanto Elite Trainer seat for decades. Misty did not think that Ash could beat Lorelei from the beginning, so she did not ask more. But I didn't expect Sabrina to bring up the old matter again today. Well, we won, but I think Lorelei Elite didn't send out her real main Pokemon. Ash, did you defeat Lorelei Elite? As soon as Ash finished speaking, he was greeted by Misty's extremely surprised and unbelievable eyes. Even if Lorelei didn't send out her main Pokemon, is it really that easy to defeat the Kanto Elite Four? At this moment, Misty suddenly felt that her perception of her boyfriend's strength seemed to be slightly biased. After finding a few passers-by and asking where the police station was, Ash led the 2 women to kill. After finding Officer Jenny of the police station, he successfully contacted Miss Lorelei with his closeness to Jenny's family and obtained the address of her residence on Little Orange Island with Lorelei's consent. Although the Orange Alliance is an independent alliance in name, it actually exists as a vassal of the Kanto Alliance. It only has autonomy to a certain extent. Without the Elite Four and the champion, the top Alliance combat power seems a little weak in front of the Rocket Team. It's no wonder that Giovanni ordered a lot of people to go to the Johto Region Alliance, and they don't like the Orange Alliance. A place as big as several islands is really not worth much. On Little Orange Island, the temporary residence arranged by the Orange Alliance for Lorelei is a sea view villa. At the door of the villa, there are 2 female staff members wearing Alliance uniforms. Seeing Ash and his 3 people walking straight towards this side, he immediately stretched out his hand with a vigilant look to stop them. Sorry, this is a private area. No approaching. Sorry, we are here to find Lorelei Elite. Please go in and inform us. 280, I am Ash from Pallet Town. Looking at the handsome and beautiful Ash and the other 2, the staff were a little suspicious, but they did not dare to neglect them. Please wait a moment. I will go in and ask Lorelei Elite for instructions. As she said, she winked at her companion, signaling her companion to keep an eye on Ash and the others, and then turned and pushed the door in. After a while, the staff who had just entered came out again, and their attitude became much more respectful. Mr. Ash and the 2 ladies, please come in. Lorelei Elite is waiting for you inside. Ash, long time no see. After entering the villa, I followed the staff all the way to the terrace to enjoy the sea view. Lorelei was sitting there leisurely tasting coffee, and her two slender legs and black stockings were elegantly overlapped. The absolute area between black stockings and short skirts was looming, making people want to find out. Hey Ash, and me, Yu Deng Jiaozi. Seeing Ash indulging in her sister's beauty, Yu Deng Jiaozi, who had spent 2 hours putting on makeup, powdered her lips so much that she could hang a soy sauce bottle. Hello, Miss Yu Deng. After exchanging pleasantries, Ash and the other two sat down. Lorelei cast a scrutinizing gaze on Ash. Ash, to be honest, the original intention of my cousin and I to come to Orange Alliance this time was actually to see you. Ah, cousin, didn't you say you had a job here? How can I let you take the bait otherwise? After all, I know very well that someone is not sincere. Cousin, is there anyone like you? After being teased by Lorelei, Yu Deng Jiaozi blushed and looked at Ash uneasily, fearing that he would notice something. Fortunately, Ash didn't seem to have any strange impression of what the sisters said. Really? I'm really honored. I'm so honored to have the Kanto Ice Elite make a special trip for me. Ash looked away from the black silk legs and looked at Lorelei, who was looking at him with a slightly scrutinizing look. Lorelei smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Although she was an iceberg beauty, her movements were particularly attractive, and her every move was full of femininity. Ash, I wonder if you are interested in playing an exhibition match with me, your senior? The time is in 2 days. I will notify the organizer to add another match. The kind with a bet. The loser must accept a request from the winner. What do you think? After sitting down and chatting for a while, Lorelei suddenly made an invitation. Hearing this, Misty and Sabrina, who were sitting next to Ash, became alert without waiting for Ash's reaction. BHDC. As we all know, Ash usually has limited control over his lust, which is also a common problem for men. If a mature and charming big sister like Lorelei showed her affection to him, it would be difficult for him to resist. The loser must agree to a request from the winner. It sounds a bit complicated. At this time, even Misty, who has always regarded Lorelei as an idol, doesn't want her boyfriend to fall into the trap of the other party. Although Ash claimed that he won the previous battle, he also mentioned that Lorelei might not have given her all. To be honest, although I don't know why Lorelei Elite has such a sudden whim, the conditions you gave are still too broad. So, change it to a condition that does not violate morality and does not touch the bottom line of both parties. What do you think? Ash thought about it, looked at Lorelei and smiled. Although he didn't know what Lorelei's purpose was, since the other party wanted to give him benefits, he would definitely accept it. Ding! Trigger the follow-up of the excellent couple quest. Lose to elite Lorelei with realistic acting. Do not let Lorelei foresight your intention to let her win. Task reward. 1 million points. Any Pokemon level increased by 5 levels. Top grade Never Melt Ice. Increase the power of Pokemon's ice skills by 50%. Listening to the sudden system task content, Ash's expression became visibly weird. Lose to elite Lorelei in acting? What does it mean? Was he killed by the plot? Ash narrowed his eyes slightly and thought carefully for a moment. Although the task requirements this time were a bit weird, considering that the tasks issued by the system had never been disadvantageous to him. I think it was because only losing to Lorelei this time would be more in his interest. Okay, it's a deal. Lorelei agreed without thinking. At the same time, he immediately informed the staff of the organizer of this exhibition match to temporarily add an exhibition match. After learning that Ash was the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference, the organizer was very happy. Adding an exhibition match is a good thing. The audience came from far away to watch the performance of Lorelei Elite. What's more, Rival is even better than their designated trainer and is the popular courts conference champion. The gimmick is fully utilized, and it will definitely attract more people to watch the game. This time, it is just right for the people of the Orange Islands to understand the style of the outstanding young trainers outside, so that they don't have to stay on the island all day and sit in the well and watch the world. At night, at the beach villa of Little Orange Island, The top-notch child touched her belly and forced her eyelids to fight. Cousin, didn't we agree to just chat? How come we have upgraded to Pokemon Battle? And if you beat Ash this time, what do you plan to ask him to do for you? The top-notch child who knows Lorelai's character knows very well that she is very purposeful in doing things. She dared to challenge Ash during the day, which must be the confidence of winning. Now she is a little worried that Ash will suffer at the hands of Lorelai. Ash seems to have never lost since his debut, which is really amazing. After the Indigo Plateau Conference, she also won the battle with her cousin, but she knew that Lorelai did not go all out in that game. She was afraid that this incident would affect Ash's mood. Somehow, since the Indigo Plateau Conference ended, Ash's figure has gradually occupied her heart. The cousin who she admired the most before can only retreat to the second line, and her importance in front of Ash has slightly decreased. If Ash were here, he would be extremely surprised that the M attribute of the top-notch ace was maxed out. This was a completely unexpected good thing for him. Ash has always been open to beautiful women. I didn't realize that you care about Ash so much before. AOZ, you are not in love with him, are you? Looking at the worried top-notch ace, Lorelai joked with interest. No, cousin, we can't make such jokes. Hearing this, the top-notch ace spoke a little stuttering. He looked like someone's panicked heart was exposed. 2 days passed in a flash, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day when Lorelai was going to hold an exhibition match. At this time, half of the people in the Orange Islands had gathered outside a stadium. However, only a small number of people were able to enter the venue with tickets to watch the game, and the rest could only stand outside and watch on the big screen. But this did not affect these people's enthusiasm for Lorelai at all. Although Ash and his 2 friends didn't buy tickets, he was one of the protagonists of the performance hall. When they arrived at the venue, they found the staff and showed them their Pokemon Pokédex to show their identities, and then they were respectfully invited to a lounge. It's called a lounge, but it's more like a VIP viewing room, which is in an excellent viewing position, and basically no outsiders disturb you. The 3 of them sat on the large and comfortable sofa in the lounge, eating snacks and fruits sent by the staff, waiting for the start of the exhibition match. According to the arrangement here, the first to play the exhibition match with Lorelai is said to be a new generation of genius trainer from the Orange Alliance, and has a bit of official background. After his match is over, it will be Ash's turn. Therefore, the 3 of them need to wait here for a while. At the same time, in the venue, the gongs and drums were loud, and under the attention of the crowd, the exhibition match officially started with the enthusiastic cheers and shouts of the audience. Lorelai wore a white short skirt similar to a Marine uniform, an officer's hat, and high heels, and walked onto a command platform with a smile. Opposite her was the young trainer arranged by the Orange Alliance to challenge her. Because she attached more importance to the match with Ash, Lorelai did not give the opponent enough performance time to ensure the viewing experience, as she did in the previous exhibition matches held in various places. She even subconsciously revealed some flaws to guide and improve the command level of the opponent trainer. Instead, in the stunned eyes of the opponent, she summoned Pokemon and carried him away in a few seconds. Not only the passerby trainer, but also other audiences in the venue were stunned. Isn't it over? It's been promoted for so long and ended so quickly. What we saw was all one-sided crushing. Where's the exhibition match? Where's the unparalleled visual impact and viewing experience? Okay, it's my turn to play. In the lounge, seeing the passerby trainer lose, Ash patted the shoulders of the 2 women, stood up, and walked outside. Please give me flowers. Next, please welcome the second performer to the stage. While the audience was still not reacting, they began to express their dissatisfaction, and the sound of the broadcast spread throughout the venue. As soon as Ash walked out of the lounge, he almost bumped into a uniformed woman wearing glasses who was running towards him in a hurry. Ash, it's your turn to go on stage for the exhibition match. After the temporary decision of the event organizer, if you can hold on for a little longer under Lorelai Elite, the event organizer is willing to increase the fee for inviting you to the stage by 5 times. Looking at the flustered and solemn woman, Ash's mouth curled up a little. From the woman's expression, He immediately realized that it might be the poor performance of the passerby trainer in front of him, who didn't satisfy the audience who bought tickets to the scene at all. Don't worry. Let your people prepare the money. It's still easy to just play a wonderful match without guaranteeing a win. Ash waved his hand and then walked towards the player channel. In the field, facing the increasingly disappointed audience, the referee commentator hurriedly began to save the situation. Next, let's invite the second Lorelei Elite Exhibition match, rival, the last court's conference champion, Ash, to the stage. The commentary on this broadcast was obviously more lively. The audience, who were originally sullen, immediately became excited when they heard this. They were not unfamiliar with the Kanto Alliance, which was a name only the Orange Alliance, but was actually the real big brother. The exhibition match between the champion of the last Indigo Plateau Conference in the Kanto region and Lorelei, one of the Kanto Elite Four, was really a heavyweight match. The weight of this kind of match is probably only slightly inferior to the exhibition match between the Elite Four. Yes, the regional champion may still be a little behind the elite, but at least you are much stronger than the so-called genius trainer whose name they have forgotten before. Besides, your so-called strength is still based on the small piece of land of the Orange Alliance. Of course, they had never thought of Ash defeating Lorelei directly. Although one is the champion and the other is the elite, the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference cannot represent the champion of the entire Kanto region. The former is just a symbol of the young generation of strong people, and cannot even be called the strongest among the young generation. After all, the gold content of the annual championship is far less than that of the region elite. Not to mention that the Elite Four of the Kanto region even have the strength to be the regional champion if placed in other parts of the regional alliance. They just want this game to be more exciting so that they can enjoy it, and, at the same time, it would be better if they can learn some battle knowledge from it. Only in this way can it be considered worth the ticket. Facing the long-lost cheers and shouts after the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash smiled and walked out of the player channel, stepped onto the Command 830 platform, and looked at Lorelei opposite. The closer distance allowed him to observe Lorelei more carefully at this time. I have to say that this outfit really appeals to Ash. The deep blue soul in his heart has begun to burn, enough to make all men interested in maritime affairs attack at full speed. Although Lorelei is still single until now, she is mature after all. Her dressing taste is naturally needless to say. Turning his eyes away from Lorelei's plump and slender thighs, Ash quietly waited for the next step. Dear audience, now you can see my exhibition match guest, the court's conference champion player Ash, who has stepped onto the battle command platform. He is very young, and he has won such a heavy honor as the court conference champion in just 1 year. He is a truly talented trainer. As the commentator revealed Ash's resume, the audience in the field became more and more excited. The combination of the two words genius and rookie always gives people a sense of self-confidence, unbridled freedom, and uninhibitedness. When you just become a Pokemon trainer and are about to set off from your hometown to travel, who hasn't imagined Ash's life and the scene of being watched by thousands of people? Even if it is definitely impossible in reality, it is also very good to substitute it. So, among the voices that all support Lorelei, many more people turn to Ash's side. Although they knew that he could not defeat the powerful Lorelei, it did not prevent them from supporting Ash. The rules of the exhibition match are 3v3, and the Lorelei Elite will release Pokemon first, and the challenger Ash can change during the period Pokemon. If all 3 Pokemon on either side lose their combat capability, they will be considered defeated. So the battle begins now. Lorelei reached out and pushed the glasses on the tip of her nose, and the lens reflected a shrewd look. Unlike the last battle with Ash, and even more unlike the passerby trainer before Ash, who only sent out the second team of Pokemon, she decisively chose to send out the main force. Come out, Walrein. A pale blue, fat Diahai appeared in front of Lorelei. Pokemon, Walrein, qualification, gold, level, 4.72. Ash's eyes flickered slightly. Sure enough, Lorelei sent out her main Pokemon without any martial ethics. During the Elite Exhibition match, she didn't send out her first lineup of Pokemon at all. In this way, combined with the request she made 2 days ago, it is very likely that she has something to ask of me. The key is that her request may still be the kind that is good for me. Thinking of this, Ash raised his eyebrows slightly. Just rush Lorelai's serious attitude this time. The system really gave him a big step by giving him such a task. To put it bluntly, if only Walrein's strength has reached this level, then Lorelai's trump card Pokemon Jinx is likely to be above level IV.76. Even Zapdos is probably not its rival. Ash estimated that he had to send Mutwo to firmly grasp Lorelai and control the victory. After all, Pokemon above level IV.76 or even higher are no less inferior to legendary Pokemon to a certain extent, and the only difference is the lack of innate talent. For this obvious gap in strength, Ash has nothing to deny. Although he has been working hard since he set out on the journey, coupled with his excellent talent, the advantage of past life memories, and the deep development of the brain by awakening psychic. At this stage, his command level is definitely not inferior to or even higher than Lorelai, who is actually a champion trainer. But if we really compare them horizontally, Ash still suffers from his age. It takes time to improve the level of Pokemon. If he waits for a while and waits for all his Pokemon to grow up, he will definitely be able to beat her. But at this point in time, he is bound to be at a disadvantage. As one of the Elite Four, each of Ash's main Pokemon is very recognizable. He often participates in the Elite Exhibition games held in region. Even if he has several Dugong and Walrein, the audience still recognizes that the one on the field is the main Pokemon of Lorelai's team. This also means that he has real championship-level strength. There are also some knowledgeable trainers present. After realizing this, they immediately cast a pitying look at Ash. This boy is in trouble. I don't know what happened to Lorelai Elite today. She suddenly became so angry. In the last exhibition game, she directly commanded the second team Pokemon to kill all the opponents without mercy. When it was Ash's turn this time, he even put all the main Pokemon on the field. What about the teaching exhibition game? Level crushing, they can't learn this thing. There are already many people at the scene who are attracted by Ash's handsome and sunny face, as well as the genius rookie trainer's identity captured. The little girl who was secretly in love with him couldn't help but reach out to catch her eyes. This will undoubtedly be a 5.6 match without suspense, and it may become more boring than the previous match. It's your turn to perform on stage, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and jumped into the battlefield. It's still a Pikachu. This time it's completely over. No suspense. It will be beaten badly. The audience who saw this scene shook their heads and sighed. They still know what level Pikachu is. Although it looks very cute, it is a Pokemon that is everywhere in Kanto and the Orange Islands, and even civilian trainers rarely train it as a main force. Ash didn't choose to surrender directly when he saw Lorelai fighting him seriously. Now, the tickets they bought at a high price are completely lost. Facing Walrein of Lorelai Elite, our Ash chose to send out Pikachu. Pikachu of the electrical attribute has a certain advantage in the attribute against Walrein of the water and ice type. It seems that our Ash is well prepared. It is worth mentioning that according to the information, this Pikachu is also Ash's Earl Dervish Pokemon partner. Not only is it cute, but it is also extremely powerful. It performed very well at the last Indigo Plateau conference. For Ash, when Lorelai applied for the exhibition match for him, the organizer immediately began to collect his relevant information. Naturally, it is not like the audience who knows nothing. Just because the Pokemon Ash sent out is Pikachu, he asserted that he was giving away attribute restraint. The idea is quite good. Standing on the opposite command platform, Lorelai nodded slightly and then showed a faint smile. The idea of attribute restraint is definitely correct, but when the gap in the level and strength of Pokemon reaches a certain level 17, the slight advantage that attribute restraint can bring can basically be ignored. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash's Pikachu also appeared. She has already figured out the specific strength of the elite Pokemon. The strength gap should not be too big. According to her speculation, Ash likes Pikachu very much and even gave it a top-grade electric-type secret treasure with a large power increase, which increased the power of Pikachu's electric skills. It is certainly enough to face ordinary trainers, and even her second team's main force can be defeated. But this time, Lorelei, who wants to win the game at all costs, specially summoned the main force of Trump Card's first team from all over Kanto. Walrein, use Ice Beam. Lorelei issued an order, intending to make a quick decision and send Pikachu away with a few Ice Beams. Seeing Lorelei's anxious attitude to win him, Ash also complained slightly in his heart. What on earth do you want me to do when you are so anxious? Don't underestimate my Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Accompanying Ash's command, Pikachu was filled with dazzling saffron sparks. The electric current gathered into a huge thunderbolt, which directly faced the ice beam shot by Walrein. The two powerful moves collided with each other, and the ice beam, which exuded a cold breath, was in an absolute advantage. As expected, Walrein, whose strength has entered the third-level god level, suppressed Pikachu right away. The two moves did not even have a slight stalemate in the air, and the thunderbolt on the column was completely consumed by Dong Guangdong in a blink of an eye. Following, the ice beam, whose power was only slightly reduced, attacked Pikachu. All the audience who saw this scene were shocked. I can only say that Lorelei Elite is worthy of being the Elite Four of Kanto region. As the oldest region, the Elite Four here are comparable to the champion-level trainers of other regions. It is not difficult to understand that there are several champion-level trainers who have broken through the champion level and reached the third-level god level. Although the birth of each third-level god-level Pokemon requires the painstaking training of the trainer, there is no possibility of promotion without several years. It is also worth mentioning that Pikachu was not seriously injured in this skill battle with Walrein. The on-the-spot dodge, after judging that the skill battle was not successful, was very timely. Ash is worthy of being the champion of Indigo Plateau Conference. What is a genius rookie trainer? This is a truly excellent trainer of the younger generation. Before the game, Ash and Pikachu had agreed that the winner of the final battle would still be Lorelei. But try not to perform deliberately in the battle. After all, the opponent is also a champion-level trainer, and if the performance is too obvious, it will be easy for her to foresight. As soon as the battle with Lorelei started today, Ash also felt that he was a little worried. The last exhibition match with Lorelei at the court's main venue did make him a little proud. After all, Lorelei is recognized as the strongest Ice-type specialized trainer in the Kanto region in the past 10 years. How could she be so easy to deal with? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Walrein, Encore, Ice Beam. Lorelei looked at Pikachu with some surprise. After all, it was only at the elite level during the Indigo Plateau Conference, and it was not even in the most difficult Pokemon echelon for Ash. At that time, she thought that Pikachu was a weaker type among electric-type Pokemon, and its future was uncertain. Who would have thought that after only a few days of not seeing each other, Ash's Pikachu's strength has ushered in an amazing breakthrough and directly entered the champion level? It's really scary. Think about it carefully. Ash has only been traveling for a year, and the main Pokemon are almost enough to form a team composed of all champion-level Pokemon. Ash, the better you perform, the more I will win this battle today. Lorelei's attitude became more and more determined, and the attack directed by Walrein became more and more fierce. The combination of water and ice skills made Pikachu particularly uncomfortable. His little hand and left arm were frozen, and his speed dropped sharply. Although Pikachu was always at a disadvantage, he still presented a wonderful battle with Walrein for the audience. Pika. Finally, with a cry of pain, Pikachu fell under Walrein's ice beam attack. It can only be said that Pikachu's acting skills are indeed not covered. It was only willing to open its eyes when Ash went over to pick it up. In fact, with its speed, it can definitely drag on Walrein for a long time. Although it can't beat the opponent, it won't lose so easily. But Ash felt that since the result was already determined, he just needed to complete the task seriously. The only thing to be careful about is not to be too casual and let Lorelei foresight your slack contest condition. As Pikachu lost, The venue cheered and applauded. People shouted Lorelei's name loudly. At the same time, there were also Lost Elf sisters in the crowd who cheered for Ash. Facing Walrein of Lorelei Elite, our Ash chose to send out Pikachu. Pikachu of the electrical attribute has a certain advantage in the attribute against Walrein of the water and ice type. It seems that our Ash is well prepared. It is worth mentioning that according to the information, this Pikachu is also Ash's Earl Dervish Pokemon partner. Not only is it cute, but it is also extremely powerful. It performed very well at the last Indigo Plateau conference. For Ash, when Lorelei applied for the exhibition match for him, the organizer immediately began to collect his relevant information. Naturally, it is not like the audience who knows nothing. Just because the Pokemon Ash sent out as Pikachu, he asserted that he was giving away attribute restraint. The idea is quite good. Standing on the opposite command platform, Lorelei nodded slightly and then showed a faint smile. The idea of attribute restraint is definitely correct, but when the gap in the level and strength of Pokemon reaches a certain level 17, the slight advantage that attribute restraint can bring can basically be ignored. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash's Pikachu also appeared. She has already figured out the specific strength of the elite Pokemon. The strength gap should not be too big. According to her speculation, Ash likes Pikachu very much and even gave it a top-grade electric-type secret treasure with a large power increase, which increased the power of Pikachu's electric skills. It is certainly enough to face ordinary trainers, and even her second team's main force can be defeated. But this time, Lorelei, who wants to win the game at all costs, specially summoned the main force of Trump Card's first team from all over Kanto. Walrein, use Ice Beam. Lorelei issued an order, intending to make a quick decision and send Pikachu away with a few Ice Beams. Seeing Lorelei's anxious attitude to win him, Ash also complained slightly in his heart. What on earth do you want me to do when you are so anxious? Don't underestimate my Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Accompanying Ash's command, Pikachu was filled with dazzling saffron sparks. The electric current gathered into a huge thunderbolt, which directly faced the ice beam shot by Walrein. The two powerful moves collided with each other, and the ice beam, which exuded a cold breath, was in an absolute advantage. As expected, Walrein, whose strength has entered the third-level god level, suppressed Pikachu right away. The two moves did not even have a slight stalemate in the air, and the thunderbolt on the column was completely consumed by Dong Guangdong in a blink of an eye. Following, the ice beam, whose power was only slightly reduced, attacked Pikachu. All the audience who saw this scene were shocked. I can only say that Lorelei Elite is worthy of being the Elite Four of Kanto region. As the oldest region, the Elite Four here are comparable to the champion-level trainers of other regions. It is not difficult to understand that there are several champion-level trainers who have broken through the champion level and reached the third-level god level. Although the birth of each third-level god level Pokemon requires the painstaking training of the trainer, there is no possibility of promotion without several years. It is also worth mentioning that Pikachu was not seriously injured in this skill battle with Walrein. The on-the-spot dodge, after judging that the skill battle was not successful, was very timely. Ash is worthy of being the champion of Indigo Plateau Conference. What is a genius rookie trainer? This is a truly excellent trainer of the younger generation. Before the game, Ash and Pikachu had agreed that the winner of the final battle would still be Lorelei. But try not to perform deliberately in the battle. After all, the opponent is also a champion-level trainer, and if the performance is too obvious, it will be easy for her to foresight. As soon as the battle with Lorelei started today, Ash also felt that he was a little worried. The last exhibition match with Lorelei at the court's main venue did make him a little proud. After all, Lorelei is recognized as the strongest Ice-type specialized trainer in the Kanto region in the past 10 years. How could she be so easy to deal with? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Walrein, Encore, Ice Beam. Lorelei looked at Pikachu with some surprise. After all, it was only at the elite level during the Indigo Plateau Conference, and it was not even in the most difficult Pokemon echelon for Ash. At that time, She thought that Pikachu was a weaker type among electric-type Pokemon, and its future was uncertain. Who would have thought that after only a few days of not seeing each other, Ash's Pikachu's strength has ushered in an amazing breakthrough and directly entered the champion level. It's really scary. Think about it carefully. Ash has only been traveling for a year, and the main Pokemon are almost enough to form a team composed of all champion-level Pokemon. Ash, the better you perform, the more I will win this battle today. Lorelei's attitude became more and more determined, and the attack directed by Walrein became more and more fierce. The combination of water and ice skills made Pikachu particularly uncomfortable. His little hand and left arm were frozen, and his speed dropped sharply. Although Pikachu was always at a disadvantage, he still presented a wonderful battle with Walrein for the audience. Pika. Finally, with a cry of pain, Pikachu fell under Walrein's Ice Beam attack. It can only be said that Pikachu's acting skills are indeed not covered. It was only willing to open its eyes when Ash went over to pick it up. In fact, with its speed, it can definitely drag on Walrein for a long time. Although it can't beat the opponent, it won't lose so easily. But Ash felt that since the result was already determined, he just needed to complete the task seriously. The only thing to be careful about is not to be too casual and let Lorelei foresight your slack contest condition. As Pikachu lost, the venue cheered and applauded. People shouted Lorelei's name loudly. At the same time, there were also Lost Elf sisters in the crowd who cheered for Ash. Charizard, Flamethrower, Jinx, Icy Wind. Facing Ash's tentative attack, Lorelei also did not relax her vigilance. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, she found that Ash's command level was very high. He was particularly good at suppressing rival at the beginning, and then launching a fierce attack like Hurricane. So he couldn't get any chance at the beginning of the battle. Although Charizard's level was lower than Jinx, it had an advantage in attribute. It couldn't fly. In terms of flexibility and mobility, it was obviously far superior to her Jinx. It must be said that the Pokemon cultivated by Lorelei was really powerful. The Icy Wind released by Jinx could tie with Charizard's Flamethrower. The two ultimate moves of Ice and Fire were tackled together, canceling each other out and turning into a steaming mist all over the field. The entire battle area suddenly became misty and extremely humid. It had no effect on Ash who had Psychic, but it was very visual for Charizard who was flying in the sky, and it was not conducive to command at all. Jinx, Icy Wind plus Hail. When Lorelei saw the mist filling the field, she made the fastest response that could help Jinx expand her advantage. 837. Icy Wind plus Hail. The fierce ice wind wrapped hail indiscriminately hit everything in the entire battle sea except Jinx. Accompanied by the rich mist, Charizard's figure was looming. At this time, it was not too far away from Jinx. With its speed, it could immediately launch a fierce attack against Jinx, but unfortunately, it was directly discouraged by the hail that fell in detail. Charizard Flame Whirlpool. In desperation, Ash could only command Charizard to use the Flame Whirlpool to cover himself and form a Fire Circle defense. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Elite Four are indeed the Elite Four. This on-the-spot reaction ability is really strong. Jinx, Hurricane, use Ice Beam continuously after the rain. At the same time, Lorelei, who had completely suppressed Charizard, continued to operate. Her eyes lit up with blue light, and the fierce blizzard controlled by Psychic was originally an attack skill, which was now directly completed by Jinx as a large-scale control skill. Blizzard was dropped indiscriminately on the entire field, trying to limit Charizard's actions to the greatest extent BHDB, and give it a heavy blow. At the same time, in the extremely cold and low visibility, several blue zigzag beams were suddenly shot out. Ice Beam, the freezing probability is greatly increased. Charizard's arms and lower abdomen have obvious external injuries. If he continues to stay in this situation, he will definitely lose. Ash narrowed his eyes slightly. Charizard, try to break the situation. Use Flame Charge. Charizard, who received the order, gritted his teeth and took off, burning with dazzling orange flames all over his body, constantly resisting the damage from blizzard and hail around him. The temperature in the field began to rise rapidly, and Charizard, wrapped in flames, charged at high speed. During the charge, the power of the flame extinguisher was constantly weakened. Lorelei calmly gave orders. Now, protect, and then use Psychic to get rid of Charizard. When Charizard Flame Charge rushed to the front, it was completely in her hands. Previously, Hail and Blizzard series of attacks forced Ash to give up Charizard's mobility as an air unit and turn to close combat. At this time, Charizard, covered with thick flames, slammed into Jinx fiercely, but was perfectly blocked by the cyan energy raised by the Protect barrier. Immediately following was the strong Psychic wave. Psychic gave Charizard, who was already in poor contest condition, the final blow, smashing it into the field. When everything calmed down, Charizard seemed to have lost his ability to fight. What a pity! Charizard's performance was already very good. Lorelei Elite is worthy of being the Elite Four of the Kanto region. Such a record is already very good. Ash is definitely the best Pokemon trainer in the younger generation. The audience expressed regret for Charizard's defeat. The aftermath of the final battle between Charizard and Jinx directly caused the several Pidgeotos responsible for filming to lose their combat capabilities. Fortunately, the photography tools they carried on their bodies just captured all the wonderful shots and transmitted the shocking battle scenes. All the audience who were able to enjoy this wonderful battle through the broadcast were stunned. The battle between Charizard and Jinx was even more exciting than the previous Pikachu versus Walrein. Thank you for your hard work, Charizard. Taking back Charizard, Ash said sincerely. Lorelei's Jinx is very strong, and Blizzard and Hail have a certain degree of psychic control. It almost formed an amazing permafrost field. Jinx's level is much higher than Charizard. Under the contest conditions without evolving to Mega Charizard, it is already its limit to be able to fight like this. Ding! Complete the follow-up of the Elite Couple Quest. Lost to the Ice Elite Lorelei with a relatively realistic acting. No intention of being let down by Lorelei Foresight. Quest reward: 1 million points. Any Pokemon's level is increased by 5 levels of the best Nevermelt Ice. Increase the power of the carried item's refined ice skills by 50%. Select a random Pokemon as Dragonair and increase its level from IV.47 to 4.52. Listening to the system's voice, Ash's helpless mood of losing to Lorelei was completely dissipated. The training cycle of Dragon Pokemon is very long, but Dratini has been following him since the Wild Wilderness area for less than half a year. From today on, the level has completely surpassed its mother and entered the elite level. It's not too far to be promoted to Dragonite. After the game, Ash and his two friends got together with the Lorelei sisters. Misty felt a little disappointed. Ash, who had been undefeated all the way through the journey, finally lost. Although she knew it was normal to lose to her idol Lorelei, she still felt a little sad. Fortunately, Ash himself didn't seem to have any psychological burden and didn't seem to care much about this matter. In the living room of the beach villa, Ash, my request is very simple. That is, when you decide to travel to Johto region, take Jowsy with you. Ah, cousin, what are you talking about? Hearing this, all Stephanies present except Lorelei were dumbfounded. The look they gave to Jowsy became strange. Facing the scrutinizing eyes of Misty and Sabrina, Jowsy's pretty face suddenly blushed. DB, Ash was also somewhat unexpected. No wonder the system indicated that he must lose this battle. It turned out that Lorelei Elite was trying every means to send her cousin to him. How? This shouldn't embarrass you. Well, I'll admit defeat. I'll notify you when the trip to Johto region begins. Nodding, Ash subconsciously glanced at Jowsy. She was clearly arranged by her cousin Lorelei, and she obviously didn't dare to look at Ash at this moment. She was afraid that Ash would think that she had asked Lorelei to do this. Fortunately, although Misty and Sabrina were a little surprised by this, they did not have any dissatisfaction. In this way, Ash and others stayed in Lorelei's villa for a few days. Feeling guilty, the top-notch prodigy tried hard to build a good relationship with Sabrina and Misty. Both women had good personalities and got along well with her. Ash recognized the top-notch prodigy, so they would naturally get along with her in a friendly manner. After all, they would live together in the future. Their bottom line in this regard was that Ash should not bring that kind of dubious Stephanie home. On the third day, Ash said goodbye to Lorelai and the top-notch prodigy sisters and was about to leave. Downstairs, the weather suddenly changed drastically. It was summer, but it was snowing heavily. Ash immediately launched Psychic to explore, and then found that the Pokemon living in the wild around the villa began to become restless and began to migrate in one direction. Could it be? Ash's heart trembled, and his role changed slightly. He immediately told Misty beside him that the destination had changed. Next, set off for Shamoody Island. Meanwhile, on Fire Island, which is far away from Norman and is located near Shamoody Island, Gilyuda drove his huge airship, which was powered by a double-digit attribute energy treasure, and descended into the sky of Fire Island. Several strange electric magnet circle devices trapped the careless fire god Moltres. Moltres was furious when his territory was invaded by humans who looked like ants in his eyes, and he let out a fierce cry growl. The blazing flames around him rose, forming a long dragon of flames that was about to burn all the broken circles that trapped him. However, Moltres was surprised to find that his flames had no effect on these devices made of iron rings. Instead, the flame power in his body was constantly being absorbed by the device, and then transformed into a more powerful force to restrain him. This also led to the fact that the more it struggled, the stronger the energy it received. It can be said that it was completely trapped in a jar because it failed to break the device's restraints at the first time and basically had nowhere to escape. As the resistance became more and more intense, his strength was constantly weakened. Until the end, his physical strength was exhausted and he completely lost the ability to resist. He was controlled by Gilyuda and taken back into the huge airship. This device was specially made by Gilyuda for the powerful and extraordinary divine beast race. As long as you are careless and controlled by the device, you will not be able to burst out the strongest force to break free in the first time. If you want to break free from it by your own strength, it is obviously impossible. Of course, such a powerful device cannot be without flaws. The biggest weakness of this device is that the external defense is too weak. There is no need for legendary Pokemon. Ordinary Pokemon that is slightly better cultivated can break it through superpower. Inside the airship, facing Moltres, the legendary god of fire in the Kanto region, Gilyuda's eyes are full of intoxication and fanaticism. The divine bird is really a perfect collection. No, it's not perfect just like this. The legendary sea god Lugia, who can invite the anger of the three divine birds. You are the most perfect and valuable collection. Ask for flowers. God of fire, god of thunder, god of ice. You are just the bait I threw to lure out Lugia. When I think of the legendary sea god with the power to destroy the world, Lugia can also become one of his collections, and the most perfect one. Gilu was so excited that the enthusiasm in his eyes became more and more obvious. Ash, are we in such a hurry to go? And the weather and the contest conditions of wild Pokemon don't look normal. Ash and his three companions rode on the back of Pidgeot, assisting Sabrina to hold up the psychic barrier to separate the wind and snow from the airflow outside. Zero. Misty couldn't help asking Ash. The weather outside and the behavior of wild Pokemon are too abnormal. Combined with Ash's hurried farewell to the Lorelei sisters, he took them on the back of Pidgeot without saying anything and flew straight in one direction at high speed. They knew that Ash must know something inside. Otherwise, he would not have reacted immediately when he saw the abnormal phenomenon. Compared with Misty, Sabrina seemed much calmer. Sometimes she really couldn't see through Ash's behavior, but the choices he made were basically correct. Including the most dangerous action on the new island, she always believed Ash can solve the problem. This time is no exception. Nothing, just an ignorant and arrogant Pokemon collector intends to extend his claws to the legendary beasts. These anomalies are the consequences of his fantasy being put into action. We are now going to Shamudi Island. The 3 islands of ice, fire, and thunder around this island are inhabited by the real 3 legendary birds in the Kanto region. The god of fire, the god of ice, and the god of thunder, who have the power to change the world's climate together. Ash explained to the 2 women in a concise manner, which immediately shocked the 2 of them. They didn't expect that the Pokemon collector was so bold as to set his sights on the 3 legendary birds. Is he really not afraid of angering the 3 legendary birds and ending up with a death without a burial place? If Gilyuda were here, he would definitely say confidently that he was not afraid, and the 3 birds were just a bonus. His real target was the first-level god Lugia. Looking at the current climate change, even if his conspiracy did not succeed completely, it must have aroused the anger of the 3 birds. Once the anger of the 3 birds is left unquenched, the consequences will be disastrous. Ash, can we stop them now? After all, they're the legendary 3 birds. Even if your Zapdos can resist one of the birds, what about the remaining 2 birds? The key is that there's a bad guy hiding in the dark. If it doesn't work, notify Lorelei Elite. She should be able to help you share the pressure of 980 exclamation point. Misty said to Ash with a worried look. It's okay, don't call her. In fact, even if she is called over, it will be difficult to fight one of the 3 birds. Ash shook his head and replied. The highest level Jinx at Lorelei's hand is only IV.78, standing in the realm of the 3rd level god. The gap between them and the 3 mythical birds that have already entered the realm of the 2nd level gods and held the divine power is really a bit ridiculous. Even the 3 mythical birds weakened by the Gilyuda device cannot beat them, and they are just sending food to them. In this real Pokemon world, the main force of the battle between the 2nd level gods and above legendary Pokemon must be the same strength of the mythical beasts or high precision and cutting-edge offensive technology. What should we do? Then we're also sending food to them. Before she said the word die, Misty glanced at Sabrina, who looked unusually calm, and suddenly thought of something. Yes, after the battle on the new island, Ash was accompanied by a Mewtwo with terrifying strength. Although she didn't know how strong it was definitely more powerful than the 3 mythical birds, just because it could confront Mew. And after following Ash for so long, she was used to Ash's style of acting after careful planning and never putting himself in danger. The reason for the urgency this time was mainly because of the reputation of the 3 gods birds and the doomsday-like scene around them. On the other hand, Lorelei, who was just about to return to the Kanto region with the excellent pride, also discovered the strangeness of the weather and wild Pokemon at this time. It was her sudden idea to let her cousin, the excellent pride, travel with Ash. Ash had settled this, and then she had to go to her cousin's family to persuade the elders of the family. But now it seems that they can't go back for the time being. In the villa, Lorelei immediately used her Kanto elite authority to ask the Orange Alliance to cooperate in the investigation. The researchers on the Alliance side analyzed the weather and the migration path of wild Pokemon and finally came to a bad conclusion. The source of the problem came from Shamudi Island. Legend has it that the 3 gods birds live around Shamudi Island, but few people can see them. Because once the ship approaches the 3 small islands around Shamudi Island, they will be silent for various reasons. Over time, the nearby islanders stay away from them, making the 3 small islands shrouded in mystery. Now it seems that the legend of Shamudi Island is true. There should be 3 sacred birds with magical powers that control the weather. The movement at this moment must be related to them. Think of Ash's strange behavior when he and his friends left. Lorelei, who reacted, didn't care about returning to Kanto, and took the excellent pride directly to board the speedboat to West Island. This kid must know something inside. It's too reckless to run over there quietly, due to Pidgeot's terrifying manned flying speed. Ash and his party can already see the outline of Shamudi Island in the distance. As they approached Shamudi Island, the climate outside the psychic barrier became more and more extreme and severe. There were lightning and thunder soaring in the sky, and the sea was rough. There were also many water-type Pokemon who migrated here frantically with their families. At this time, The festival being held on Shamuti Island was also forced to stop because of this sudden and terrifying change. The residents of the entire Shamuti Island fell into panic. They who have lived here for generations know better than anyone what such an extreme scene means. At this moment, a raptor accompanied by a thunderous cry broke through the dark clouds in the sky and swooped down at a high speed through the flashing electric snakes in the sky. All the people attracted by the noise stopped their panic movements and looked up at the top. As the distance continued to close, everyone on Shamuti Island was able to get a glimpse of the full appearance of the raptor, a Pidgeot that is very common in the Kanto region. However, it is completely different from ordinary Pidgeots. It is tall and mighty, with strong and powerful wings, sharp claws, cold and sharp eyes, and it seems that sparks are shooting out of it. It exudes a kind of soaring in the sky, totem momentum all over its body. This is a bird of prey that anyone who sees it will be amazed by. It is trainer's mount. On its back, there is a combination of a man, 2 women, and a Pikachu. The 2 women stand behind the boy, while Pikachu lies on his shoulder. It is not difficult to see that the group is obviously led by the Pikachu boy wearing a hat. This fierce and strong 5.2-meter-tall Pidgeot should also be Pikachu's Pokemon. When the anger of the 3 gods of fire, thunder, and ice is ignited and the world is on the verge of destruction, an excellent commander will come to Shamuti Island, obtain the tokens of the 3 gods, and place them in the temple. Then the saint will play the festival song with a flute to calm the anger of the 3 gods and restore peace to the world. Looking at Ash on the back of Pidgeot, a legend that has been passed down from generation to generation, but has never been believed by most residents before appears in the hearts of almost everyone participating in the festival. Could it be that the Pikachu in front of him is the hero who can save the world as predicted? Seeing the dark clouds covering the city, huge waves and strong winds, and the doomsday-like scene, everyone couldn't help but have questions in their hearts. After seeing Ash, the girl who had been a little at a loss because of the sudden change in the world, wearing the post-contest costume, seemed to have found her backbone. Her anxious and flustered mood quickly stabilized, and she walked forward quickly. In the wide eyes of Misty and Sabrina, she closed her eyes and pursed her lips and kissed Ash on the face. Puff! Ash, who was suddenly attacked and kissed, looked at the beautiful Saint Flora in a daze. Flora looked at Ash and the other 2 happily. There were 2 beautiful female companions around him with different styles. It can be seen that Ash is a romantic boy. Although Misty and Sabrina are both beautiful, she is still very confident in her appearance. Moreover, she has the saint costumes in the main venue of the festival, and her charm value is slightly higher than usual. The information in Ash's mind began to run rapidly. Flora's original intention of this kiss was obviously biased towards her duties as a saint and the rules of the festival. Yes, that's right. I haven't seen her before. There is no emotional connection between us. 17. This is my first kiss. Looking at Ash, Frilla blushed and said happily, I know, and I also know the legend of your Shamuti Island. I won't waste any more nonsense. Get the flute ready and go to the temple of the Hippo King. Misty, Sabrina, please protect her together and leave the rest to me. Ash, who didn't want to waste time, gave orders decisively and assigned tasks to Frilla, Sabrina, and Misty. Then he rode on Pidgeot again and soared into the sky. Frilla, who was confused and frustrated, and Sabrina, who hadn't had time to complain about Ash, left behind. Why is Ash so attractive to Stephanie? It's ridiculous that a beautiful Stephanie would kiss him on an unknown island. How did he know the legend of Shamuti Island? And how did he get the tokens of the 3 gods and put them in the temple guarded by the Hippo King to blow the ritual song to calm the rage of the 3 birds? Also, after taking her first kiss, he was like nothing happened, with no response at all. The key is whether he is the excellent commander who can calm the anger of the 3 birds in the legend. At this moment, countless doubts lingered in Flora's little head. Well, I don't know what to call it, but should we go to the Hippo King temple mentioned by Ash now? The 2 women looked at each other, and finally Sabrina, who was calm, communicated with Flora, who seemed not very smart. Although they didn't know the specific situation, the only thing they were sure of was that as long as they acted according to Ash's arrangement, it would be right. "Oh good, follow me." At this time, Flora, who had reacted, could only temporarily suppress the many doubts in her heart. With Misty, the two women walked towards the Hippo King Temple while making a secret decision in their hearts. Regardless of whether Ash is the excellent commander who can calm the anger of the three sacred birds in the legend of Shamudi Island, he must be taken down. Don't ask, the first kiss is the first kiss, and the saint on the island has such a rigid requirement. If it was another man who landed on the island today, he would not have given her a strong visual impact like Ash riding a Pidgeot, and he would be very ugly. Then I can only apologize. The red tape and feudal dregs on our island should have been abandoned long ago. How can a New Age woman casually offer her first kiss to a stranger for the sake of legends and rules? This saint can only be said to be inappropriate. On the other side, Lorelei, who was quite anxious and wanted to get to Shamudi Island as soon as possible, used her Elite Four privileges to get a mega flying device. The speed is several times that of an ordinary helicopter. She and her cousin Yudang Jiaozi took a helicopter together, braved the extremely bad weather and hurricane showers, and ventured to fly at high speed towards Shamudi Island. Prepare for battle, Zapdos, Charizard. Come back, Pidgeot. After leaving Shamudi Island, Ash took back Pidgeot, who had just entered the elite level. The difficulty level of the next action was too high, and Pidgeot was not suitable for participating in other activities, even if it was just a flying mount. Ash switched to Charizard, with Pikachu standing on his shoulder, and rushed to Fire Island under the escort of Zapdos. As a psychic, Ash first propped up a blue psychic barrier to isolate the wind pressure. Then he tried to communicate with Mutwo, who lived in the Pokemon home system, through telepathy. "Mutwo, I may encounter some trouble this time." "Oh, so, can you help me when I need your help?" "Yes." Faced with Ash's tentative question, Mutwo's response was unexpectedly refreshing. After this period of travel, Mutwo was very satisfied with what Ash did as a human trainer 137. Of course, Ash doesn't rate it very high, mainly because Mutwo only cares about how Ash gets along with Pokemon and has no interest in how many girlfriends he has. Ash was relieved to get Mutwo's affirmative answer on Charizard's back. If Lugia, the main C in the original plot, hadn't been accidentally let out in advance because of Galuda's reckless operation, it is very likely that it will not be awakened until the three sacred objects of the three islands of fire, thunder, and ice are all placed in the temple of the Hippo King, and then the song of the festival is played by Flora's flute. Now Ash doesn't plan to bet whether Lugia will come out in advance during the operation. Directly turn Mutwo, the ultimate bodyguard, into his trump card. After all, if he is not careful, he will face Galuda's technological airship or the three sacred birds. If Mutwo is not there, Ash is more or less a little scared. As long as he is not 100% sure, it is unstable. Ash never puts himself in a dangerous situation. Of course, if Mutwo doesn't agree to his request, he can also switch to a less direct second plan and carefully stop the violent three birds. With Mutwo's reply, Ash was completely confident and directed Charizard to go straight to Fire Island. At this time, because Moltres had been captured by the collector Gilyuda, Fire Island temporarily became a no-man's land. After thousands of years of fighting, Zapdos, who had always been thinking about the territories of the other two islands, would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. At this moment, it had quietly flown to Fire Island and landed in the center of Fire Island, releasing its electricity to the outside. It wanted to clear all the breath left by Moltres here, leaving a symbol of its territory and declaring its sovereignty over Fire Island. Seeing Ash's sudden visit, Zapdos, who was already very sensitive, felt that his territory was invaded and immediately issued a warning-like fierce cry. Then a golden thunderbolt struck the ground in front of Ash. It directly blasted a 10-meter-wide, bottomless pit on the ground, and the surrounding area was charred black land scorched by the high temperature of lightning. Ash rolled his eyes at this. There is indeed a reason why the three sacred birds are called the three stupid birds. The IQ of these three guys is really worrying. The old neighbor Molters suddenly disappeared, and Zapdos did not realize the danger, and ran to occupy Molters' territory without finding out where he was. You are so impatient. At least you can wait for 2 more days. See if Molters will return to Fire Island. If it comes back, won't everything you have done be in vain? This IQ is far lower than that of normal humans, and even some Pokemon that are smarter than humans, even those beasts that Ash has seen in his previous life, are slightly inferior. It is not wrong to be called the three stupid birds. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the huge golden thunder just taken, Zapdos beside Ash trembled slightly, but his eyes were shining with longing. This is the powerful power of Zapdos, the strongest of the Zapdos family, who controls the priesthood. Obviously, his potential has stopped at the 3rd level god, and it is difficult for his strength to increase again. It is a level of power that he can only dream of. Pikachu. Unlike Zapdos, who is in a state of aging, Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder is also a little excited. It vaguely feels that although the priesthood Zapdos is powerful, it is not unattainable. As a Paishun with the aura of the protagonist, although it is not clear where this inflated self-confidence comes from, it is confident that it can turn Zhongyan to the ground with thunder in the near future. Pikachu's cheeks are faintly flashing with spark, and his eyes are full of fighting spirit when staring at Zapdos. Cry. After a thunder warning, it was found that Ash and his party did not retreat, but moved towards the center of Fire Island. Even the Pikachu on the shoulder of this human boy sent a taunt to it. How could it tolerate this? Priest Zapdos immediately made a fierce cry, but this time it did not carry a warning meaning. Several sparks that were no weaker than the previous ones bombarded Ash riding Charizard, and were determined to turn Ash and others who dared to taunt it into dust. As for the fact that there was a Zapdos of the same species among the targets it attacked, what did it have to do with it? Any intruder who dared to step into its territory should be cleansed by thunder. Priest Zapdos, who had already sentenced Ash and his party to death in his heart, released several thunder attacks, and then continued to release discharge power to cover the entire Fire Island with peace of mind, striving to occupy it completely as quickly as possible. But strangely, the expected bombardment did not come as expected, and the thunder released seemed to have lost its response. The priest Zapdos looked back in confusion and saw a dark purple psychic barrier covering Ash and his party, and the thunder trick it released was completely swallowed up by the barrier, emitting strong psychic fluctuations. Cry. Zapdos, who was not very smart, was completely confused. What happened? In addition to the mysterious big white bird in the sea, there was actually a Pokemon that could withstand the thunder chain attack released by it with all its strength. You were so disobedient. Why don't you just let us take the token of Fire Island? Ash shook his head slightly, and then said to Mutwo, who appeared beside him at some point. Mutwo, who had been unhappy with the priest Zapdos in the Pokemon home for a long time, nodded and just raised his right hand slightly. Psychic's big hand suddenly shot out, and the priest Zapdos was like a rooster with its neck strangled, flapping its wings nonstop. It looks like the last struggle before being slaughtered. Ash told Mutwo the cause and effect of this incident. Mutwo was already very raging about the crisis caused by the 3 mythical birds of fire, thunder, and ice, which might lead to countless innocent wild Pokemon falling into despair. At this moment, he was ruthless in attacking Zapdos. Seeing that the priest Zapdos, who looked exactly like him but was much stronger than him, dared to resist and was carried by Mutwo. Ash's Zapdos couldn't help but shrink his neck, subconsciously leaned behind Ash. Lee, Master, this Pokemon is too fierce. Pika, Wong Li Hao, of course it's Mutwo. Pikachu nodded in agreement. It was almost killed when it was on the new island. If it weren't for Ash, it might have been gone. Mutwo, the big boss, suddenly turned around and gave a look to the second pet, which scared them so much that they immediately shut their mouths and sweated on their foreheads. Pikachu even waved his claws to act cute. In his heart, he was secretly planning how long he would have to train to electrocute this guy. Even the priest Zapdos didn't put so much pressure on him. He had encountered Mutuo twice, but whether in the new island or at this moment, he felt that Mutuo might be able to crush him to death with just one finger. This gap is really too exaggerated. Woo! The priest Zapdos, who was like a little chicken and was pinched by Mutuo's psychic's big hand and could no longer be arrogant, was full of disbelief in his gradually clear eyes. In his cognition, even though he had spent a lot of energy to dispel the aura of molters that had remained on Fire Island for many years. But it was definitely not something that ordinary Pokemon could deal with. The psychic Pokemon that appeared in front of it was obviously a terrifying existence with strength comparable to that of the big white bird. But why would such a Pokemon obey the orders of a human trainer who was as weak as an ant? Shouldn't that be something that ordinary Pokemon would do? Sensing the shocked, confused, and puzzled look from Zapdos, Mutuo curled his lips slightly. It naturally looked down on ordinary trainers, but who made the target Ash the most special? Compared to those first-level gods who have lived for countless thousands of years and witnessed countless events on this planet, and are mentally mature, Mutuo's mind is now like a baby who is not even 1 year old. After experiencing the dark side of humans, 063 met Ash at the critical moment when he was about to completely turn black. Unlike ordinary trainers, Ash is sincere to Pokemon. At the beginning of the new island, he was even willing to sacrifice his life for Earl Dervish's Pokemon partner Pikachu. It brought it a real shock after Giovanni's twisted mind. It also made it regain confidence in the human species. After this period of travel, it made it completely convinced that there is a true friendship between humans and Pokemon and no longer doubt it. Such a trainer is definitely worthy of its trust. And there is nothing wrong with being Ash's Pokemon. That space like a paradise is a little small, but the environment inside is so comfortable to live in. Moreover, this mysterious and unpredictable method of opening up a different space is simply horrifying. If the priest Zapdos saw it, he would definitely understand how stupid his idea was at the moment. Mutuo complained slightly in his heart, and then looked at Ash, wanting him to decide how to deal with this Zapdos. If it doesn't affect the battle, then take it away like this. If it does, knock it out and take it away. Ash touched his chin and thought for a while before saying to Mutuo. With Mutuo by his side, the highest force as an absolute guarantee, he only needs to complete the task step by step. According to the explanation in the original plot, if the situation continues to deteriorate, it may lead to the end of the world. So even if he didn't receive the system task this time, he must help Lugia calm the anger of the three birds. This also means that accompanying Chia is the key point of this operation, regardless of whether Ash has the ability to solve the incident of the three birds independently. They must first collect the tokens of Fire Island, Lightning Island, and Ice Island and take them to the temple where the Hippo King is. Then let Saint Flora play the song of the festival with the flute to summon Lugia to calm the anger of the three birds. Anyway, since we have met them, it is definitely okay to bring the priest Zapdos with us. If we let it continue to wander around outside, if it is caught by Gilyuda, it will take a lot of effort to rescue it. Ash doesn't want to add trouble to himself and make trouble for no reason. Hearing Ash's words, Mutuo knocked out the priest Zapdos with a psychic without hesitation. Although trapping Zapdos and walking it will not affect its battle, it still thinks Zapdos is noisy. Looking at the second-level priest Zapdos thrown to the ground by Mutuo, Ash raised his lips slightly and resisted the desire to subdue it by sigh. After all, this thing has a priesthood. Once any unknown problem occurs, causing the global climate to be unbalanced, and then affecting the whole world, it will be a big deal. Although the three divine birds are still weak, their role in nature is not small at all. At the same time, seeing the strongest Zapdos of the same race being thrown to the ground without any honor, Ash's Zapdos also felt a little sad. He thought it was the strongest in Ash's team. It was a little arrogant at ordinary times. It would rather live in an insulating ball than live with Ash's other Pokemon. But now, after seeing the terrifying strength of Mutuo, the slight pride in its heart quickly disappeared. Zapdos, your senior is in your hands. Let's go to the next island. Psychic was fully launched, and then after taking the Molter's token on Fire Island through the air, Ash instructed Zapdos on the side. Zapdos nodded very servilely, without any previous pride of the Divine Beast race, and flew honestly to the front of the Divine Zapdos. After all, compared to Mutwo, who can easily kill Zapdos, the strongest priest of its species, it is nothing. The upper limit of its potential is only the third-level god. It won't be long before Charizard and Pikachu can catch up with it. It still has to hold Ash's thigh tightly to see if it can pile up some mysterious resources for itself and raise its strength limit. After all, there have been many Pokemon in its team before whose potential has broken through their own upper limit and obtained a leap-forward improvement. Although the starting threshold of her talent at the level of a mythical beast is high, it is probably difficult for Ash to come up with good things. But dreams are always there. What if they come true? Thinking of this, Zapdos quickly grabbed the unconscious priest Zapdos with his claws, flapped his wings happily, and flew to the next island behind Ash. On the other side, lightning and thunder roared, and the waves surged. Thanks to the efforts of the trump card flying members, Lorelei and Yuding Jiaozi, who came from afar, finally saw the topography of Shamudi Island. Jiaozi, you must protect yourself later. According to the Orange Alliance, the 3 divine birds with divine duties here are much more powerful than ordinary divine birds. Okay, cousin, I wonder how Ash is doing now. Will he be in danger? Don't worry, that guy is very strong and smart. Although he can't beat the 3 divine birds, it's still easy to run away. On the flying device, looking through the window at the turbulent waves below, Lorelei smiled calmly. After fighting with Ash twice, she still recognized Ash's ability. Hey, I'm really lucky. I actually encountered 2 Zapdos, rare Pokemon I haven't seen before, and Charizard with excellent talent. You all have the qualifications to become my collection. At this moment, a huge mega airship that can even be called a flying palace flew here. Ash heard Galuda's voice amplified by the loudspeaker on the airship. At this time, in the control room of the airship, Galuda's eyes were full of surprise. Originally, when he drove the airship to Lightning Island and found that Zapdos was not there, he was a little worried and prepared to go to Ice Island first. On the way, he passed by nearby and found that soaring in the sky suddenly lit up with dazzling golden sparks. Subconsciously guessing that Zapdos might be here, Galuda quickly turned around and rushed to Fire Island, which he had already been to once. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise. Not only was there the Zapdos he was looking for, but there were actually 2 rare ones. Apart from Zapdos, the rare Charizard with a blazing flame burning on its tail that day is also worth collecting. This size and size are rare in the Charizard group, although it is not as precious as the legendary beast. It is also the most precious collection among ordinary Pokemon. The second surprise is the mysterious Pokemon in humanoid form that he has never seen before. He dares to guarantee that no matter whether it is the Pokédex data of each region or the myths and legends handed down from ancient times, there is no Pokemon with similar descriptions. To a certain extent, this may be a perfect collection comparable to Lugia, the god of the sea. As for the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, it was ignored by Gilu. This kind of rubbish Pokemon is obviously not worthy of appearing in his collection list. Looking at it a few more times will make him feel that it is a waste of energy. Such a cute pet is probably only liked by the delicate little girls in his family. This time I can catch them and give them as a present. As expected, Mutwo, Zapdos, and Charizard were all angry after hearing the broadcast saying that they would take them all as collections. Except for Ash, they don't take other trainers seriously, even the Elite Four and the regional champions. Now, there are humans who want to take them and collect them. It's really unreasonable. Pika. At the same time, the Pikachu who was not named was even more angry. What do you mean, this skin is worthless compared to them and has no collection value? How dare you look down on it so blatantly? Ding. Trigger the plot mission. Destroy Galuda's airship and rescue Moltres who was captured by him, and then defeat Moltres head-on. Mission reward. Charizard hidden ability Awakening Potion. Pikachu level increase IV 0.5, 2 million points. Ash was stunned. He was previously puzzled that the scene called the theater version in the original plot actually had no mission reward. I didn't expect that it would still be triggered after Gilyuda appeared. And this mission reward is really generous. Charizard's exclusive hidden ability potion and Pikachu's level reward are simply too good to be true. As one of the most powerful Pokemon in Ash's hands, except Mewtwo, Charizard is impeccable in every way, but it is a bit regrettable that there is no mutation or hidden ability. At present, the hidden ability potion can finally make up for Charizard's regret that it is not a shortcoming. It is really a good surprise. Not to mention the level increase of Pikachu, it is now a champion-level Pokemon. Without relying on mission rewards, it is only through daily training and fighting with wild Pokemon. I don't know how long it will take to upgrade to a level. This will save Ash and Pikachu several months of hard training, which is quite nice. Then there is the usual point reward for the mission, and 200W is also an amazing point reward. And the difficulty of this mission is not too great. Just destroy Gil Rhoda's airship. In the process, pay a little attention to the device used by the other party to capture Moltres. Please give flowers? Oh, it is not difficult to rescue Moltres. After all, it is easy to destroy this device from the outside. The only difficulty is to defeat Moltres later. This is definitely difficult to achieve with the strength of Pikachu, Charizard, and even Zapdos alone. To deal with it, you have to rely on Mewtwo's dimensionality reduction attack. At the same time, Ash wanted to see if he could complete the first part of Charizard's transformation mission. This mission required Charizard to defeat a legendary Pokemon. As a reward, Charizard would perfectly fuse the Mega Evolution emblem and be able to switch between the two evolution forms X and Y in battle. Ash was still looking forward to Charizard being able to switch between the two evolution forms X and Y in battle like Mewtwo. He planned to take a gamble and let Mewtwo do it, while Charizard tried to kill Moltres to see if he could complete the mission. There was no way. It was unrealistic to want to use Charizard's current champion-level strength to challenge Moltres, a second-level God-level priest. So he wanted to try to exploit the loopholes in the system mission. Of course, it didn't matter if he failed in the end. The worst thing would be to postpone it for a while. Do you think Ash can successfully get the tokens of the three gods and return here smoothly? At the same time, Xiao Plague. Furula stood at the entrance of the temple, looking at the doomsday scene outside, and couldn't help but murmur in worry. The saint had never seen such a scene before, and even with the prophecy, she still had no confidence in her heart. And just now, a huge wave directly hit the shore when a ship on Shamudi Island wanted to sail. The environment outside was obviously so bad that ordinary people could not imagine it. At this time, Ash must have been risking his life, shuttling through thunder and lightning, overcoming layers of difficulties, and always avoiding the rage of the three gods. Take one step and count 10 steps, and work tirelessly to find a way to obtain the token of the three sacred birds. Furula imagined the dangerous situation where Ash's fire might be extinguished at any time, and she became more and more worried. If it was just because of Ash's outstanding temperament and good looks before, there's a high probability that she had a little good impression of Ash as an excellent commander who saved the world and calmed the anger of the three birds. Now Furula's good impression of Ash is rising rapidly. This should be regarded as a good story that starts with appearance, falls into talent, and ends with character. Just like the legend, an excellent commander will definitely find a way to overcome difficulties. The hippopotamus king put his hands behind his back, and his eyes, full of wisdom, also looked at the doomsday scene outside. It seems to be comforting Furula and comforting himself. As a local Pokemon, I am afraid no one understands the power of the God of Fire, the God of Thunder 923, and the God of Ice better than it. That is a power that is enough to destroy the world when combined. Of course, the hippopotamus king is mainly referring to the doomsday scene caused by the destruction of the balance of the climate. And the powerful trainer, under their raging anger, was just a slightly stronger ant. This excellent commander wanted to reach the three islands safely, and to take the token and bring it back here without being discovered by the main bird. The difficulty is self-evident. It even seemed to be an impossible task to it. Although he was extremely pessimistic, the Hippo King still held on and did not show it. He still stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the turbulent sea and the Pokemons who were constantly migrating here with worried faces. On the other side, although it was clear that Ash had Mutwo to rely on, Misty was also a little worried when she saw the increasingly thrilling extreme weather outside. However, after seeing Sabrina, who knew Ash's strength best, look like she had it all figured out, her worries faded a little. She was even a little curious. She had met Ash earlier than her and traveled together, but she was still worried at this moment. What did Sabrina discover with her powerful psychic that made her still worried in such a situation? Ash is full of confidence. Sabrina's confidence comes from Mutwo, of course. As individuals with psychic, her knowledge of Mutwo is much higher than Misty's. Although the noise made by the three birds looks scary, every time Ash mentions them to her, his tone is very relaxed. Only when he faced Mutwo and Nijima, he seemed extremely solemn. Moreover, she had a psychic comparable to the strength of elite Pokemon, but she couldn't even breathe when facing Mutwo, and she felt that the opponent's solation could control her. She deeply understood the horror of Mutwo. In her opinion, unless Ash and Mutwo did not intend to fight, Mutwo could easily knock down all three birds. With Mutwo, there is nothing to worry about. At this moment, Sabrina was already thinking about how to reward Ash for his hard work tonight. On the other side, on Fire Island, Pokemon collector Gilroda finally started his performance. Several devices similar to the electric magnet circles that had easily imprisoned molters who underestimated the enemy were fired from the airship and flew towards Ash, Mutwo, and other Pokemon. Mutwo, please help me solve these troublesome things, and leave the battle to other Pokemon. Ash said to Mutwo, who couldn't help but want to beat up Gilruda for his outrageous words. Mutwo looked at the other angry Pokemon around him and immediately understood what Ash meant. He was quite grateful and moved, and at the same time, he was a little envious of them for being Ash's Pokemon. He nodded, and Chowdai shot out an aura sphere and easily destroyed all the devices flying in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The black smoke filled the air, and all the electric magnet circles were not spared. This thing is almost impossible to trap even a champion-level Pokemon under the command of a trainer if they are prepared in advance. This time, the title of the three idiots has become more valuable. It can only be said that they are too stupid. I remember that in the original plot, Lugia was distracted by the three idiots before being attacked successfully. Despite this, Lugia still broke it open in a short time. At the same time, the cockpit of the airship. Gilruda watched his secret weapon being easily destroyed by Mutwo, and the fanaticism in his eyes became even stronger. This is the perfect collection he is looking for. Hey, this is his Pokemon? This kid is not trying to destroy my airship with Zapdos and Pikachu. At this time, Gilruda found that Mutwo did not make the next move after destroying all the Iron Ring devices. Not only that, there's also Charizard under Ash. Only after throwing the priest Zapdos onto a pumice stone, carrying Pikachu, the eyes are like Lock on Sky, the huge airship like Sky Fortress. Seeing this, Gilruda couldn't help but sneer. Zapdos, who has no priesthood, plus a pet Pikachu, wants to challenge me. It's simply overestimating yourself. You know, Gilruda doesn't even care about the god of fire, Celestic god of ice and thunder. The god of fire has been imprisoned in his collection room. At present, among all the Pokemon on Ash's side, the only one he cares about is the mysterious, unknown humanoid Pokemon that just destroyed all the Iron Ring devices with a slight move. Then, there is his real target of this trip, the big white bird Lugia, who may still be 5.0 hiding deep in the sea. Zapdos, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt at the same time. On Charizard's back, Ash decisively commanded the two Pokemon to use Thunderbolt attacks. Two thick golden sparks attacked Gilruda's airship like a thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws. Boom! A huge sound was stirred up with smoke and dust. But when the smoke cleared, What was revealed was Galuda's intact airship. How could the airship Gilyuda had spent countless money and years to build in order to attack the three sacred birds, and even the sea god Lugia, be so easily damaged? Pikachu's full-strength Thunderbolt was basically no different from Tickle. As for Zapdos, it only blasted out a white mark. Champion level. Zapdos is fine, but I didn't expect this Pikachu to have champion-level strength. When will Pikachu be able to be trained to the champion level? In the airship, although Pikachu's Thunderbolt did not penetrate the airship and even failed to cause the airship to cause seemingly effective damage, it inevitably surprised Gilyuda. He never thought that a Pokemon like Pikachu could be promoted to the champion level. He admitted that he had underestimated Pikachu before, and this Pikachu was also qualified to be one of his collections. During this trip, he has encountered many qualified and even amazing collections. How lucky he is! Looking at Ash and his Pokemon on Fire Island below through the observation equipment, Galuda's eyes became more and more fiery, and a smile that looked elegant but was actually sinister appeared on his face. In the air, Ash saw the belly of the airship above slowly open and a thick gun muzzle poked out. At the muzzle, violent energy is gathering rapidly. Because the capture device of the Gilyuda airship in the original plot was too effective, it did not show its real killer move. Ash's face darkened slightly, and then he looked at Mutwo decisively. Use teleport, Mutwo. As soon as the words fell, Mutwo's eyes lit up with a deep psychic blue light, and before the muzzle energy blasted out, he took Ash and his party to the cabin of Galuda's airship through teleport. Rumble. At the same time, the terrifying energy column blasted by the airship just passed by them and hit Fire Island directly. In an instant, almost half of Fire Island was shattered by the terrifying power of this attack. The soil, trees, and even rock sea water that were touched by the energy column would be instantly evaporated. It is hard to imagine what the consequences would be if a person or Pokemon was hit by such a terrifying weapon. The dazzling degree of this terrifying energy beam was so dazzling that other islands in the Orange Islands hundreds of kilometers away could feel the instant brightness. The rolling sound waves spread in all directions, and the huge roar could be heard in almost the entire Shamuti Island. Oh no, the three gods are angry, and the real doomsday is finally coming. An old man on Shamuti Island who grew up listening to local myths passed down by his elders looked at the huge beam of light in the distance, listened to the roar in his ears, and couldn't help muttering to himself. The whole person also knelt on the ground subconsciously, his body trembling and crawling, constantly reciting unknown scriptures in his heart, trying to calm the anger of the three gods. The old man's move also led many other panicked islanders around him to follow his example, crawling on the ground and reciting scriptures to the sky. That seems to be the direction of Fire Island. Is Ash there? He is looking for the token. Looking at this movement, it is very likely that the god of fire has been angered. Is even the legendary excellent commander going to fail? Shamuti Island will no longer exist. In the temple, Furula's eyes were shocked. The hippopotamus king shook his head helplessly, no longer stopped at the seaside, and returned to the temple with his hands behind his back with a calm expression. He sat down in his usual place and slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of the last moment with a resigned attitude. Impossible. Ash will never fail. Misty rejected Furula's concerns and said with great confidence. Sabrina seemed even calmer. She always believed that with Mutwo by her side, Ash would never have an accident. No matter how bad the situation is, it could be easily reversed. In the control room of Galuda's airship, Ash and the Pokemon who appeared here through teleport stared at Gilyuda, and the atmosphere was unusually quiet and weird. Gil Terrace obviously did not expect that his carefully built aerial mobile fortress would be breached so easily, and in such an easy way. This airship is completely different from the Iron Ring electromagnetic device. The former is as fragile as thin paper on the outside, while the latter has no defense inside. The reason for this design is mainly because Gil Terrace firmly believes that ordinary Pokemon can never invade the airship. For a moment, Gil Terrace, who was at a loss, was stunned on the spot. It was not that he had no idea of resistance in his heart, but after comparing the strength of both sides, he chose to give up very wisely. As a Pokemon collector, he trusted the high-tech weapons and captured Pokemon as his collection, and there was not a single one used for battle. In the case of being close to the Air Fortress airship and losing its protection, how could Waytu withstand the attack of Ash Pokemon? Ash, with a cold face, showed a nuclear smile to Gil Terrace, who was desperate. When Gil Terrace took out the high-tech weapons, even he felt a great threat. Fortunately, Mutwo's psychic was strong enough to make the whole process look safe. Pikachu, Thunder Shock, shock others to death. Just make sure they don't die. Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack had some personal grudges against Gilyuda, who just looked down on him. He decisively gave Gilyuda the most refreshing electrotherapy service without electrocuting him to death and ensuring that his life was not in danger. At this moment, Pikachu seemed to be the king of thunder and lightning, Yang Yongshin, and his kind eyes seemed to be asking, "Are you still going online?" After receiving the electrocution, Gilyuda turned into an afro. His whole body was charred, and he looked like a West Coast rap enthusiast. Even the rhythm of his whole body twitching was very regular. After handing Gilyuda over to Mutwo for control, Ash took Pikachu to visit the airship. As the richest man in the Pokemon world, the famous Pokemon collector Gilyuda invested nearly half of his wealth in this mega airship. According to Ash's guess, if it were any other first-level god, it would definitely take a lot of time to break through his airship. Unfortunately, although this thing has an absurdly high physical resistance, it has no resistance to magic attacks. Inside the airship, I can only say that the collector has great taste. Although this airship has a very high technological content, Decorate has a retro aesthetic. Temporarily ignoring the priest Moltres, who was controlled by a strange device, he came to the energy power cabin. Ash's mouth twitched slightly, his face darkened, and he resisted the urge to swear. He said, how could Galuda's airship be so powerful? Not only could it capture Moltres, who has a priesthood, even if it was only the 3 divine birds at the 2nd level god level. It can also fire energy cannons that are not inferior to the level of divine beasts. It turns out that this guy's energy power drive directly uses more than 2-digit attribute secret treasures as the driving core. This thing is very rare in the world. I didn't expect Gilyuda to use it so extravagantly. At this time, these attribute secret treasures have been consumed by more than half, and several of the remaining half have already dimmed. It can be seen from this that the terrifying energy cannon that almost destroyed half of Fire Island must have consumed the energy of many attribute secret treasures in one breath. Using the attribute secret treasure that can greatly enhance the power of Pokemon as the energy source of the airship is simply a waste of resources. The eyes lit up with psychic blue light, piercing the power device. Ash put away the remaining 6 attribute secret treasures with intact energy with a dark face. Pikachu, do whatever you want next. This thing is a big threat to most Pokemon and must be destroyed. Pikachu, since the attribute secret treasure has been taken away, this airship is not of much value, and he still needs to complete the mission. Ash immediately commanded Pikachu to completely destroy the airship with a high-intensity thunderbolt from the inside. Following that, including Gilyuda and the trapped priest Moltres, Ash and his Pokemon, they were all brought back to the remaining Fire Island by Mutwo using teleport. Ash commanded Pikachu to release the trapped Moltres in the surprised and ashen eyes of Moltres and Gilyuda. However, Moltres, who regained his freedom, immediately turned hostile, and after a loud cry, he launched an indiscriminate attack on the surroundings. Ash, its benefactor, and his group were also within its attack range. It can only be said that there's a reason why these 3 divine birds who control the priesthood are so annoying in the original plot. In comparison, Lugia, whose actual experience is even higher than theirs, is much more reasonable. Ash's eyes were slightly cold. You asked for it, Mutwo, psychic. Mutwo naturally raised his right hand, staring coldly at Moltres, who was spewing high-temperature flames in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful psychic shock wave directly blasted it away. Seeing this, Gilyuda, who fell to the ground, immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Is this mysterious Pokemon so strong? It defeated the furious Moltres with just one blow. When he captured Moltres, he also relied on the other party's carelessness and the capture device that he invested in research and developed for several years to successfully capture Moltres. As a result, Ash can suppress the priest Moltres with this mysterious humanoid Pokemon alone. Where did this Pokemon come from? Thinking of this, Galuda's curiosity and desire to collect slowly rose unprecedentedly. Pikachu that can reach the champion level is rare enough, but it is just enough to make him excited and can be used as a collection. And the one that can easily suppress the priest Moltres Pokemon is simply a priceless treasure. He didn't expect that he could encounter so many super rare collectibles that made him excited in one action, and even the captivation power was not inferior to that of the sea god Lugia. If he hadn't been Ash's prisoner at this moment, he would have taken action. Feeling the constant numbness all over his body, he couldn't lift a finger even if he tried his best. Gilyuda sighed slightly in his heart, and finally had to choose to bear the pain and give up. This time he definitely didn't resist. He would pay more assets later. As long as he could get through Ash, he would definitely create more powerful weapons and capture devices when he returned, and capture all the rare Pokemon of Mewtwo, Pikachu, and Ash. However, I don't know if it was an illusion. Gilyuda just had such a thought in his heart. He saw Ash glanced at him calmly, and his cold eyes made him shiver unconsciously. Mewtwo's psychic directly gave Moltres cried out in pain, and his dignity as a divine beast was also severely hit. Lie. Moltres looked at Mewtwo, who was emitting a terrifying aura and had cold eyes. His poor brain capacity was obviously not enough. He could only make a fierce cry, and then opened his mouth to launch a powerful flamethrower. Take some time off its muscles, Psybeam. With a flash of light in his eyes, Mewtwo raised his hand and blasted out a rainbow psychic beam directly at Moltres' flamethrower. The two powerful attacks collided with each other and stalemated in the air for only 2 seconds. Psybeam defeated the flamethrower with overwhelming force and exploded after hitting Moltres. It formed a huge rainbow energy ball with a diameter of about 50 meters. The psychic aftermath was mixed with fire, and the momentum was particularly great. Ash and his party were unscathed under the protection of Zapdos. After this ultimate attack, Mewtwo's expression remained unchanged, while Moltres, who had been drained of his physical strength by Galuda's capture device and had not yet fully recovered, looked exhausted. Mewtwo, psychic with half the power. Seeing this, Ash continued to command. If he didn't seize such a good opportunity to reduce blood and help Charizard complete the task, it would be a shame for Galuda's previous full efforts. Moltres, who was attacked by Psychic again, was already at the end of his strength. Charizard, it's time, prepare to finish off. Use Seismic Toss after Dragon Claw. Roar. Accompanied by a loud roar, Charizard's body flashed with colorful light while flapping his wings. When he rushed to Moltres, his whole body turned gray and black, evolving into Mega Charizard X. Dragon Claw hit Moltres' head hard. Ouch! After a painful cry, Moltres had no time to react before Charizard clamped a pair of wings and hit it hard with a Seismic Toss. After a series of combined punches, Moltres was exhausted and lost his ability to fight. Moltres defeated by noon? On the ground, looking at Moltres, who was smashed into a huge pit by Charizard's Seismic Toss, Galuda's pupils shrank violently. Ding! Plot mission completed. Destroy Galuda's airship to successfully rescue Moltres, who was captured by him, and defeat Moltres head-on. Mission reward. Charizard hidden ability Awakening Potion. Pikachu level increased by IV.5, 2 million points. Pokemon, Pikachu, level, IV.61, IV.66. After Charizard defeated the Priest Moltres, Pikachu's level ushered in a big wave of improvement. This is a full 5-level leap to the champion level. Normal combat training will take at least half a year or even longer. This is Ash's Pikachu, a top-notch talent. As expected, if you want to quickly improve the level of Pokemon, you have to rely on completing the tasks issued by the system. Is it over? However, the prompt sound of Charizard's related tasks that Ash has been looking forward to for a long time did not sound. It seems that there can't be too many tricks in the battle with legendary Pokemon. The system probably detected that Moltres' defeat was basically caused by Mutwo. At the same time, Gilyuda was confused again. No, it was so easy to win. Are you kidding? He was already very shocked when he found out that Mutwo could suppress Moltres, who is called the God of Fire. However, suppression and complete defeat are completely different concepts, especially for the mythical beast that can easily burst out amazing power when in desperate situations. Unexpectedly, Mutwo not only suppressed Moltres easily, but also solved it in a few moves. It was really outrageous. As a Pokemon collector, Gilyuda boasted that he was well-informed, but it was the first time he had seen so many outrageous scenes like today. And all this was caused by the boy in front of him. At this moment, the stock price of Mutwo, which was originally only equal to Lugia in his heart, soared. In the blink of an eye, it has become the most perfect collection in his heart. It is foreseeable that if he can get out of Ash's hands this time, he will directly become a villain who is more obsessed with Mutwo than Giovanni of the Rocket Team in the original plot. However, Galuda's rapidly rising malice caused Ash and Mutwo to frown at the same time. Mutwo, he is in your hands. Yes, no problem. Ash gave Mutwo a look, and the other nodded. Then Psychic directly invaded Galuda's brain, tampered with his memory, and even transformed his thoughts. Only Mutwo can accomplish such a complex and precise use of Psychic without harming the human body. The junior Psychic, Ash, can't even dream of it. Another senior Psychic, Sabrina, can only savagely turn people into puppets. And what Ash saw now is just the tip of the iceberg of Mutwo's powerful Psychic. Today's Mutwo is growing rapidly. When it followed Giovanni in the Tokiwa gym, it was like a newborn baby, and it only knew how to rush around and use violent Psychic to overwhelm everything. Now, it is completely different. With Ash's help and the integration of X and Y evolution stones, its use and understanding of Psychic is skyrocketing. It can be seen with the naked eye that even though it became Ash's prisoner, Ferluda, who is still arrogant, has made a 180-degree turn in his attitude. It's a bit like the fanatical respect of a servant to his master. It can only be said that Mutwo's transformation of him was effective immediately. My wise master, do you have any instructions? Okay, you find a way to go back by yourself. I still have to clean up the mess you left behind. Ash waved his hand, complained slightly, and sent Jigaruda away directly. Originally, he was more inclined to erase Jigaruda's memory directly and hand him over to the local officer Jenny. But if you think about it carefully, Jigaruda can create a high-tech airship to capture the second-level god. This weapon shows that his personal ability is quite good. If he is brainwashed and used directly for his own use, he may not feel anything now, but maybe he will be of great use in the future. Take Moltres and Zapdos, we should go. The mission was completed, and Ash did not rush to give the key reward items to Charizard. These things will not run away, so it's not too late to talk about it later. The most important thing at present is to get the remaining priesthoods of the 3 sacred birds. Articuno was dealt with. A family must be neat and tidy. Although these 3 stupid birds fight nonstop when they meet, they are the official idol group after all. With 2 second-level gods who were knocked unconscious, Ash and his party left the devastated Fire Island. Referring to Zapdos's outrageous behavior of occupying Moltres' territory, they went directly to Lightning Island. As expected, Articuno, who found that Zapdos's breath disappeared on Lightning Island, also launched a home-stealing operation against him. Ash didn't say much nonsense and directly commanded Mutwo to knock it out with a Psychic ultimate move, and then took the token of Zapdos on Lightning Island. The last place to run was Ice Island, where Articuno's token was easily taken away. looking at the increasingly extreme weather around because of the imbalance of the power of the three stupid birds. Ash didn't delay and commanded Charizard to fly directly to the Hippo King Temple on Shamudi Island. At the same time, in the Hippo King Temple, Furula looked at the increasingly bad weather outside, and then turned to look at the Hippo King who had given up the struggle and was sitting in the temple with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for the final moment. She seemed to realize something, but walked to the Hippo King with some reluctance to believe. Hippo King, Ash will definitely succeed, right? Her question awakened the Hippo King, who was waiting for the last moment. He opened his eyes and looked at Furula with a complicated expression, whose beautiful eyes were already filled with tears. You have the answer in your heart, right? No, Hippo King. I want you to tell me in person. Legend has it that an excellent commander will successfully find the three gods' tokens and calm their anger, right? Legends are just legends after all, and not everything in the prophecy will happen smoothly. And maybe that boy is not necessarily the excellent commander in the prophecy. Maybe he just came here by chance and made the same decision as the excellent commander in the prophecy. For the future of Shamudi Island, the Hippo King has a very infinite attitude. In the sea area near Shamudi Island, an alliance plane was approaching Shamudi Island in the storm. As the location of the incident, the closer to Shamudi Island, the more extreme the weather became, and the whole plane was shaking. No, Lorelei Elite, this is already the limit. If we continue to approach Shamudi Island, we will definitely crash and die. At this time, the Alliance flying member who was operating the plane tried hard to hold the joystick, turned his head, and said to Lorelei with a serious face, "Steady the body and keep moving forward. I promise there will be no problem." Lorelei, who is usually easy to talk to, also took out the majesty and aura of the Kanto Elite Four at this moment. No buts, the incident on Shamudi Island concerns the whole world. If it cannot be solved smoothly, no matter where you hide, you will not be able to escape this catastrophe. Yes, Lorelei Elite. After knowing the seriousness of the matter, the flying officer could only grit his teeth and push the joystick to control the plane to plunge into the increasingly bad airspace ahead, where visibility was even less than 20 meters. With all the radar and navigation equipment out of order, they could only rely on the simple navigation map and the blurred track outside the window to approach Shamudi Island with difficulty. Hey, are you two really Ash's girlfriends? Don't you worry about his safety at all? In the Hippo King Temple, secretly wiping away tears, Furula noticed Misty and Sabrina, who were sitting together and chatting, as if the crisis outside didn't matter at all, and she was immediately furious. Why are these people so a woman who doesn't care about Ash's safety can become his girlfriend? Is it because they are beautiful? Furula felt that her appearance was not much worse than theirs, and she took the initiative to kiss him, and it was her first kiss. Apart from her inner resentment, she also felt pity for Ash. After all, Ash was out there risking his life to save the world. As for Misty, who might be saved by him, and even the woman next to him, Sabrina, looked contented. She didn't worry about Ash at all. Furula, who was so angry, couldn't help but go up to the two to argue. The two women were also stunned. No, Furula, you think too pessimistically. Ash will never get into trouble. Seeing that Sabrina didn't intend to pay attention to Furula, Misty smiled and comforted her. How can he be fine? That's the legendary god of fire, god of thunder, and god of ice. I see you're also Pokemon trainers. Don't you know that they are all legendary Pokemon? This time, Ash has to break into the territories of the three gods, get their last resort tokens, and bring them back here. The three gods are angry. The weather outside is so bad. You also saw the light column of Fire Island just now. In that situation, do you still think Ash can't be in trouble? Furula felt that she was about to be driven crazy by Misty and the other two girls, and she wanted to drag them out of the cave to experience it for themselves, so that they could open their eyes and see how bad the situation was. How exaggerated is their confidence in Ash to think that Ash can come back safely in this situation? and bring back the token of the three birds. Misty saw that Furilla looked like she was about to cry, and she was at a loss for words, not knowing how to comfort her. "Okay, don't cry. Ash is back." At this time, Sabrina suddenly interrupted Furilla's casting. Is Ash really back?" Several people ran to the vicinity of the cave entrance, and from a distance, they saw several black dots soaring in the sky passing through the storm, flying towards the temple at an alarming speed. 4 high-level psychics, Sabrina, mainly far away in the face of such a large-scale, supernatural disaster, can still accurately locate Ash. "Okay, I said Ash is fine." Really? Is Ash really back?" Frilla reached out to wipe the little pearl dripping from her eyes, her face full of astonishment and surprise, and an expression of disbelief. In such a dangerous situation, Ash actually rushed back? "Please give flowers?" Even with the 3 sacred birds token, she couldn't be dreaming. Of course it's true. Sabrina is a psychic. She must have used psychic to find Ash to say that. Facing the doubtful look from Frilla, Misty pointed at Sabrina beside her and explained with a smile. "Sabrina is a psychic. Who else can she believe if not her? And according to what she said before, the mute woe that Ash subdued can easily crush the 3 sacred birds, and there is absolutely no danger. That's why she is so relieved." At this time, a group of people, including the Hippo King, walked out of the temple quickly, ready to welcome Ash's return. At this time, in the distant sky, a light spot covered by a blue psychic barrier was flying towards them at high speed. As the distance got closer, they could see clearly that the 2 figures flying were Charizard and Mutewo. Charizard was carrying Ash flying, while Mutewo was dragging 3 embarrassed figures with psychic. Zapdos was temporarily collected by Ash into the Pokeball. Looking closely, the figures dragged by Mutewo were the famous 3 mythical birds. At this time, except for Misty and Sabrina, who had already known that Ash had Mutewo, Flora, especially the Hippo King, who was also good at psychic skills, were all stunned. Didn't they say they were only bringing back the tokens of the 3 birds? How did they kill all 3 birds? What happened to that humanoid Pokemon? The psychic fluctuations it emits are too terrifying. While she was shocked and confused, Furilla was also extremely curious about how Ash managed to defeat and bring back the 3 birds. After all, she was not as sharp as the Hippo King, who could sense the aura of Mutewo that was comparable to that of a first-level god. These are the legendary 3 birds, the real beasts. Isn't the horrible scene outside like a natural disaster, caused by the imbalance of the power of these 3 birds? Does this mean that Ash also has a combat power that can destroy the world? Looking at the 3 sacred birds flying towards this side like dead dogs being held by Mutewo with psychic, Furilla didn't know what to say. You were asked to take the sacred beast token, but you knocked out the 3 sacred birds and brought them here. Is Ash's understanding of the token a bit too far off? Besides, this is a god. Let's not investigate how Ash did it. Is it really okay to knock them out and bring them here in such a miserable state? At least we should give them the minimum respect. At this time, the Hippo King and Furilla felt like tens of thousands of alpacas were running through their hearts. The expressions on their faces were completely stagnant, especially the Hippo King, who had gotten rid of his stupid image after evolution. At this moment, his dull eyes looked no different from the stupid hippopotamus. It had nothing to do with the high-sounding profession of temple sacrifice. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Ash and his party landed directly at the door of the Hippo King's temple. The 3 sacred birds were thrown on the ground like garbage, and Mutewo, who looked down on them, even found them as arhats out of mischief. The mission was successfully completed. I have retrieved the tokens of the 3 God Islands. Ash jumped off Charizard's back, and while saying this, he took out 3 crystal clear, shining stone beads of different colors from his pocket. They represent the tokens of the god of thunder, the god of fire, and the god of ice. Then he shook them in front of the dull-eyed Flora and the Hippo King, reminding her Slash-It that it was time to start working. "Oh, I see." Flora's expression was still a little dazed, and she subconsciously reached out to take the token handed over by Ash. According to the method that had been practiced several times with the Hippo King before, the token was placed in the corresponding position in the temple. Then he took out the sea flute and prepared to play the festival song to summon the sea god Lugia. Ash has already defeated the 3 gods by himself. Is there any need to summon the sea god Lugia? Besides, Ash spoke to me in such a friendly tone just now. It must be because of the kiss I gave him before he reacted. I really want to travel with him. The saint, Flora, wearing a ritual dress, looked holy and elegant on the surface, preparing to play the festival song, but she couldn't help but have a mess of thoughts in her mind. Just as she was about to play the song, the Hippo King finally reacted from his daze. No matter how you think about it, something is wrong. Legend has it that when the anger of the 3 birds is ignited, an excellent commander will help the sea god Lugia to calm the 3 gods. As a result, Lugia hasn't even appeared yet, and the 3 birds have been beaten to submission by Ash and his Pokémon, and they don't even respect their status as mythical beasts. Are the current trainers so strong? It's actually possible to single-handedly kill 3 gods in such a short time. Since his evolution, the Hippo King, who has always served as a temple priest here and thought he was still keeping up with the times, felt for the first time that he might be completely out of touch with the times. At the same time, he had an extremely strong awe for the world outside Shamudi Island. Ash, you are finally back. Misty and the other 2 girls didn't even look at the 3 birds that were thrown on the ground and piled up like a monk and ran directly to Ash. Yeah, I'm back. Ash nodded and put Mutwo back into the Pokeball. Remembering that Mutwo was created by Team Rocket and defected, the 2 girls could understand Ash's reaction. There are many residents on Shamudi Island, and there are many people and eyes. It is best not to show Mutwo in front of the world. If Team Rocket gets to know the news at that time, it will cause them and Mutwo a lot of trouble. Although Mutwo is already very powerful, who knows whether Team Rocket, which has the ability to create Mutwo through Mugenes, can still research more powerful high-tech weapons to target Mutwo. As the organization that knows Mutwo best, it is reasonable for Team Rocket to find a way to deal with it. On the other side, as Flora played the festival song, the melodious flute sounded slowly, as if lingering in the ears of everyone on Shamudi Island. Following that, Ash, who possessed Psychic, immediately sensed that a mysterious and powerful breath was reviving in the deep sea ahead. Pika, feeling the terrifying breath that was extremely threatening and even faintly superior to the normal form of Mutwo. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and stared at the turbulent sea water in front of him with full vigilance as the breath revived. Although it knew that it was definitely not the opponent's opponent, it still stood in front of Ash at the first time. Charizard also gathered around Ash, ready to participate in the battle or protect Ash from leaving here at any time. Don't worry, this time it's a friend, not an enemy. Ash patted Pikachu and Charizard on the head one by one, indicating that they didn't need to be so nervous and could relax appropriately. Pikachu and Charizard, comforted by Ash, seemed to relax a little, but they still stood by Ash's side. A warm current rose in Ash's heart. Pokemon are so simple-minded. As long as you treat them well, they will return your 100% loyalty and affection, even including their precious lives. Even Mutwo, who once claimed to be extremely noble and disdained the relationship between humans and Pokemon, is now impressed by the feelings between Ash and Pokemon. Misty, whose eyes were fixed on the sea water surging wildly around Shamudi Island. Another powerful psychic wave. Unlike Mutwo's violent and fierce, this psychic is more tolerant and warm. Sabrina whispered in a low voice with blue light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Lugia, the hippopotamus king, stood on the reef, looking like he was reminiscing and seemed to be very emotional, and Sun Chin murmured. As the sound of the flute came to an end, a huge waterspout appeared in the sea around Shamudi Island. It rose from the sea and rushed straight into the sky. After a while, the waterspout dissipated, and an elegant and divine bird-shaped Pokemon appeared in front of everyone. It was Lugia, the god of the sea. However, this was only the name given by people on nearby islands. Psychic and flying-type Lugia had no great connection with the god of the sea. It was mainly because it was kind by nature and often suppressed the turbulent sea on hurricane rainy nights to save the people trapped in the ships. It was only after a long time that it was called the god of the sea. In fact, there is another person who is the real god of the sea. Kyogre among the three gods of Feng is the god of the sea who truly created the ocean, especially after its primal reversion. No matter its attribute, ability, or fighting method, it is worthy of the title of the god of the sea. 17 Pokemon. Lugia, level IV.99. Subconsciously, Ash looked up Lugia's information. The level was about as high as he imagined, 3 levels higher than Mutwo in the New Island period. Except for Ho-Oh, who he met when he just started traveling and didn't have time to check the level. Lugia is definitely the highest level Pokemon he has ever seen. In the original plot, Lugia is kind by nature and always gives in to the 3 stupid birds. Otherwise, if he really gets angry, he will definitely beat the 3 stupid birds. Is this the legendary sea god? This is too beautiful and elegant. At this time, including Furula, who subconsciously put down the flute, the 3 girls looked up and stared at the sea god Lugia, who stretched out his perfect figure in the air and murmured in their hearts, "Luo." After Lugia appeared, he made a low cry, and looking at the scene around him that seemed like the end of the world, he immediately understood what happened. Knowing that it would have to appease the anger of the 3 unlucky neighbors, it subconsciously looked around. It tried to find the 3 divine birds that had been fighting each other in the past. However, after looking for a long time, it didn't even see the shadow of one of the 3 divine birds in the sky. Then its eyes unconsciously fell downwards and finally stopped in front of the Hippo King Temple and was slightly stunned. Focus on the familiar figures piled up together. Hey, aren't these its old neighbors? The 3 divine birds are known as the god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice. But how did they fall into this situation and behave so embarrassingly? According to its understanding of these 3, although they usually run around in the sky and fight each other, if other enemies break in, they will immediately unite to attack the outside. So what is the situation now? At this time, even Lugia, who has lived for tens of thousands of years, feels that his brain is not enough. After meeting Lugia, Ash decisively manipulated Psychic to make a teleport and appeared in front of Lugia, using telepathy to communicate with him. He quickly told Lugia what happened on the 3 islands in a relatively simple and easy-to-understand way. After listening, Lugia nodded as if he understood. Although he didn't know how this trainer, named Ash, managed to beat down all 3 old neighbors. But now that it has been called, it must go through the process again, wake up the 3 old friends, and then beat them down again with only 1/10 of their combat power left, and throw them back to their own territory. Anyway, after the fight, the human Saint Frula of Shamudi Island can play the festival song to appease the emotions of the 3 old neighbors. This is much more effective than persuading with great effort. Through telepathic communication, Lugia can also sense Ash's naked enthusiasm for Pokemon. The first impression of him is simply too good, and the favorability can be said to be rising rapidly. At the entrance of the Hippo King's Temple, Furula watched Ash teleport to the sea god Lugia and wondered what they were talking about. But it seemed that the man and the god were talking happily. Suddenly, she looked puzzled. Ash's psychic is so powerful. Teleport. Maybe he can also telepathize. This is too cool. He's talking directly to the sea god Lugia. However, thinking that Ash had just knocked out the 3 sacred birds and brought them back, it didn't seem so exaggerated that he was talking happily with the sea god Lugia at this moment. Of course, this kind of thing would be too amazing for an ordinary trainer. Which trainer can be as high-spirited as Ash? Even those trainers with strong abilities, do they really dare to come up and get close to Lugia like Ash? At this moment, Furula only felt that Ash had an unrestrained spirit of freedom. This is especially precious to Furula, who has been a saint since childhood and doesn't like to be bound by rules and regulations. After Ash and Lugia reached a deal, The three birds that were stacked up at the entrance of the Hippo King Temple finally woke up. Although they did not restore their full contest condition combat capabilities, they were definitely able to move freely. Lugia, it's up to you next. Lugia screamed, and Psychic shot the three birds that had just woken up and felt humiliated. They were extremely jealous of their enemies and rushed towards Ash into the air and began to beat them unilaterally. Charizard, you try it too. Ash hurriedly called Charizard to join Lugia's beating, trying to see if he could fish in troubled waters and complete the task. Although the possibility is very low, the experience points of defeating the three birds are extremely rich, and it is worth a try. What a miserable three birds. On the ground, Misty, Sabrina, and Flora, including the Hippo King, stared at the beaten three birds in amazement. This is really too tragic. The three divine birds, whose power is unbalanced enough to affect or even destroy the world, have no status in front of Ash. It would be fine if they were knocked out and brought back, but they were beaten up again after Furula's flute attracted Lugia. No matter from which aspect, they can't be called the three gods with full status in Kanto mythology. On the contrary, they're like punching bags, angry bags, and they're punished immediately after making trouble, just as the three girls were impressed by Ash's strength. A flying machine flew through the dark clouds and staggered to Shamudi Island. They just happened to see Lugia acting as the main C, leading Ash's Charizard to beat up the three birds. The pilot was stunned when he saw this scene and even forgot to operate his hands. The entire flying machine passed through the worst weather, but lost power just before arriving at Shamudi Island and fell directly into the sea. After much effort, with the help of Lorelai's Lapras, they successfully stood on the sea and stood on Lapra's back. They looked up and stared at everything that happened. Even Lorelai, who was always calm, could not hide her shock. If I'm not mistaken, Ash is riding on Lugia's back. That is a legendary Pokemon that ordinary people will never see in their lifetime, the Sea God Lugia. Ash can actually ride on its back, and he listens to his command. What's going on? Could it be that he even subdued Lugia? No, absolutely impossible. Letting the strong sea breeze blow her hair, Lorelai's heart was a little confused. Even for her, as a Kanto elite, the scene in front of her is rare. This is the legendary sea god active in Shamudi Island, a real mega combat power at the level of the first god. Well-informed Lorelai is like this, not to mention the top student next to her. After all, she is a young person of the same generation as Ash, and they have competed before. At this moment, she is looking at Ash riding on Lugia's back and soaring in the sky, commanding Zapdos and Lugia to fight against the three birds and save the world. Top student is like Lastel's sister, with stars surging in her beautiful eyes. One excellent Pokemon trainer. At this moment, Ash has brought her not just a simple shock and astonishment, but a gap like a natural moat. Fortunately, she changed her mind early and decisively gave up the idea of catching up with Ash after the Indigo Plateau Conference. Now she is more looking forward to embarking on a new region trip with Ash in the future. In the cave, assist Charizard's tail flames started to burn and help Lorelai and others burn their bodies. Lorelai, top student, how did you get here? Misty asked curiously when she saw Lorelai and the others appearing here. The climate around the world is out of balance now. We learned from the Orange Alliance that there was a problem on Shamudi Island, so we came to see if we can stop the crisis. But it seems that we are no longer needed. By the way, who is this? Lorelai smiled slightly, and then looked at Flora. After hearing this, the attention of the top-notch prodigy was also shifted to Flora, and his eyes immediately became alert. What's going on? Could it be Ash's new girlfriend? Flora, don't stand there. Continue playing the festival song, and mark this incident for a month. There is only one last link left to complete the Shamudi Island plot, which is to appease the three sacred birds and let them return to their respective territories. The world's climate can only return to normal if the unbalanced forces are restored to balance. Of course, at this time, they have been beaten several times in a row, and what has calmed down is not anger, but resentment. While Ash urged Frilla, To complete her work, he also briefly told Lorelei and the sisters who came later what happened on Shamudi Island and introduced Frilla. "Ah, is she the saint here?" Frollo exclaimed. He was secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, she was not Ash's new girlfriend. Normally, saints like Frilla should not be very free, and they certainly can't run around with Ash. On the other hand, Frilla was annoyed when she was reminded by Ash that she was so focused on watching the show that she forgot her job. After all, the longer she delayed, the more the main bird was praised. How could she forget such an important thing? Not daring to delay any longer, she picked up the peculiarly shaped flute and played the festival song immediately. The melodious and ethereal flute sound resounded throughout Shamudi Island again, and was heard by the three birds who were constantly being beaten passively. The festival song has the power to soothe emotions, and normally it should soothe the anger in the hearts of the three birds. After all, that's what was written in the prophecy. However, because of Ash's operation, the festival song became a psychological trauma comfort song for the three birds. Miserable. Woo. Seeing that the emotions of the three birds had finally calmed down, it was expected that they would not fight for a long time, and Lugia also stopped unilaterally beating the elementary school students. The three birds who finally escaped the disaster did not care about settling the resentment, and resentment accumulated between each other for thousands of years, and just felt that they were all suffering brothers. They flew away from this sad place with each other's wings. They returned to the island and decided not to go out again. They were beaten twice every time they came out, and they could not find anyone to reason with. Of course, the most unlucky one was the priest Molters. After returning to his territory, he found that the entire Fire Island was actually broken into a small part. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Besides, this matter itself had little to do with Ash. At least he did not do it on purpose. It's all because Gilu was too extreme. He has to take the blame. Fortunately, the size of Fire Island will not affect the balance of power between the three birds. It's just that for the priest Molters, it's the biggest loss. Nearly half of his house was demolished, but the homes of the two key enemies were safe and sound. Ash can imagine the depression in the priest Molter's heart at this moment. Cry. As the three birds returned to their respective positions, the three elemental forces of ice, fire, and thunder regained their balance. The extreme climate change in the whole world also began to gradually calm down at this moment. Soaring in the sky no longer fell ice cirrus from time to time. The wind gradually stopped, the clouds were cleared, and the sun fell on the ground again. The sea was no longer turbulent, but became quiet. At the same time, the wild Pokemon that migrated here seemed to have sensed something and began to turn around and return to the original route in an orderly manner. The world has returned to peace again. With a loud cry, Lugia put Ash back in front of the temple. Then it took off and plunged into the sea and disappeared. Under the invisible sea surface, Lugia was flying away from Shamudi Island in a certain direction until it disappeared. The blue light in his eyes disappeared, and Ash looked at the sea surface where Lugia disappeared with a little regret. No, just left like that. As a first-level god, we just had a pleasant cooperation, so at least give me some benefits. If it really doesn't work, it would be nice to give me a little Lugia to subdue and help you train into the future champion of Johto Region Conference. His protagonist Halo is still not dazzling enough. Having said that, Ash did not seem too disappointed. Although he has the title of the divine bee succubus, he did not expect that Lugia would be able to entrust his offspring to him for training just by meeting him once. This point, Ash in the original plot could not do either. And just in terms of his sincere heart for Pokemon, Ash is confident that he is better than most people in the Pokemon world. But there is still a gap compared to Ash in the original plot. The fool is really willing to sacrifice his life for Pokemon, and Ash thinks he can't do that. Of course, he won't let this happen. There are still many beautiful things in this world that he hasn't enjoyed yet. He hasn't seen the future heroines yet, so he has to keep his useful body. However, as his strength grows, the dangers he encounters will naturally become less and less. When he is truly invincible in the Pokemon world, it will be the time when the sky is high and the birds fly freely and the sea is wide, and the fish jump freely. It seems that with the proud character of the real, top-level mythical beasts, it is impossible for human trainers to subdue them. The ones who could be subdued are at most the Pokemon with limited potential in the mythical beast race, and they can't break through to a higher level of strength, such as the Zapdos that Ash subdued. At the entrance of the Hippo King Temple, Lorelei looked at the matter and ran away cleanly, without leaving much time for Lugia, the god of the sea, to talk about her feelings with Ash. I sighed in my heart that it was just as expected. In fact, I felt a little relieved in my heart. For now, she represents the Kanto Pokemon Alliance. From the Alliance's point of view, if Lugia really becomes Ash's Pokemon, the old guys in the Alliance will certainly be restless, and there are also guys who are ready to covet Lugia's power. In the final analysis, Lugia's weight is still too heavy. If it were the three mythical birds, they would be surprised at most. After all, it is not a power that can change the Alliance at any time. Ding! Get the favor of the sea god Lugia. Get reward. Lugia's intimacy increased by 50%. Ding! Defeat the three mythical birds. Charizard level increased from 4.65 to 4.68. Receiving the sudden reward prompt, Ash couldn't help but show a few traces of joy between his eyebrows. The previous task rewards have been given, and the rewards of Lugia and defeating the three mythical birds are purely unexpected. He didn't receive the corresponding tasks in advance. I think it was probably an extra reward from the system for his outstanding performance in preventing the disaster on Shamudi Island. Sister Lorelei, long time no see, Jiaozi. Ash was free now. Well, we came here just to see if we can help. Now that the problem has been solved, we still need Mid-On. After some greetings, seeing that the problem on Shamudi Island was solved, Lorelei mentioned to Ash that Jiaozi and Ash were traveling together, and then said goodbye and left. Tailwind all the way. Farewell to Lorelei and her cousins who had to take the ship back the same way, because the flying device was in poor condition. At this time, only Ash and Misty were left at the entrance of the Hippo King Temple. No, there's also a Hippo King who had been shattered by Ash's 3 views and was now doubting his life. Flula saw that there were no outsiders at the scene, and Ash was chatting with Misty and the other 2Ka. She clenched her fists slightly, blushing and doing the same thing she did when Ash just arrived at Shamudi Island. If it was love at first sight last time, this time her love for Ash has gone deep into her bones, especially after witnessing Ash descending from heaven to save all the people of Shamudi Island and even the people of the world as a savior. Ash, who had long sensed Flora's strong and passionate emotions through psychic, also seemed to be more proactive this time. The soft and moist touch made him intoxicated. Flora, who boldly took the initiative to kiss, obviously did not expect Ash's initiative this time, and was as uneasy as a frightened little rabbit. However, as a pair of slender and strong arms wrapped around her slender waist, she was fully embraced. Then Flora felt even more passionate emotions. The strangeness on her lips made Flora's eyes widen when she realized what happened. She didn't understand what happened. Compared with the previous underestimation, this time's reaction might be much more enthusiastic. It even seemed that there was a further intention. At the same time, Misty and Sabrina seemed relatively calm. After all, Ash has always been a philanthropist in this regard. But somehow, they just don't get angry. Maybe the Stephanie Ash found was the excellent Stephanie they recognized. Facing the gazes of the 3 women, Ash calmly looked at the blushing Furula. "I am very domineering. Since we have kissed, you will be mine from now on." Both women are smart people. When Ash said this, it meant what he meant. Furula blushed and said him softly. Knowing that it was not a dream, nor was Ash teasing her on purpose, Furula, relieved, buried her head in Ash's chest. Although they had met for less than a day and had not experienced much. But no matter from which aspect, Ash's every aspect perfectly met her mate selection criteria, and it could even be said that he far exceeded her psychological expectations. With such a perfect object, she naturally had to seize it. After all, after seeing such a stunning person, Those who originally seemed pretty good might no longer be in her eyes. All of them were ugly. Then she might end up alone in the future. Sure enough, that sentence was absolutely right. When you were young, you really can't meet someone too amazing. Otherwise, if you can't get married with him, you may regret it for the rest of your life, or even die alone. Fortunately, her story does not have such regrets. The only thing that makes people feel a little bit uncomfortable about Ash is that he is too philanthropic and has a little too many girlfriends. And from the perspective of the top picks, there may be a trend of further increase in the future. But as the saying goes, there's a cause and an effect. If Ash had not been so philanthropic, she would not have had the chance to be with him. After all, Ash now has 2 real girlfriends, and they are standing by and watching. If Ash is loyal enough to love only one person, then it is impossible for her to have a turn. What she is more worried about is whether his body can bear it as his girlfriends increase in number. Don't let your body exhaust and collapse at such a young age. What will you do in the future? It seems that we should prepare more tonics now to strengthen his body and prevent Ash from collapsing in the future. They can only prepare props for self-entertainment. At this moment, Ash and even the 2 girls naturally cannot know these strange ideas in Furula's mind that are completely inconsistent with her status as a saint, and they will definitely be surprised. However, Flora did not like to be bound by rules. The status of a saint was more like a forbidden thing for her, so her temperament was somewhat rebellious. Sabrina had no reaction to Flora's joining. Misty was accustomed to such scenes. Although her temperament had not changed much, she knew that everything had a limit. After all, she was the first Stephanie who was with Ash and helped Ash complete the transformation from a boy to a man. In many cases, shouldn't she be more generous and show her magnanimity as a senior? Of course, in certain specific situations, it would be okay to show charm to Ash and complain. And she found that every time she complained, Ash seemed to enjoy it. I think Ash didn't want them to change their original personality for him. It must be said that Ash's love for others looked very bad, but he was absolutely good to his own people. He was truly respecting his girlfriend in all aspects. Misty thought so in her little head. That night, Misty and Sabrina gave Ash to Flora. Immediately afterwards, Flora regretted her outrageous idea of giving Ash a boost. What a joke. Ash's body is so healthy that he would not have any problem even if he had a dozen girlfriends. He is just like an ironclad ox, and he has no idea what hard work is. Anyway, she has learned a lesson today. Ash helped Flora, who had tears of happiness in her eyes, and her pillow was wet with tears, to cover her with a blanket. Then, he appeared on a vacant lot on the beach of Shamudi Island. After using Psychic to confirm that there was no one nearby, he prepared to strengthen his Pokemon and use the necessary props. At this moment, Ash seemed to have sensed something through Psychic, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. Such a familiar breath fluctuation. Before he finished speaking, a waterspout suddenly rose from the sea. Then 2 figures, one big and one small, appeared in front of him. After seeing who was coming, Ash was surprised. At this moment, the one who appeared in front of Ash was Lugia, the god of the sea who left at the speed of light during the day. The slightly round figure beside it was also Lugia, but it was in its infancy. Luo, after a conversation, Lugia also explained the purpose of coming. It wanted to entrust its child to Ash. Don't worry, Lugia, I will definitely take good care of Silver. The future Silver Conference in Johto region will be a good opportunity for it to experience it. Luo, you can contact me through this feather when you're in danger. After a telepathic communication, Lugia gave Ash the feathers transformed by his power. Then it looked back at its child and disappeared into the sea again. If it weren't for the fact that little Lugia looked a little sad, Ash would have wanted to jump up and make a victory gesture. Please give me flowers? During the day, he just complained a little in his heart, but he didn't expect Lugia to really hear it. Although it did not become Ash's Pokemon, it actually sent its child Silver to Ash. Silver is the little Lugia from the Lugia mother and child that appeared in the Whirl Islands. You know, in the original plot, Even if the silly thing risked his life to solve the three gods birds incident, he did not receive such treatment. But thinking of the silly thing in the original plot, it seemed very reluctant to even command Charizard. On the other hand, Ash is not only unfathomable in strength now, but the Pokémon that follow him have all made unexpected progress. In contrast, the silly thing does not have many particularly outstanding advantages except that he has the same or even more outstanding love for Pokémon than Ash. So Ash is relieved. It is estimated that Lugia's idea is similar to that of the Dragonair mother he met in the wild wilderness area at that time. In the original plot, the silly thing couldn't even train his own Pokémon well, and even had to trouble others for help and guidance from time to time. It would be strange if Lugia could safely hand over little Lugia to him for care. Now Ash has shown a powerful ability that absolutely suppresses the three mythical birds, and his love for Pokémon is only slightly inferior to that of the silly thing. Only then would Lugia deeply trust him and entrust his most important child, Silver, to him. Otherwise, this would never happen. If it were really that easy to capture legendary Pokémon, people would not be so excited when they saw Ash capture just an ordinary Zapdos. For Lugia, the strength of the first-level god is also accumulated slowly over a long period of time. If you want to speed up this process, finding an excellent trainer is definitely a good choice. After all, the long 100 years of human life are just a blink of an eye in the eyes of a mythical beast like Lugia. If his own child can quickly pass the weak childhood with Ash, he can also do his own things more confidently. For example, from time to time, he could train the three neighbors. Without its mother, little Lugia was obviously a little shy when it was alone with Ash, a stranger it had never met before. It had been living well with its family in Whirl Islands, but its mother suddenly came and brought it here, saying that she was going to find an excellent trainer for it, help it improve its abilities quickly. Before it even agreed, it was brought here by its mother without knowing what was going on. The mother simply talked to its next trainer for a few words, explained the situation, and then ran away. It once doubted whether it was a biological child. "Hello, Silver. I will be your trainer from now on. Please take care of each other." Looking at the timid little Lugia, Ash tried to show a more friendly smile, and at the same time, 870 extended his hand to the little Lugia. With an aura of affinity, and the fact that Ash was a trainer recognized by its mother Lugia, Ash easily gained the trust of little Lugia. Since it has come, it should make the best of it. Now it can only follow Ash. Nodding, Silver hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to put his wings in Ash's palm. With Silver's trust and recognition, Ash then took out one of the three Master Balls that had completed the task before. Considering the special nature of the first-level god, the Master Ball is still suitable for little Lugia. In addition to showing normal curiosity about the Master Ball, Silver did not resist at all and took the initiative to enter the Master Ball. After a while, Silver, who had expanded his horizons in the Pokémon home and got along well with the Pokémon inside, came out of the Master Ball and looked very excited. After all, Silver is just a child after all, and the Pokémon home is fun and has many friends, so it naturally praises it. Pokémon Lugia. Attribute: Psychic Flying. Level: IV.45. Qualification: Ability: Multiple scales. Skills: Gust, Whirlwind, Ancient Power, Weather Ball, Mist, Safeguard, Extrasensory, Recover, Hydro Pump, Future Sight, Sky Attack, etc. Carrying items: None. Touching the head of little Lugia, Ash checked its panel attributes. The level is not too high, only IV.45, but considering its age as a juvenile, it is already very powerful, and of course it is also the object that needs to be taken care of in the future. However, the higher the qualification, the more powerful the legendary beast race is, the more difficult it is to upgrade the level. At the same level, the experience points they need to upgrade one level may be several times more than ordinary Pokémon. Although little Lugia is only IV.45 now, the experience points it needs to upgrade now are almost catching up with the experience points required for ordinary elite Pokémon. But this is normal. After all, at the same level, little Lugia can beat most ordinary Pokemon without attribute restraint. It has been almost 10 years since this little Lugia was born. Lugia's mother sent it to Ash, which is the right person. Leveling up is not a big problem for Ash, who has the Pokemon system. It is true that the difficulty of directly upgrading through combat experience accumulation has increased exponentially. If Ash wants to use actual combat methods to level up little Lugia, it will undoubtedly take much more time than before. But in addition, Ash can completely feed little Lugia rare candy or complete the upgrade tasks. The speed of leveling up will definitely be many times faster than when little Lugia followed his parents in Whirl Islands. In fact, Lugia was also sent to Ash with the pain of helping little Lugia grow faster and better. Little Lugia has high talent. Maybe, with Ash's training, he will soon catch up with his parents and stage a battle of love and filial piety. The ability is not a regular oppression ability, but a hidden ability of multiple scales. When the physical strength is full, the damage received will be halved. It is a very practical ability. As for the oppression ability, it is really useless for the powerful beasts. Anyone who uses it knows it. It's okay if it's just bullying. If the battle between the beasts is almost the same as no ability, it will naturally suffer a big loss. For the beasts of the same level, any factor that affects the combat power will become an important factor in the balance. Take the Holy Pillar Regigigas sleeping in the Glacier Temple in the original plot as an example. As a first-level god, because of the full activation ability, like a debuff, the attack and speed will be halved within a certain round. This immediately puts it at an absolute disadvantage in the battle of the same level. When everyone discusses the first-level god combat power, most people will just turn their heads when mentioning Regigigas. So multi-scale is still useful. It's not that this ability is so powerful, but it is likely to come in handy in every battle. There are also many skill bars. Except for Lugia's exclusive skill Aeroblast, which has not yet been learned, the other skills that should be mastered have basically been mastered. The intimacy is also very good, 200 points, which has exceeded the basic intimacy of many wild Pokemon that have just been captured. Its mother also played a big role in it. In the future, you just need to cultivate more feelings, and it will definitely not be difficult to reach the maximum value. Come out Charizard. After playing with little Lugia for a while with joy, he took it back to the Pokemon home connected to the Pokeball. Ash then released Charizard. Charizard also vaguely felt something, and the light became 4.5% more expectant and excited. Ash smiled slightly and took out the awakening potion of Charizard's hidden ability. The small glass bottle was filled with orange-red liquid. It seemed as if there was a small dragon swimming inside. When his eyes fell on it, he felt a slight burning and stinging feeling. Are you ready? Spray it out. Roar. Charizard roared loudly, his eyes firm. Ash opened the bottle stopper, felt the hot breath, signaled Charizard to open his mouth, and fed all the potion into its mouth through Psychic. As the orange liquid flowed through its body, Charizard let out a dragon roar that was much louder than before. Then, in Ash's surprised eyes, a shocking change occurred. Roar! Red energy bodies continued to flow out of Charizard's body and coagulated quickly like blood, but unlike the turbidity of ordinary blood, it was very pure, just like the crystal-clear ruby. The energy bodies that turned into substance continued to accumulate on Charizard's body surface and formed a large cocoon in the blink of an eye, wrapping Charizard's body completely. Pika! Pikachu looked at Charizard's changes at this moment with a surprised expression. It's really an unexpected change. Ash was also amazed. If he didn't believe that the system props would never have any harm, and if he didn't sense Charizard's increasingly vigorous vitality through Psychic, and through the red crystal cocoon, he could see that the flame of Charizard's tail, which symbolized vitality, was still burning. Ash should be worried at this moment. After all, this is a strange change that has never happened before. One person and one pet stared at Charizard wrapped in the ruby-like cocoon. A moment later, crack! 17, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. A huge crack appeared from top to bottom on the red crystal that wrapped Charizard. The crack quickly spread to the surroundings like a spider web, and in a blink of an eye, the cracks were all over the giant crystal. Following that, the crystal broke and fell off bit by bit. What was strange was that the crystal that fell to the ground had no entity, but turned into a red energy body again and sank into the ground, dyeing the saffron-colored sand on the ground red. As the crystal that wrapped Charizard broke, Charizard's sturdy figure appeared in front of Ash and Pikachu again without any obstruction. The overall image did not change much, but if you look closely, you can still find that Charizard not only has a stronger body, but also has dense flame patterns on the surface of his skin. The changes before and after are similar to the changes before and after the strengthening of Golzon and Ultraman Tiga that Ash had seen in his previous life. Of course, the appearance of Charizard, which is covered with flame patterns and almost blends into his original skin color, is definitely much more handsome than the monster Golzon. At the same time, Charizard, who came out of the red crystal and felt the surging flame power in his body, seemed particularly excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. From the appearance alone, Ash certainly couldn't tell how much Charizard had changed compared to before. He immediately summoned Charizard's attribute panel. Pokemon, Charizard. Attribute, Fire. Level, 4.68. Ability, Fierce Fire. Hidden ability, Blood Rage. For every 1% decrease in physical strength, the attribute of all races increases by 3%. Skills, Air Cutter, Dragon Claw, Flamethrower, Flame Vortex, Fiery Abyss, Heat Wave, Flare Blitz, etc. Intimacy, Full Value. Compared with the previous attribute panel, Charizard only has one more hidden ability, Blood Rage. The ability introduction is very simple, but the effect is also rough enough. For every 1% drop in stamina, Charizard species strength attribute will receive a 3% overall increase, and its effect can only be described as incredible. You should know that most Pokemon abilities usually add less than 20% to Samson's combat power, and this is a relatively powerful ability. Some abilities don't even help Pokemon at all. On the other hand, Charizard's ability's HP limit is too high, and the more stamina is lost, the more terrifying the increase in all attributes will be. Under ideal contest conditions, if the 1% residual HP contest condition is reached, Charizard's combat power may usher in a terrifying increase of nearly 300%. It is not impossible for this incredible level of combat power increase to even allow elite-level Pokemon to compete with champion-level Pokemon. Of course, even if you can't get stuck at the maximum HP, it is still easy to maintain a 1/3 HP contest condition in the battle. At that time, Charizard will trigger the two types of Fierce Fire and Crazy Blood simultaneously. One increases the power of Fire-type skills, and the other directly increases the attribute value. Charizard will become a veritable low-blood god of war. This is not the kind of low blood that cannot be played, and under the low blood contest condition, its combat power will become several times more than the full blood contest condition. There is a qualitative difference between the improvement of attributes and the improvement of strength levels. Generally speaking, a small increase in attributes is enough to make Pokemon's strength rise to a higher level. Take a simple online game as an example. A player with attack, defense, and speed of 10 is facing a player with attack, defense, and speed of 100. It is basically impossible to make up the gap in the middle by skill. The latter kills the former as easily as pinching an ant. With the hidden attribute Crazy Blood, the ordinary ability Fierce Fire, plus the top quality carrying item Charcoal, plus the ultimate Charizard cultivated by the Charizard God Quest, he will become a mega god of war that can completely crush the same level or even cross-level battles. If the level difference is not too outrageous, even if it is a large level, Ash is confident that as long as he uses Charizard's two abilities, Charizard 153 reasonably, he will have a chance to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Ash is very satisfied with the new hidden ability he just got. Although it is not as unreasonable as Jigglypuff's Singer ability, it is definitely a top-level hidden ability from a certain perspective. In the future, under the same level, Charizard will definitely become the strongest combat force of Ash's team. Even the little Lugia or Mewtwo who grow up in the future will not be able to say anything against it. Especially after Ash completes Charizard's mission on the road to godhood, Charizard will completely ascend to godhood. Speaking of Mewtwo, we can only look forward to whether the tasks related to the hidden ability Awakening Potion can be triggered in the future, or whether it can be directly swiped out from the system store. Replace its useless oppression ability, and then it would be best if it could awaken a Mega Buff that is not inferior to Charizard's Blood Madness ability. Mewtwo may even come out on top later. Charizard is also very clear about the changes in himself. Otherwise, it would not be so excited when it came out of the red crystal. Pika. Seeing Charizard's improvement as if he had been reborn, Pikachu was also sincerely happy for it. And Snorlax. After putting Charizard back into the Pokeball, Ash immediately threw 2 Pokeballs into the air. In the flash of white light, Snorlax and Lapras appeared in front of him. Whoa. Exhaling a faint mist, Lapras looked around in confusion for a moment before turning his gaze to Ash. As for Snorlax, he was in a sleep contest condition as soon as he came out, and his even snoring made Ash feel helpless. Ash decisively took out the top-quality Never-Melt Ice and the sleep adjustment device from the system warehouse. After giving them to the 2 Pokémon to carry, Snorlax could be woken up by just a thought. Of course, after each intense battle, it takes longer to recover through sleep. If it is forced to wake up during this period, its combat power will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, if Snorlax keeps a full sleep contest condition, it will exert its absolute peak combat power. If it just stays in the Pokeball, it may take longer to recover through sleep, but it will be greatly shortened in the Pokemon home. In most cases, Snorlax can maintain full combat power. After mutating into the form of Ice Emperor, Lapras, who once again merged with Never-Melt Ice, also achieved a leap-forward improvement in combat power. However, the level strength of IV.40 is still a bit embarrassing. During this period, Lapras mostly serves as their marine transportation. Ash also plans to train Dragonair in the near future to try to make it transform into Dragonite, while devoting some energy to cultivating Lapras. After completing all this, Ash took back all Pokémon, pick up Pikachu, and teleport back to the room. After carefully placing Pikachu, he returned to bed and fell asleep with tears still on his face and his arms. Because Ash solved the 3 birds incident and saved the entire Shamudi Island, he was now treated as a distinguished guest by all residents of Shamudi Island. He lived in the most luxurious residence on the island, a single-family villa near the city's commercial street. Early in the morning of the next day, Pikachu, you've been so busy accompanying me for a trip. Go back and have a good rest. Pika. On the first floor, in front of the small room specially prepared for Pikachu, Ash touched Pikachu's little head. After placing Pikachu, Ash went to the bedroom closest to the second floor. Pushing open the door, Furula was still asleep at this moment. She was exhausted last night. As a rookie player who participated in the battle for the first time, she met Ash, who was completely unable to defeat the top boss and was easily defeated every time. After being abused in various ways, she had to open the microphone to beg for mercy, which saved her face a little. About half an hour later, Misty and Sabrina held a simple welcome ceremony for Furula under her shy gaze. Welcome her to join Ash's big family. From now on, Furula will no longer be the saint of Shamudi Island, but will follow Ash and his party back to Kanto region and settle in Pallet Town in the future. Residence that is naturally Ash's home. Brave sir, thank you for calming the wrath of God and saving Shamudi Island. While the 3 women were communicating with each other, Ash was tingling as he dealt with waves of Shamudi Island residents who greeted him enthusiastically. Ash, who originally just wanted to take a walk while the 3 women were making friends, could only return to the villa in a hurry. He really couldn't stand the overly enthusiastic Shamudi Island residents. He originally wanted to stay on the island for a few more days, but he quickly changed his plan, went back to the villa to greet the 3 girls, packed his luggage, and left Ushia Island as soon as possible. Boss, according to the investigation of the people below, there seems to be new progress on Mutwo. At the same time, in Tokiwa City, the underground base of Team Rocket. In Giovanni's office, Giovanni rhythmically tapped the thick solid-wood desk with one hand. The other hand, with a ring on it, rhythmically stroked Persian's head beside him. After hearing the Secretary Manori knocking on the door to report the situation, the movement of his hand could not help but pause for a moment. Got it. Let them continue to speed up the progress. If they can't find the specific location of Mutwo within 3 months, everyone's position will be automatically demoted by 1 level. After hearing Giovanni's words, Manori nodded, bowed respectfully to Giovanni, and was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Giovanni. I asked you to pay attention to Ash recently. Is there any progress now? The boy you mentioned has been very active recently. Although he just lost to Lorelei, one of the Kanto Elite Four, in the exhibition match on Little Orange Island recently, he defeated the plan of Pokemon collector Gilyuda and became the hero predicted by Shamudi Island, withstanding the rage from the 3 sacred birds. Oh, interesting. Do you have more specific information? Boss, please wait a moment. I'll go get it now. Champion-level Pikachu, champion-level Charizard, suspected 3rd-level God Zapdos. Interesting. It's really wonderful. As expected, he is worthy of the Pokemon trainer he has set his sights on. His strength is still rapidly improving after the Indigo Plateau Conference. After a while, his eyes fell on the information about Ash and Lorelei's performance on Little Orange Island on his desk again. There was undisguised appreciation and expectation in his eyes. The last time Ash challenged the gym here, the Pokemon in his hand did not have such abnormal strength, especially the Pikachu, which did not even look like an elite. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, it has been promoted to a champion-level Pokemon. He also captured Zapdos, which was not a god, but was still shocking enough. If possible, he would have wanted to tie Ash to Team Rocket as an executive. Even in his opinion, the usually unruly executives in the organization were not even worthy of carrying Ash's shoes. But what made him feel sorry was that Ash himself was a genuine Alliance faction trainer. Not to mention that he was a trainer who received Earl Dervish Pokemon from Alliance, and was also good friend with Professor Oak. The girlfriends he was dating or flirting with now, Misty, Sabrina, and Yujauzi, were also members of the Alliance faction, and they were all considered elites. Of course, Ash already has very impressive strength and reputation, and he would only choose to join Team Rocket if he is crazy. However, the more impossible the goal is, the more he wants to achieve it. The deeper Ash and Alliance are involved, the more he wants to pull Ash into his camp. Of course, Giovanni also understands that things have priorities, and the most urgent task is to find the whereabouts of Mutwo, and he personally goes to persuade or use coercive means to regain control of Mutwo's power. Ash may be an important part of his plan, but Mutwo is the most important piece of the Rocket Team's plan to change the world, no doubt about it. He believes that when Mutwo returns to the Rocket Team, there will be a way to get Ash to join him, become the Rocket Team's special executive. Compared with Mutwo's power, Ash and the entire Pokemon Alliance are not enough in front of him. Only by controlling this unmatched power can he support him to realize his ideals. In his opinion, Ash is a smart man, and there are many people around him who he cares about. This is his biggest shortcoming. He will agree to join the Rocket Team when he knows that things are impossible. Thinking of this, Giovanni's rhythmic tapping on the desk paused slightly. Keep paying attention to Ash's situation. Don't send people to follow him directly. It's easy to be foresight by the other party. Just collect his information through other channels. Remembering the detailed introduction of Ash and the information, mentioning his psychic, plus there's an absolute psychic strong Sabrina around him, Giovanni specifically instructed. Understood, boss. I'll pass on the instructions right here. Makoto was quite upset about Giovanni's undisguised admiration and respect for Ash, but she could do nothing about it. After all, the talent and ability that Ash showed were indeed rare in recent decades. It had only been a year since he started traveling, but he already had several champion-level Pokemon, and there were quite a few elite-level Pokemon. Not to mention the legendary Pokemon Zapdos. If it weren't for the information about Ash clearly recording everything, she would have refused to believe it. After all, even the champion-level trainers with recognized talents and the strongest strength in each region had never had such an amazing growth curve. It even had a bit of fantasy meaning. It was just that she and the special executive of Team Rocket were far inferior to him, and they were not in Giovanni's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been obsessed with Ash, a trainer of the Alliance faction with a decent background. He always sent people to monitor his every move. Aunt Delia, when will Ash come? In Pallet Town, at Xiao, BHCB, Xi's home, Serena, who has been traveling in the Kalos region for a while and has caught several Pokemon, has called Delia for the nth time to ask about Ash's recent situation. Delia was mixing the beaten egg liquid into the flour and preparing to bake desserts, and her hands were moving nonstop, smiling at the cute and lovely girl on the screen. Soon, he should be back in 2 days. For Serena, Ash's childhood sweetheart, Delia really likes her from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such great lengths to trick Serena from the distant Kalos region to travel with Ash. Oh, okay. Please tell Ash that I will wait for him in Lumio City. Serena happily replied after receiving Delia's reply at the Pokemon Center. In her heart, she could not help but imagine the scene of reuniting with Ash. After so many years, what would Ash be like now? Aunt Delia said that he had won the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference and was a very outstanding trainer. He should be a very reliable boy who could give people a full sense of security, just like when he was a child. Serena's little head was thinking randomly, and her bright big eyes were full of longing and expectation. It can only be said that the childhood filter was really full. Everyone, get ready as soon as possible. We are ready to leave. Shamudi Island, the living room of the big villa where Ash temporarily lived. After escaping from the street and returning to the villa, Ash naturally did not plan to stay here any longer. We are so anxious. Don't we have to stay for a few more days? Unlike Furula, who had long been tired of staying on the island and had long wanted to leave Shamudi Island to welcome a new life because of the constraints of the Saints' rules, Misty and Sabrina wanted to stay on Shamudi Island for a while longer. Well, for some reason, if you don't believe it, you can go outside for a walk, and you should be able to experience it. After saying that, Ash took the slightly suspicious Misty and Sabrina outside for a walk. After a while, Ash took the two girls' hands and used teleport to escape back to the villa. At this time, the two girls' faces were exhausted from the enthusiasm, and they kneaded their faces that were stiff with laughter. Ash, there is nothing wrong with what you said. We can't stay in Shamudi Island anymore. Let's leave quickly. Misty patted her chest and said with lingering fear. After saying that, she took the initiative to pack her luggage and even urged Ash to help them pack together. The people on Shamudi Island were so enthusiastic that even if they were not the savior Ash, they were treated with extraordinary courtesy just by following Ash. Just walking outside for a while, they were greeted and watched by no less than 50 people. Sabrina, who usually didn't smile much, was better, but her face was almost frozen with laughter. If they stayed for another 2 days, the consequences would be unimaginable. Run, get out immediately. He said hello to Flora's family, but didn't notify more people. He just left a farewell letter in the villa. Ash and his group took the Pidgeot and flew into the sky, leaving Shamudi Island quickly. Because there were so many people and they were all carrying luggage, even the huge Pidgeot that had taken the gene potion was very crowded at this moment. But despite the crowded position, there was no obvious sign of Pidgeot's speed decreasing. Even with 4 people sitting on his back, plus a lot of luggage, and even a Pikachu, Pidgeot's speed still remained near Mach 3, far exceeding the full speed of a normal Pidgeot. Leaving Shamudi Island, passing near the island where the 3 mythical birds were. Ash also helped Flora capture several Pokemon with good qualifications from the 3 islands. Ninetales and a Poliwag with great potential. The excited Flora did not shy away from Misty and gave Ash a kiss. Ash may be an important part of his plan, but Mutwo is the most important piece of the Rocket Team's plan to change the world, no doubt about it. He believes that when Mutwo returns to the Rocket Team, There will be a way to get Ash to join him. Become the Rocket Team's special executive. Compared with Mutewo's power, Ash and the entire Pokemon Alliance are not enough in front of him. Only by controlling this unmatched power can he support him to realize his ideals. In his opinion, Ash is a smart man, and there are many people around him who he cares about. This is his biggest shortcoming. He will agree to join the Rocket Team when he knows that things are impossible. Thinking of this, Giovanni's rhythmic tapping on the desk paused slightly. Keep paying attention to Ash's situation. Don't send people to follow him directly. It's easy to be foresight by the other party. Just collect his information through other channels. Remembering the detailed introduction of Ash and the information, mentioning his psychic, plus there's an absolute psychic strong Sabrina around him, Giovanni specifically instructed. Understood, boss. I'll pass on the instructions right here. Makoto was quite upset about Giovanni's undisguised admiration and respect for Ash, but she could do nothing about it. After all, the talent and ability that Ash showed were indeed rare in recent decades. It had only been a year since he started traveling, but he already had several champion-level Pokemon, and there were quite a few elite-level Pokemon. Not to mention the legendary Pokemon Zapdos. If it weren't for the information about Ash clearly recording everything, she would have refused to believe it. After all, even the champion-level trainers with recognized talents and the strongest strength in each region had never had such an amazing growth curve. It even had a bit of fantasy meaning. It was just that she and the special executive of Team Rocket were far inferior to him, and they were not in Giovanni's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been obsessed with Ash, a trainer of the Alliance faction with a decent background. He always sent people to monitor his every move. Aunt Delia, when will Ash come? In Pallet Town, at Xiao, BHCB, Xi's home, Serena, who has been traveling in the Kalos region for a while and has caught several Pokemon, has called Delia for the nth time to ask about Ash's recent situation. Delia was mixing the beaten egg liquid into the flour and preparing to bake desserts, and her hands were moving nonstop, smiling at the cute and lovely girl on screen. Soon. He should be back in 2 days. For Serena, Ash's childhood sweetheart, Delia really likes her from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such great lengths to trick Serena from the distant Kalos region to travel with Ash. Oh, okay. Please tell Ash that I will wait for him in Lumio City. Serena happily replied after receiving Delia's reply at the Pokemon Center. In her heart, she could not help but imagine the scene of reuniting with Ash. After so many years, what would Ash be like now? Aunt Delia said that he had won the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference and was a very outstanding trainer. He should be a very reliable boy who could give people a full sense of security, just like when he was a child. Serena's little head was thinking randomly, and her bright big eyes were full of longing and expectation. It can only be said that the childhood filter was really full. Everyone, get ready as soon as possible. We are ready to leave. Shamudi Island, the living room of the big villa where Ash temporarily lived. After escaping from the street and returning to the villa, Ash naturally did not plan to stay here any longer. We are so anxious. Don't we have to stay for a few more days? Unlike Furula, who had long been tired of staying on the island and had long wanted to leave Shamudi Island to welcome a new life because of the constraints of the Saints' rules, Misty and Sabrina wanted to stay on Shamudi Island for a while longer. Well, for some reason, if you don't believe it, you can go outside for a walk, and you should be able to experience it. After saying that, Ash took the slightly suspicious Misty and Sabrina outside for a walk. After a while, Ash took the two girls' hands and used teleport to escape back to the villa. At this time, the two girls' faces were exhausted from the enthusiasm, and they needed their faces that were stiff with laughter. Ash, there is nothing wrong with what you said. We can't stay in Shamudi Island anymore. Let's leave quickly. Misty patted her chest and said with lingering fear. After saying that, she took the initiative to pack her luggage and even urged Ash to help them pack together. The people on Shamudi Island were so enthusiastic that even if they were not the savior Ash, they were treated with extraordinary courtesy just by following Ash. Just walking outside for a while, they were greeted and watched by no less than 50 people. Sabrina, who usually didn't smile much, was better, but her face was almost frozen with laughter. If they stayed for another 2 days, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Run, get out immediately." He said hello to Flora's family, but didn't notify more people. He just left a farewell letter in the villa. Ash and his group took the Pidgeot and flew into the sky, leaving Shamuti Island quickly. Because there were so many people and they were all carrying luggage, even the huge Pidgeot that had taken the gene potion was very crowded at this moment. But despite the crowded position, there was no obvious sign of Pidgeot's speed decreasing. Even with 4 people sitting on his back, plus a lot of luggage, and even a Pikachu, Pidgeot's speed still remained near Mach 3, far exceeding the full speed of a normal Pidgeot. Leaving Shamuti Island, passing near the island where the 3 mythical birds were. Ash also helped Flora capture several Pokemon with good qualifications from the 3 islands. Ninetales and a Poliwag with great potential. The excited Flora did not shy away from Misty and gave Ash a kiss. "Hi." Pidgeot's flying speed is very fast. Just now, the outline of Pallet Town can only be seen from a distance. But soon, it has already flown to Ash's sky. At this time, Pidgeot let out a loud cry and then dived straight down. The whistling sound of Pidgeot cutting through the air when Sky dropped attracted the attention of Delia at home. "Ash, he must be back. Serena has been waiting for a long time. Just let him go to Kalos region as soon as possible to pick her up." She hurried to the ing on the childhood sweethearts. In the excellence of her son, he would naturally be able to capture Serena's heart. As a result, this time her good son returned from the Orange Islands and brought back a beautiful girl. Now, she felt that the possibility of Serena accepting sharing her husband with 3 Stephanies at the same time was getting lower and lower. Backyard after reacting. As Pidgeot descended, the distance was shortened. Ash riding on Pidgeot's back. Sabrina, Serena, and Frulla beside him came into Delia's sight. Delia's smile suddenly froze, and her expression seemed a little weird. This kid went to the Orange Islands, and it seems that he found a daughter-in-law for him. But this little girl is really beautiful. "Mom, we are back. Let me introduce you to Flora, whom I met on Shamuti Island. She is my girlfriend now." After Pidgeot landed, Ash took the 2 of them off Pidgeot's back and greeted his mother Delia first. "Flo, what a nice name. I'm Ash's mother. I will trouble you to take care of our Ash in the future." After sorting out her somewhat messy emotions, Delia's face was filled with a gentle smile, and she greeted Flora enthusiastically. She did not scare Flora, such a lovely Stephanie, because of the sudden situation. At the same time, she was somewhat fortunate in her heart that she had told Sachi that Ash would go to Kalos region to meet Serena. If she had agreed to let Serena come by herself a while ago, she could not even imagine how embarrassing the scene would be at this moment. Flower, hello, Aunt Delia. Flora, who had already performed Delia's various Leave My Son dramas in her heart, was somewhat at a loss by Delia's enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, Ash's mother was as easy to talk to as Misty and Sabrina said. When she landed just now, she saw Delia staring at her strange face and thought that her relationship with Ash would not be recognized by her parents. They might be forced to separate, and if they didn't want to separate, they could only go underground and live in a shameful situation. Who would have thought that Delia was so reasonable? Fortunately, at this time, Furula's uneasy mood finally settled down. At the same time, the laboratory. According to Delia, Ash should be returning to Pallet Town soon. This kid, if I hadn't accidentally learned from fighting Elite Bruno that he had conquered the legendary Zapdos, I don't know how long he would have kept it from me. Professor Oak, who usually loves research and experiments and can't stop for a moment, is now sitting at his desk, tapping the table with his hands very regularly and muttering in a low voice. Originally, Professor Oak went to the Kanto Alliance headquarters for a project on ancient Pokemon research a while ago. He happened to meet Bruno, who had nothing to do, and he asked Professor Oak about Ash's recent situation. Professor Oak was also very puzzled and didn't understand why Bruno, one of the Kanto Elite Four, was so interested in Ash. However, what Bruno said next shocked him. It turned out that after the Indigo Plateau Conference, when Ash returned to Alliance to challenge the Elite Four, he actually sent out Zapdos, one of the 3 mythical birds, in the battle with Lorelei Elite. Ash had so many Pokemon stored with him. Unexpectedly, the Kanto Elite Four knew that he had Zapdos, but he didn't hear anything about it. At first, he was somewhat indignant, but then he thought that such a rare Pokemon as the mythical bird could easily arouse others' greed and bring a lot of trouble to Ash's travel. He could understand that Ash did not publicly own Zapdos on a large scale. Now what he is most looking forward to is to wait for Ash to come back, so that he can borrow Zapdos from him as soon as possible to study it and collect detailed information about the mythical bird as soon as possible. Moreover, the GS ball he asked Ash to bring back can be used for research at the same time. Professor, good news? At this moment, a staff member rushed into Professor Oak's laboratory and shouted excitedly, "Ash, he is back and is at home now." "Really? Great, I'll call him now." Hearing this, Professor Oak stood up and was about to have a video call with Ash. But he stopped halfway. No, he just came back from a long trip after all. It's probably time for a family reunion now. After a little hesitation, Professor Oak sat back at his desk. Since Ash is back, then Zapdos and GS Ball will definitely not be able to escape, so there is no need to rush the related research. At Ash's home, after a delicious welcome lunch, Misty, Sabrina, and Delia sat on the sofa in front of the TV and chatted and laughed. Delia, who refused the 3 girls' request to help wash the dishes, pulled Ash into the kitchen in a serious manner. "Mom, what's the matter with you? Chill. Keep your voice down." Delia quickly stretched out her hand to signal Ash to be quiet. Then she told him about Serena on April 4th. After this period of phone contact, Delia could conclude that Serena was a Stephanie with more traditional ideas. That is, the kind of person who only loves one person for the rest of her life, and it is unlikely that she would accept that her future husband has a partner other than herself. There were only 2 of them, and she thought there was still a chance. As long as Ash and Serena had more contact, rely. The only solution now is to let Ash stay with Serena for a while when he goes to Kalos region to pick her up. With the friendship of childhood sweethearts, plus his son's excellent appearance and outstanding ability, he can win Serena's heart. Then Serena may be more receptive to Ash. Serena is such a cute child. She likes her very much, and her mother Sachi has a very close relationship with her. If Ash and her are not destined to be together in the end, it will be a pity. Don't worry, Mom. There is still more than a month before the Johto Region Alliance trip. This time I will stay with Serena in Kalos region for a month. Ash patted his mother Delia's shoulder and told her not to worry. He can definitely handle this matter. However, he definitely does not agree with his mother Delia's idea. Instead of being deceitful from the beginning, he confessed to Serena that he had several girlfriends before her after being with her. It would be better to let Serena know his scumbag nature from the beginning. Break the white moonlight filter that was accidentally formed in her mind when she participated in the heavy camp as a child. Otherwise, does Serena like 17 or the one beautified by the white moonlight filter? If it is the latter, then he has to be consistent with the silly boy in his childhood. This kind of thing is completely impossible for him who has awakened his past life memories and has matured a lot. And for him who has the help of the system ring. Using this method to force Serena to accept Ash's other girlfriends will inevitably leave a gap in Serena's heart. It is better to be open and honest from the beginning. Although the difficulty of the early strategy will be a little greater, there is no hidden danger, which can make Pinglina completely return to her heart. Ash doesn't believe that he, a scumbag king who is proficient in various theories and practices, can't win over Serena, a pure girl. Seeing Ash's confidence, Delia didn't say much. It goes without saying that her son is attractive to Stephanie. He can make 3 girlfriends at the same time, and the 3 Stephanies can sit together and talk and laugh. When chatting with her, he is also harmonious and there is no sign of jealousy, which is enough to prove that her son is extraordinary. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. She only hopes that Ash can grasp such a good Stephanie like Serena. While Misty and Furula were chatting with their mother Delia, Ash took Sabrina and went straight to Professor Oak's laboratory. Since completing the system task and getting the Pokemon home, he has planned to bring back all the Pokemon fostered by Professor Oak more than once. Follow him, and when you want to cultivate a Pokemon, you can immediately take it out of the Pokemon home. There is no need to trouble Professor Oak to exchange Pokemon through the teleportation device. As for why he brought Sabrina, but not Misty and Flora, it was because he was planning to take Sabrina to see the present prepared for her. It's Ash. Professor has been waiting for you for a long time. Really? Well, he's in the backyard now. Just go over there. Nodding to the staff, Ash and Sabrina headed straight for a place in the backyard of the laboratory. Ash, you're finally back. I heard about Zapdos from Bruno Elite. You're really good at hiding it. If I hadn't gone to Alliance to do something, I'm afraid I would still be kept in the dark. Professor Oak came to Ash. His tone was quite resentful. After thinking about it, he was still angry that even the Elite Four knew about Ash's taming of Zapdos before him. Zapdos. I was planning to talk about this when I came back this time. Under Professor Oak's suspicious eyes, Ash smiled awkwardly and released Zapdos from the Pokeball. Cry. Accompanied by a clear sound, the domineering Zapdos appeared in the hall of the laboratory, with arcs flashing on the surface of his body, looking very impressive. In terms of aura, appearance, and oppression, he was far better than ordinary elites. In the past, he had seen the appearance of Zapdos in various materials and pictures, and now he finally saw the living Zapdos appear in front of him. He could feel the strong Hideki aura emanating from it face to face. Professor Oak's eyes inevitably showed a look of surprise. Perfect, it was too perfect. At this time, Zapdos, who already had a top appearance and had the filter of the legendary beast tribe in Kanto, was undoubtedly the epitome of perfection in Professor Oak's eyes. If he had not been a little concerned about his own image, and was worried about causing Zapdos' disgust and directly electrocuting him in a charcoal, I'm afraid that he would have already attacked Zapdos at this time. Looking at the obsessed and fanatical look in Professor Oak's eyes, Zapdos' expression was slightly disgusted and disdainful, and also had a hint of arrogance in it. Except for Ash, it usually doesn't take ordinary humans seriously. Ash, can Zapdos cooperate with my Data 71 Q collection? It took a long time to suppress the excitement in his heart. Professor Oak looked at Ash and asked in an almost flattering tone. No wonder he was so excited. As a Pokemon professor, he could get in close contact with the legendary beasts, even if they were just the most ordinary members of the legendary beasts. Not to mention being able to study them at close range. This is simply his ultimate dream. Well, Zapdos, I'll go to the backyard for a while. You cooperate with the professor's test a little. Lee. After making a clear and high cry, Zapdos put on a completely different flattering face and nodded to Ash. This scene made Professor Oak stunned. In his memory, the legendary Pokemon were extremely arrogant, and many of them even looked down on humans, which could be seen from Zapdos' attitude towards him just now. Although Ash was Zapdos' master, Professor Oak was still very surprised that it could put on such a flattering attitude. How did Ash do it? The legendary Pokemon were always arrogant, and even if they were captured, they mostly regarded themselves as partners. He had never heard of a relationship like Ash and Zapdos. Butterfree, sure, you have 2 children now. Dragonair, I have good news for you. Your child will soon evolve into Dragonite. Brother Squirtle, your eldest has also evolved into Waterbolt, very powerful. In the backyard, Ash greeted his Pokemon who still lived in Professor Oak's backyard one by one. This time, he was planning to move all the Pokemon to his Pokemon home space. When he lent Zapdos to Professor Oak for research, he also told Professor Oak about it. Professor Oak also reminded Ash that if he captured a rare Pokemon in the future, he hoped that he could send it to Professor Oak's laboratory for him to study a little. Ash readily agreed. With his current strength, with Mutwo protecting him, he basically doesn't need to worry about external threats. Except for the first-level gods, there is basically no need to hide other Pokemon. There is no problem at all to use them to play in the Pokemon League. In the backyard, Ash found Pokemon such as Dragonair, Butterfree, his wife and 2 children, Kingler, etc. His strength basically did not improve during the time he stayed in Professor Oak's laboratory, perhaps not because the environment was too comfortable. However, Ash now understands that some of the Pokemon here may not be so keen on fighting, so he simply sent them all to the Pokemon home to live out their lives. The Pokemon that he favors cannot be too bad in terms of qualifications, since they have retired from his first and second battle lineups. Then they should take on the responsibility of reproduction and hatching. For this reason, Ash even specially consulted with Boss Hang, hoping that he could use his extensive network of contacts to make a deal with the Pokemon Alliance in the Unova region. Take two Pokemon, Kabuto and Omanite, which have long been destroyed in ancient times in reality, and exchange them for two Volcaronas, regardless of their strength. As the Sinnoh region has not yet developed a Pokemon hatching machine, the batch of fossil Pokemon in Ash's hands is unique and is a research material that all Pokemon professors in each region covet. On the other hand, although Volcarona is considered a relatively rare Pokemon in Unova, it cannot be compared with the long-extinct fossil Pokemon. As the only official force in the region, the Unova Alliance has countless Pokemon resources at its disposal, and two Volcaronas must be easily available. Volcarona has a special physique, and the efficiency of hatching eggs is unexpectedly good. Now, Ash is also thinking about how to build his Pokemon home into a sustainable Pokemon ecosystem. A while ago, he went to great lengths to trick all the Lapras tribe into the Pokemon home, and also wanted to increase species diversity. The Pokemon home has several times better air quality than the outside world, Pokemon resources, and a variety of thriving fruit trees. Ash can also feed Pokemon food, energy cubes, and other good things from the outside. Pokemon can also get twice the result with half the effort when living in it, and can slowly improve experience without fighting. For Pokemon, there is no better living condition than Pokemon Home. Nowadays, the only regret of Pokemon Home is that more and more Pokemon are crowded on the 5 square kilometers of land. It would be great if we can receive the corresponding Pokemon Home expansion task. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful the living environment is, it will be useless. Fortunately, Ash's Pokemon are still captured by merit, and the overall number is not too high. In this way, after sending all Pokemon to Pokemon Home, Ash returned to Professor Oak, who was slapping Zapdos. Half an hour later, Ash could see that Zapdos' expression was obviously a little impatient. Professor Oak seemed to have noticed its emotional changes. "Hey Ash, let's stop here for today's research. How about you come back tomorrow?" Professor, I may not be able to come recently." "Why? Didn't you just come back?" Professor Oak's face changed slightly, and he asked hurriedly. When Ash left just now, he created many research plans around Zapdos. He vowed to study all the secrets of Zapdos while Ash was back in Palatown. But now Ash is leaving right after coming back? The trip to Johto region should be at least after the new year. Not to Johto region. According to my mother's instructions, I have to leave immediately to Kalos region to pick up a childhood friend. Is that so? Well, then I'll wait for you to come back. Hearing this, Professor Oak nodded, although he felt a little regretful. Isn't it just a trip to Kalos region to pick someone up? 2 days is basically enough for a round trip by plane. Although he wanted to study Zapdos, he was too embarrassed to ask Ash to leave Zapdos behind. After all, Zapdos was his important Pokemon and could play a vital role in the trip and ensure Ash's safety. After talking with Professor Oak, Ash handed him the GS ball entrusted by NEI Moo. This was also his mission for the Orange Islands. "Thank you for your hard work, Ash," Professor Oak praised after taking the GS ball. Ding! The mission was completed by receiving the GS ball from Professor NEI Moo and successfully handing it over to Professor Oak. Reward mission: 500 W points, 10 pieces of rare candy, 4 No Wong Hao. 44. 50. After completing this mission, in addition to the rare candy reward, his points balance also soared to more than 1,100 square meters. Now that the system store refresh time is approaching next month, Ash is also looking forward to getting the props he needs this time. It would be best if it could expand the space of the Pokemon home. In this way, it will be convenient for Ash to breed more Pokemon species in it. Then he can continuously mass-produce high-quality Pokemon and realize that rare Pokemon are born only through breeding. Professor, the Pokemon eggs I mentioned to you before, vegetables. Oh, I almost forgot. Look at my memory, mainly because I was too excited today. Professor Oak slapped his head, signaled the staff around him to put away the GS ball, and then took Ash and Sabrina to the Pokemon hatching room. Pokemon egg hatching room. The hatching signs of Pokemon eggs are very obvious in the past 3 days, but for some reason, they have not hatched successfully so far. Professor Oak pointed to the top-quality psychic Pokemon egg covered by a glass container on the table and said, he also felt incredible about the Pokemon egg that Ash had left with him. Under the best room temperature and the best incubation conditions, it took several times longer than other Pokemon eggs to hatch. These days, such obvious hatching signs have continued for 3 consecutive days, but the eggs still failed to hatch. This situation is too weird. Is that so? Hearing this, Ash tried to use the system to check the Pokemon egg. The result was just. Then he began to try to use psychic perception to penetrate into the Pokemon egg to see what was going on. As a result, before he could detect the Pokemon in the egg, the psychic had just penetrated, and the Pokemon egg shook violently, and the surface flashed with dazzling pink light. Ash, it seems to have hatched. Looking at the violently shaking Pokemon egg, Sabrina's eyes also flashed. When Ash came, he said he had prepared a surprise for her. At present, it seems that the so-called surprise should be the Pokemon that is about to hatch in this Pokemon egg in front of him. At this time, she was also very curious about what kind of rare Pokemon can be hatched from the Pokemon egg, which is worthy of Ash's attention. It seems that it is stimulated by my psychic. Sabrina, you should try it. As if he noticed something, Ash quickly stopped the penetration of psychic into the Pokemon egg. Give way to let Sabrina come forward to promote the hatching of the Pokemon in her own psychic help egg. Okay, I'll try it. Following, Sabrina stretched out her right hand and tried to input her own psychic into the Pokemon egg. Sure enough, this time the Pokemon egg shook more violently, and the pink light illuminated Sabrina's beautiful face. Professor, the Pokemon egg is about to hatch. Let's step back a little. Ash pulled Professor Oak, who was watching intently beside him, and took him 2 steps back. The purpose was to ensure that the first person the newly hatched Pokemon baby saw when it woke up was Sabrina. Directly increase the Pokemon's intimacy with Sabrina to the maximum. Professor Oak nodded knowingly and turned his eyes back to Sabrina. Crack! As she increased the psychic output, more and more cracks began to appear on the surface of the Pokemon egg. Then the eggshell began to fall off, and a red and white figure appeared in the eyes of Ash and the other 2. Woo! What this Pokemon is... No wonder it takes such an exaggerated incubation period. The Pokemon egg that Ash deposited with him was actually a legendary Pokemon egg. Where did he get such a powerful Pokemon egg? Sabrina, wrap it with your psychic to make it more intimate with your aura. Okay, I'll do it. Even though Sabrina was determined, she was stunned by Ash's generosity. Latias, a legendary Pokemon in the Hoenn region, a dual-attribute fantasy beast with psychic. Such a precious and rare Pokemon is enough to make any trainer in the world crazy. Did Ash just give it to her as a present? Sabrina was full of joy and emotion at the moment. A legendary Pokemon, especially a Pokemon that can match her powerful psychic, is simply too perfect. With this Latias, I believe that in a few years, she will become one of the most difficult elite trainers. The time to be promoted to the champion level will also be greatly shortened. BHBH, she quickly used Psychic to carefully wrap the newly born Latias. Woo-woo. The little Latias, surrounded by Sabrina's gentle Psychic, also showed an expression of enjoyment and excitedly flew around Sabrina several times. It obviously recognized Sabrina as a mother. Then came the extremely natural process of taming, and the newly born little Latias was very dependent on the Psychic. This was also what Ash and Sabrina were happy to see. She fed it some food, and then put it back into the Pokeball. Just like that, Sabrina had a legendary Pokemon. She looked at Ash with such tenderness that tears could drip out of her eyes. She had been regarded as an alien since she was a child because she had psychic, and no one had ever experienced such a heavy presence since she was a child. So far, Sabrina's intimacy with Ash has reached 100%, which is basically a closer relationship than her parents. Ash, you are really a hidden talent. Where did you get this Latia's Pokemon egg? When have you been to the Hoenn region? No, I was just lucky enough to find a Pokemon egg in an ancient cave. It's just because it looks very extraordinary, and I used Psychic to find that it might be a psychic Pokemon egg, so I prepared to give it to Sabrina. Ash just made up a story. Ancient Pokemon cave? Well, the earliest record of Latia's myths and legends appeared in a water city in the Hoenn region. It is not impossible that its Pokemon eggs appeared in an ancient Pokemon cave somewhere in Kanto. Although Hoenn is separated from Kanto by the sea, it is not impossible for Latias, as a legendary Pokemon, to cross the sea and come to Hoenn. It can only be said that Ash's luck is really against the sky. First, it was Zapdos, and now you can pick up a legendary Pokemon in any ancient Pokemon cave Pokemon eggs. What would those trainers who traveled honestly and could hardly see a legendary Pokemon in their entire lives think? Seeing Professor Oak nodding his head repeatedly after being fooled, Sabrina beside him almost laughed out loud. She didn't remember which ancient Pokemon cave Ash brought out Pokemon eggs from during the trip. And when he came back from the Orange Islands, Ash vowed to give her a surprise. This shows that he has full confidence in this Pokemon egg, which must be an extremely rare psychic Pokemon. How could he not know what Pokemon was hatched in the egg? Sabrina was recognized by little Latias. Not only Ash, but Professor Oak was also very happy. Since Ash was leaving for Kalos region, he would definitely not be able to contact Zapdos. Then Latias was undoubtedly a better second choice. The key is that it had just hatched from a Pokemon egg, and its temper must be much stronger than Ash's Zapdos, and it must be able to cooperate with it more related research. Although it is a legendary Pokemon, it is a child after all. As long as you prepare more delicious food for it, you don't have to worry about the research subject not taking the initiative. Ash, are you going alone this time? Of course. Good, great. Ash rolled his eyes, as if he understood what Professor Oak meant. I think it should be related to Sabrina's Latias. Don't worry, Professor. Latias was born not long ago. Sabrina is definitely not as good as you in taking care of young Pokemon. I'll have to trouble you to give me some more advice. Professor Oak was delighted when he heard this and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Ash. I will definitely give you the title of the research paper on Zapdos and Latias. Thank you, Professor. Ash nodded to express his gratitude. It must be said that the title of Pokemon Professor is quite useful. With such a title, he will be respected by Pokemon researchers in any region in the future, and the same is true for the Pokemon Alliance. It will definitely save a lot of trouble during the trip. After returning from Professor Oak Laboratory, in the evening, he called the three girls together and explained to them the existence of his childhood sweetheart, Serena. Sabrina and Misty looked a little solemn, but Furulous seemed very calm. Childhood sweethearts mean a very close relationship. This is a great pressure for Misty and Sabrina, who have been with Ash for a long time. It is not that they do not want Ash to find more girlfriends. This guy has the same physical fitness as a monster. They wish there were sisters to share their burden. They are mainly worried that Serena and Ash have a close relationship. If they find that Serena is not easy to get along with after entering the house, Ash may be stuck in the middle, and it will be difficult. They're just thinking about Ash. As for Flora, she is a latecomer. For her, as long as Ash is as good as before, the rest is not so important. Afterwards, Ash also told the three girls that he would leave for Kalos region tomorrow to pick up Serena, and said that he would stay there for a while. The three girls had different reactions, but after a brief thought, they all smiled and nodded. In the morning of the next day, several people rode Pidgeot to Tokiwa City. Tokiwa Airport. Ash was waiting in the waiting room, and Sabrina, Misty, and Frulla came to see him off. Have fun, Ash. Pick up Serena successfully. Aunt Delia will be left to us to take care of. Misty smiled at Ash, then leaned over and gave him a light kiss on the side of his face. "This is the Kalos region pass that Professor asked me to give you." Sabrina then took out a pass. After all, Ash had become the champion of the Kanto Certified competition. The relationship between regions is far from being as simple and harmonious as in the original plot. If the Pokemon Alliance is compared to a giant force, then except for the Kanto region headquarters, the rest of the regions can be regarded as separate large departments. Although they are of the same blood when fighting against disasters, their relationship can be called tense in some things. This is why Ash wanted to send 2 Volcaronas to the Pokemon home as hatching masters, and he had to ask Professor Oak to come forward. After all, he is a Pokemon with the Kanto Alliance logo on his body, and the relationship between Unova and Kanto is not very good. Only an authoritative professor like Professor Oak, who is respected by Pokemon trainers all over the world, can handle such things. So this time, when Ash goes to Kalos region, if he wants to avoid any trouble from the Kalos official, he needs a certificate from the Kanto Alliance. It is best if it is signed by Professor Oak. Otherwise, it is inevitable that he will be investigated by official personnel when entering Kalos region, and it may take a lot of time to send the relevant certificates. Well, thank Professor Oak for me. Latias, you can take it to Professor Oak's laboratory when you are free. Professor Oak values it very much, and he will definitely give it a lot of good things to let it cooperate with his research. Ash took the pass and said with a smile, "Legendary Pokemon like Latias are fatal captivates for Pokemon professors like Professor Oak. Anyway, the little Latias has been seen by the professor, so he might as well squeeze more benefits from Professor Oak. Ash, just pick up Serena when you get there, and don't mess with those weird Stephanies." It was Misty's turn, and she warned him tenderly. It was a pity that the soft tone sounded intimidating. Ash stretched out his hand and scratched her nose lovingly and smiled. Ash am a gentleman. Others may not know, but as my girlfriend, don't you know that the purpose of going to Kalos region this time is very simple? Just to pick up Serena. Don't worry, I won't mess around. That's better. Then I'm leaving. Ash said goodbye to Misty and the other 2 who were reluctant to leave. The plane to Kalos region took off soon, and at the airport, the 3 women watched the plane go away reluctantly. Misty, Furula watched the plane disappear into the sky, hesitated for a moment, and still cast her eyes on Misty. She seemed to have noticed something, being a sensitive person. He said it took so long this time. When he comes back, I'm afraid I will also... Misty sighed slightly when she heard this. Just yesterday, she received a request for help from the 3 sisters of Cerulean Gym. It is said that the Alliance is very dissatisfied with the fact that Cerulean Gym has been weak for many years. Too many badges have been sent out, and the battles are of no quality. They propose to send Pokemon Special Searchers to supervise Cerulean Gym next year. If the Blue Gym still has no improvement when the challengers come to challenge next year, they will consider revoking the badge issuance qualification of Cerulean Gym. To put it bluntly, it means to revoke Cerulean Gym. In this case, she will definitely not be able to continue to travel with Ash to Johto region. After all, Cerulean Gym is the life's work of her parents. Misty certainly can't sit back and watch the gym being revoked by the Alliance. At least before she completely stabilizes Cerulean Gym and revives its reputation in the Kanto region, she can't continue to travel around the world with Ash. So, the gym in Saffron City. Hearing this, Sabrina also felt a little emotional. Undoubtedly, the year she traveled with Ash was her happiest time. But she is the owner of the Golden Gym after all, and she can't always let her father take over for her. After returning this time, she must train a good enough junior, who must be a trainer specializing in psychic type, and then she can safely hand over Saffron Gym to the other party. It just so happens that she can also concentrate on training little 1-2-3 Latias. At the airport outside Lumio City in Kalos region, the plane is soaring in the sky, slowly landed. Finally, we're here, Lumio City in Kalos. Walking out of the safety passage, we arrived at the new region that we were supposed to visit several years later. Ash looked around and was in a good mood. Lumio City is a metropolis located in the center of the Kalos region. It is the core of this region and the most populous city in the Pokemon world. Lumio City is famous for the Prism Tower and Lumiose Art Museum, which symbolize the city. Tourism has therefore become the main economic pillar. The city is full of shops, cafes, restaurants, etc. that are popular with tourists. The cobblestone streets surround the office buildings outside the city. The inner avenues are lined with typical Parisian buildings. The wide road provides safe and convenient driving conditions for the entire city. The diagonal canal flows through the city center. Walking under the small trees on the Champs-Élysées, Ash felt the customs of a foreign country. As soon as he arrived at the door of the Pokemon Center where he had agreed to meet, Ash saw a pure-looking, beautiful girl with long golden brown hair. As if she had noticed Ash's sight, Serena looked at him across the street. The person in front of him was the beautiful girl, Serena, whom Delia asked him to pick up. She was also the only one among the 10 heroines who clearly expressed her love for Ash. Ash walked quickly across the street and came to Serena. "Little Ash," Stephanie's gentle voice seemed to be a little excited. "I didn't expect that we would meet again." Ash was quite surprised. "Should I say it's been a long time?" "Serena, I didn't expect that the little Stephanie has become so beautiful." Hearing Ash's straightforward compliment, Serena's little face immediately turned red, lowered her head, and whispered, "Thank you." Ash's sincere and warm greetings were like the greetings of close friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. It gave Serena a very good first impression. After all, Ash was a veteran in love in his previous life. If he showed emotions beyond friendship to Serena from the beginning, it would certainly deepen her favor for him. But if Serena knew later that he had officially announced 3 girlfriends before her, not only would the good impression be completely shattered, but it would even have a negative impact. Even with the ring given by the system, it is hard to save it. After saying hello, Ash also focused most of his attention on Serena. Today, Serena wore a dress, revealing a pair of white, slender, and beautiful legs. The slightly curly short hair that just touched the shoulders made Serena's face more delicate. The blue bow on her chest made Serena look like a cute doll normal who was carefully dressed up. She exuded an indescribable special charm from head to toe. For a moment, Ash was a little crazy. It can only be said that she is worthy of being one of the most popular heroines. "Ash, you must be tired after a long journey. Let's find a place to rest first." "Okay." Ash followed Serena to the Pokemon Center. The two found a table near the window and sat down. When childhood sweethearts reunited, Serena seemed to have opened up her mouth. She didn't care about being reserved and asked Ash all sorts of questions. When talking about travel life, Ash also tentatively mentioned Misty, Sabrina, and Frella. When she learned that Ash already had 3 girlfriends, Serena was shocked and her face visibly fell. She grew up with her mother Sachi, and her concept of love was still very conservative. She was shocked beyond words. It turned out that Stephanie, who was very close to Ash, already had 3 girlfriends. Serena didn't seem to be in a good mood at this time, and needed time to digest this information. But she still tried to keep smiling in front of Ash, not wanting to ruin the joy of their long-awaited reunion. Ash still remembered her and spoke very intimately. But he had already. Looking at Ash, who was talking to her about interesting travel stories, Serena's emotions rose and fell. But it was better than not seeing Ash at all. At this time, Serena could only suppress her feelings for Ash as much as possible and not think about this aspect. In this way, they can at least be friends, right? If Ash knew that his childhood sweetheart still had improper thoughts about him, even though he already had 2 girlfriends, he would definitely think she was a bad Stephanie. Serena thought to herself 3.8 and decided to hide well when traveling with Ash in the future. Otherwise, they might not even be friends. Thinking of this, Serena tried to make her behavior more like the daily interactions between friends. "Ash, I'm so glad you still remember me. The last time we met was several years ago. By the way, I still have the hand towel you lent me to bandage my wounds. I washed it and brought it here this time. Here, I'll give it back to you." As she said this, Serena handed Ash the hand towel that she cherished and always washed clean, which was like a token of love in her heart. She felt a slight pain in her heart. The hand towel she returned seemed to represent her youthful and naive love that had not yet begun, but had already ended. Of course, I think, Serena, you were so cute back then. Few people will forget it after seeing it. Ash knew the significance of the handkerchief to Serena, and also knew the hidden meaning of her giving it back to him this time. But he still took it. He planned to return it after the two of them were officially together. If he didn't take it now, it might cause more harm to Serena. And this unintentional compliment can be called the finishing touch. It made Serena's mood brighten immediately. Especially Ash didn't praise Serena at this time, but praised her a few years ago. It made Serena recall the good times of summer camp again, and her eyes looking at Ash became softer. At this moment, she didn't notice Ash's different emotions towards her at all. If Ash kept praising her now, she would probably become at a loss. She even chose to leave on her own initiative because she was worried that her existence would cause problems in the relationship between Ash and his girlfriends. When Serena had such an idea, Ash had no chance at all. Given her personality, if Ash hadn't been with Misty and the others, she might have fought for it. But now, she couldn't do such a thing. Serena, on her side, learned from her mother that she could travel with Ash. She immediately set off from home, intending to adapt to the life of traveling as soon as possible before Ash came. During the half-month that Ash went to the Orange Islands, she was completely accustomed to the travel of sleeping in the open air, the fierce battles with wild Pokemon, and even the dilemma of encountering extreme weather. She also told Ash everything that happened in the past half-month. The two of them had a great conversation without mentioning Ash's 3 girlfriends. In the morning of the next day, the two of them went to the Pokemon laboratory in Lumio City together. They met the famous Professor Buratano of Kalos. Serena, why are you back so soon? The boy next to you? When Professor Buratano turned his gaze from Serena to Ash, his expression immediately became a little puzzled. I seem to have seen this boy somewhere before. Where is it? Professor, hello. I'm from Palatown, and my name is Ash. Oh, I remember. Hearing this, Professor Buratano clapped his hands and pointed at Ash excitedly. Are you the one who published my detailed paper on Pokemon Mage Evolution? Huh? Ash actually published a paper? It seems that even Professor Buratano was shocked. I thought it was incredible that Ash could win the Kanto Regional Championship after only 1 year of traveling. I didn't expect that his research on Pokemon knowledge could be highly praised by the prestigious Professor Buratano. This is too amazing. Professor Buratano, thank you for the compliment. It is true that I published that paper, but Professor Oak also helped a lot in the research on Mage Evolution. Facing Professor Buratano's fiery gaze, Ash, who had goosebumps all over his body, quickly gave some of the credit to Professor Oak. He didn't want to be stared at by a man with such fanatical eyes. Since you are the main author of the paper, that proves that you are the leader of the Mage Evolution Research Project. Scientific research has always required excellent researchers to work together and brainstorm. This is beyond reproach. Professor Buratano's tone was still very excited. Serena, next to him, couldn't get a word in. Ash suddenly remembered that Professor Buratano seemed to be a specialist in Mage Evolution research in the original plot. It was normal for him to be so enthusiastic about Mage Evolution. Next, Professor Buratano took Ash to discuss the relevant issues of Mage Evolution. He even asked him to see the Pokemon in Ash's hand that could undergo Mage Evolution, and Ash did not refuse. He immediately released Charizard and let him see Charizard's X form. As for the Y form, he was not shown. After all, how could an ordinary Charizard master 2 Mega Evolution forms at the same time? It would be bad if Professor Buratano misled his students. Half an hour later, after Ash answered most of Professor Buratano's questions, he was about to ask Professor whether there were any Gyarados Mage Evolutions circulating in the Kalos region market recently. Ding! The host has been detected to have arrived in the Kalos region. A new region mission will be launched. Challenge the trainers in the Kalos region who have successfully mastered Mage Evolution and defeat their Mage evolved Pokemon. The system will give a score after the assessment battle, give corresponding points rewards, and a fixed Mage Evolution Stone set reward. Note: the defeated Mage Evolved Pokemon will receive a Mage Evolution Stone set of the same Pokemon as a reward. Hearing this, Ash was immediately overjoyed. Since the publication of his paper on Mage Evolution Stones, it has caused a sensation in the world Pokemon community. At the same time, in Kalos region, more and more Mage Evolution Stone sets that have been excavated by stone merchants and unearthed one after another were sold at sky-high prices in the market. Those trainers who made a lot of money and even became rich and completed the class leap wanted to support Ash, who published the paper. A paper made the Mage Evolution Stone that was originally beautiful and worthless sell at a sky-high price. Even got the opportunity to chat and laugh with those big shots who could never meet at all. In today's Kalos region, everyone knows that Mage Evolution Stone is a shortcut to getting rich, so the difficulty of obtaining it is increasing exponentially. Defeating Mage Evolved Pokemon rewards corresponding props. Isn't this the same as beating the boss and dropping epic props? Now, not only do you not have to worry about being offered a sky-high price by merchants for collecting Gyarados Mage Evolution Stones for Misty in the market, you can even take this opportunity to directly collect all the Mage Evolution Stone sets. Kalos region, all trainers who control Mage Evolution, wait for me. After receiving the system task, Ash immediately asked Professor Bratano. As the Pokemon professor who was most active in research after the publication of the Mage Evolution paper, he traveled all over the Kalos region some time ago and recorded the information of most trainers who had helped Pokemon master Mage Evolution. He took the relevant list from the professor and opened it. The first person who caught his eye was his future nemesis, Alan. He was Professor Bratano's assistant and conducted research on Mega Evolution with the professor. Because Alan wanted to explore the secrets of Mega Evolution, he obtained special permission from Professor Bratano to travel with Charmander, visit ruins in various places, and contact the professor regularly to investigate the situation. According to Professor Bratano, Alan had lost contact with him recently for some reason, and he could not contact him anyway. Professor Bratano's statement just matched the official introduction of Alan in Ash's memory. One day, after Alan finished talking to Professor Bratano at the Pokemon Center, he went to investigate a ruin, but met Lysandra, who had obtained the Mega Evolution Stone earlier than him. In order to get the Ampharisite in Lysandra's hand, he accepted the challenge he proposed. However, Charmeleon was defeated by Lysandra's Pyroar as expected, and then Alan was taken to Lysandra's laboratory by Frawley. Influenced by Lysandra, he was instilled with the extreme idea of, if you want to protect the people who are important to you, you must become the strongest. And he obtained the Charizard's Evolution Stone and the Mega Ring with Keystone from Lysandra and became his direct subordinate. Then it happened to coincide with the plot that Professor Bratano was cut off from contact. At this time, Alan was probably challenging powerful Mega Evolution messengers everywhere and collecting Mega Evolution energy for Lysandra through the Mega Ring in his hand during the battle. If nothing unexpected happens, if Ash travels in Kalos region for a while and challenges those Mega Evolution messengers, he might meet Alan. Then he can be dealt with at the same time. Saying goodbye to Professor Bratano, Ash and Serena set off on a journey. According to the information given by the professor, the two went to Mingshui Town, a small town next to the river. Serena, who was on the back of Pidgeot, with her hands on Ash's waist, looked down in surprise at the scenery that flashed by quickly on both sides. Ash is worthy of being the champion of the Kanto region competition. Such a size, such a majestic Pidgeot is definitely not something that an ordinary trainer can train. Having practiced riding with her mother Sachi since she was a child, Serena was very excited to be able to ride such a handsome Pidgeot this time. Too fast, too fast. After hearing this, Ash in front of her looked a little strange. Too fast. It doesn't sound good to him. When he slowly captures Serena, he will let her see his terrifying endurance. Mingshui Town is not far from Lumiose. Pidgeot controls the speed to Mach 1. Ash does not need to hold up the psychic barrier to resist the wind pressure. It took more than 10 minutes to reach his destination. Pidgeot. Pidgeot landed accurately at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. Many passers-by, trainers looked at it sideways. Oh my god, this size of Pidgeot is too domineering. Awesome. Awesome. This trainer must be extraordinary. Isn't that nonsense? Look at how beautiful Stephanie is behind him. This is the standard of an excellent trainer. Passers-by looked at Ash and Serena, who jumped off the back of Pidgeot. Among them, there was a beautiful girl with light yellow shoulder-length hair and purple-black clothes. Ayaka looked at the Pidgeot, which was much larger than its ordinary peers, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. This person looks extraordinary. Is he also a Mega Evolution Pokemon trainer? Before she finished speaking, she found that Ash, who had landed on the ground, was walking straight towards her. He looked like he knew her. Passers-by made way for him. They were also curious about why Ash came to the Pokemon Center in such a high-profile manner. Ding! Mega Evolution Pokemon Trainer found. Defeat Trainer Ayaka. Will receive Poseidon points and Pokemon Absol's Mage Evolution Stone. Listening to the system prompt, Ash's eyes flickered. I didn't expect the process of finding Ayaka to be so smooth. According to the information given by Professor Bratano, Ayaka was found directly at the Pokemon Center in Mingshui Town. Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. I came here just to see the power of Mega Evolution. I wonder if you can satisfy me, Miss Xiang. After a brief self-introduction, Ash stated his purpose directly and challenged Ayaka. So you're challenging her? Interesting. Could it be that Stephanie's Pokemon has mastered Mega Evolution? I remember that it's very difficult to master. If it's a battle between Mega Evolution Pokemon, it would be very interesting. The crowd also wanted to watch the excitement and hoped that Ayaka would accept Ash's challenge. Hey Ash, why does this name sound so familiar? Ayaka's face sank slightly, revealing a thoughtful look. She was very surprised now. There should be very few people who know that Absol can Mega Evolve. How did he know and find himself at the Pokemon Center in Hananosui Town? And she always felt that she had heard the name Ash somewhere before. But after thinking about it carefully, she couldn't be sure where she heard it. If I win this battle, Ms. Ayaka doesn't have to pay anything. Otherwise, I will pay you 500,000 Pokemon coins as a reward. Okay, it's a deal. Ash has said this, and Ayaka has no reason not to agree. Besides, for her, who has been traveling for a long time but has no business sense, 500,000 Pokemon coins is a lot of money. Since the other party wants to give it, there is no reason for her not to accept it. In this way, Ayaka followed Ash to the battlefield in the backyard of the Pokemon Center. Considering that a one-on-one Pokemon battle has nothing to do with the referee, Xiaobian asked Serena to act as a temporary referee. Serena was quite excited about this. This is her first time to act as a referee in a Pokemon battle. Guess who will win? I think it should be this boy named Ash. Didn't you see the Pidgeot just now? If Stephanie's Mega Evolution Pokemon is very powerful, then there is still a chance. After all, it is a one-on-one battle, and anything can happen. The venue where the two fought was surrounded by crowds. Passers-by trainers are unwilling to miss battles related to Mega Evolution. Kalos region is the region with the most Mega Evolution stones discovered. After the publication of the relevant papers on Mega Evolution, the top trainers use all kinds of relationships to obtain the required Mega Evolution stones. The bottom trainers hope to dig out a Mega Evolution stone in an ancient cave or underground cave during the journey. And if you want Pokemon to Mega Evolve smoothly, it is definitely not enough to obtain the corresponding Mega Evolution stone. Trainers also need to help Pokemon complete Mega Evolution. The audience also hopes to learn some experience from the battle between the two. It's up to you, Absol. Ash, I've got your Pokemon coin bounty. Ayaka threw the Pokeball and said confidently. A flash of white light appeared, and Absol, covered in white hair and with a bow-shaped horn on the right side of his head, appeared on the field. The famous disaster beast Absol in the Hoenn region, and hanging on its chest was the Mage Evolution Stone. The audience was even more excited to see 973 Absol appear. According to the Mega Evolution Pokemon paper, Absol can indeed undergo Mega Evolution. It seems that today they are indeed lucky enough to witness a battle of Mega Evolution Pokemon. Get ready for battle, Charizard. Ash decisively chose to let Charizard fight against Mega Evolution Pokemon. Charizard Flamethrower. Charizard opened his mouth and launched a blazing flame attack. On the other side, Absol, who received Ayaka's order, jumped lightly, and the bow-shaped horn on his head condensed several purple light blades. The mental slash tried to disperse the flamethrower. However, Ayaka knew too little about Ash Charizard. Under the huge level gap, the flame beam easily defeated the purple light blade and fiercely bombarded Absol. This is such a strong flamethrower. Serena on the sidelines opened her mouth slightly, her expression extremely surprised. Is this the strength of the champion of the Kanto tournament? Absol Million Horns. Standing up with a struggle, Absol rushed towards the opposite Charizard at a high speed, and at the same time, the single horn on his head burst into a dazzling blue light. A huge blue energy blade was formed and slashed at Charizard. Next, Ash ordered calmly. I saw Charizard standing still with both feet, taking a fighting stance, and stretched out his right claw to easily grab the attacking blue light blade. Absol quickly jumped back to prevent Charizard from catching the flaw and attacking. Very good power, but that's all. Let me see your real ability. Ash smiled and looked at Ayaka on the opposite side. Her Absol was only level 45, and Charizard had to barely control the power of the skill to avoid killing Absol instantly with one blow. After all, the system task asked him to defeat Mega Absol, and he couldn't let the other party be unable to transform. Really? Then let you see it. Ayaka raised a confident smile at the corner of her mouth and reached out to lightly tap the mage keystone hanging on her right ear. The dazzling rainbow light illuminated the whole field, echoing the mage evolution stone on the neck of Absol in the field. Absol, Mage Evolution. In the dazzling light, Absol's figure began to change dramatically. Because the body was filled with the energy of Mega Evolution, the hair on the body stood up, and it looked like a pair of wings grew out of thin air, but it couldn't actually fly. How's it, Mage Absol? Not bad. This is the first time I've seen Absol's Mega Evolution. Then you have to show me your real ability too. Looking at the confident Ayaka, Ash's mouth curled up slightly. Charizard evolved to X-form. In the same dazzling light, Charizard also completed his own Mage Evolution. The blue and black skin color looks extremely domineering. Very handsome, black body. Thank you for the compliment. Come on, use the steel wings. Roar. Charizard flew into the air, roaring and spreading the steel wings that flashed silver light. Meet Absol Million Horns. Ayaka waved confidently, and the green light accumulated in the horn on Absol's head surged several times, heading straight for Charizard. Steel Wings vs Million Horns. Boom, boom, boom. Even when Ash Charizard's was letting it go, Mega Absol was blasted away by a single blow. Dragon Claw. Absol Dark Pulse. The fierce battle continued, and Charizard was still easily suppressing Absol. What a strong Charizard. Ayaka's beautiful eyes stared at Ash with a glittering look. After about 2 minutes of fierce fighting, Ash seemed to see that Charizard was in danger of being exposed if he continued to act like this, so he decisively ordered it to end the battle. Roar. Charizard's eyes immediately turned cold, and he flew into the air with blazing flames all over his body. An unstoppable flare blitz ruthlessly knocked Absol, who tried to attack with a million horns, away. Boom, boom. The audience stared at Absol, who fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight after breaking several trees in a row. All of them were amazed at Charizard's terrifying destructive power. Absol can't fight, Charizard wins. Although she was not very skilled as a referee for the first time, she could hear joy in Serena's tone. This was the first time she witnessed Ash's Pokemon battle, and Ash won easily. I lost. Your Charizard is awesome. Taking a deep breath, Ayaka came to Absol and half knelt down to treat it. It seemed that there was no Pokemon coin to be taken. For a beautiful woman like you, Stephanie, Pokemon coins are too vulgar as a present. Here, I'll give this to you as a present for our first meeting. Walking in front of Ayaka, Ash took out a diamond ring that he had prepared long ago from his pocket. A beautifully designed, pigeon egg-sized diamond ring. The so-called diamond on it came from the Crystal Onyx Cave on the Rental Island. After bringing the batch of crystals out of the cave, he immediately paid a craftsman to make a diamond ring for him, just right for a gift. Ayaka blushed slightly and took the diamond ring. She was impressed by the polite Ash, and she really liked this present. Such a dazzling and exquisite diamond ring is really rare. Thank you. No, it's me who delayed your time. Ash smiled and shook his head. Ding! Successfully defeated Mega Pokemon Absol Trainer Ayaka. Get 1 million points and Pokemon Absol's Mage Evolution Stone set. The reward has been sent to the system space and can be taken out at any time. Defeating Ayaka gave 1 million points, which is not too much for Ash, whose point balance has reached more than 10 million. For similar tasks, Ash cares most about the reward of the Mage Evolution Stone set. You know, as the wonderful effects of the Mage Evolution Stone spread all over the world, the Mega Evolution Stone in the Kalos market is not only priced at a sky-high price, but even out of stock. Rich businessmen from all over the world, and even the top leaders of the Kalos Alliance, want to use their positions to buy a piece for their juniors to increase their strength. Fortunately, they found that the use of Mage Evolution Stones seemed to have limitations, because it was necessary to establish a bond with Pokemon, so only one of the 6 Pokemon in the team could Mage Evolve. If this problem had not been discovered, the popularity of Mage Evolution Stones would probably be several times higher than it is now. The people in Kalos might not be able to get a set of Mage Evolution Stones even if they offered a sky-high price, but Ash could get the corresponding Mega Evolution Stone by defeating a Mega Pokemon trainer. This is really too convenient. It just so happens that Ash can take advantage of the time he stays in the Kalos region to get all the Mega Evolution Stones he can get. After all, Ash doesn't know whether the task will disappear when he leaves the Kalos region. In short, it's always right to collect as many Mega Evolution Stones as possible. After saying goodbye to Ayaka, Ash and the others continued their journey. After selectively forgetting Ash's 3 girlfriends who are still in Kanto, Serena and Ash get along very happily. Through Ash's efforts, Serena's childhood silly appearance is slowly fading. Instead, there is the humorous and elegant Ash. After 4 or 5 days of continuous travel, Serena felt that Ash was like the sun hanging in the sky. The warm sunshine on her body made her feel as if she could touch it, but in fact, it was far away and invisible. On this day, they came to a dilapidated temple in the valley, and Pidgeot landed. Ash, didn't Professor Blatano give you a map that records the coordinates of all trainers with Mage evolved Pokemon? How could a trainer live in such a place? I wanted to come to this place by myself, and Professor Blatano probably doesn't know about this place. Strange, how can you, a trainer from the Kanto region, know so much about our Kalos region? I saw this ruins on TV by chance. Ash, who was a little confused by Serena's question, made up an excuse to get away with it. The two walked straight into the dilapidated temple. I remember that in the original plot special animation, Alan took a certain megastone from this temple under the order of Lysandra, and was then stopped by Remo, who was guarding outside. The two sides fought with the Mega Evolution Stone as the stakes. Ash, is there any treasure in here? You will know later. When they came to the temple, a huge rock wall stood in front of Ash and Serena. Ash looked up at the pattern engraved on the rock wall. It was the pattern representing the Keystone and the Mage Evolution Stone. Combined with the original plot, the Mage Evolution Stone that Alan took away from here probably belonged to Gyarados. I can only say sorry, Lysandra. Your organization is so big, you can't have even 10 sets of Gyarados' Mage Evolution Stones. I'll take these for you first. As for you, you can find a way from other places. Thinking of this, Ash's eyes lit up with a deep psychic blue light. through the rock wall. Ash saw the yellow gem embedded in the ancient pattern, and the mage evolution stone was just imprisoned in the gem. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Charizard, please break the wall for me. Roar. Charizard, who was released by Ash, used the Dragon Claw with a flashing green light to directly blast through the rock wall in front of him. Boom, boom. As expected, the real treasure is behind the rock wall. In Serena's surprised eyes, Ash urged Psychic to take down the Guang gem embedded in the center of the rock wall. Congratulations, Ash, you got a treasure. Although she didn't know the origin of the yellow gem, the thing that made Ash go all the way must be something special. Lucky it wasn't taken away. 0. Ash nodded, not dwelling on this topic too much. I couldn't tell Serena that I was collecting Gyarados' Mage Evolution Stone for Misty. Now that the Mage Evolution Stone is in hand, the keystone required for Trainer to start Mega Evolution is still missing. Next, it depends on whether Remo will show up. There seems to be a mysterious force behind him who has Mega Garchomp. In the original plot, when Remo wanted the Mage Evolution Stone that Snatch Allen had just obtained, he mentioned that he was instructed to come and collect the Mage Evolution Stone. I hope that by now, he has seen the Molybdenum Stone from other temple troops in Kalos. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't know where to find a matching keystone for a while. Ash muttered as he walked out of the temple with Serena. As soon as they arrived at the temple gate, as expected within Ash's psychic perception, in the sky, a muscular man with a fierce face, simple clothes, and a broken umbrella in his hand was riding a Flygon and flying towards them. Ding! Mega Evolution Pokemon Trainer Remo was found. Defeat Trainer Remo, and you'll get a lot of points and Pokemon Garchomp's Mage Evolution Stone. Okay, you are finally here. Otherwise, I have nowhere to find the keystone. Looking at the figure approaching rapidly in the air, Ash raised a smile of expectation at the corner of his mouth. Great, I can get 2 sets of Mage Evolution Stones at once. Looking at Remo, a sturdy man with the same back ornament as Orochimaru and Blaze, carrying a purple umbrella on his shoulder. Ash smiled happily. Rare Mage Evolution Stone. Are you also ordered to bring this thing back? Jumping off Flygon's back, Remo looked at Ash and Serena with interest. The Mega Evolution Stones are scattered in very hidden places. Trainers who can usually find the Evolution Stones accurately usually have relatively large forces behind them. I don't serve anyone. I can't give you this Mega Evolution Stone. Ash raised his eyebrows and looked at Remo and replied, How about we have a fair duel, betting on a mage, 913 fossil in your hand to fight me? What if I say no? Then look at what this is. As he said that, Remo showed the keystone in his hand. What is this? Ash asked in surprise. This is the keystone I found in a cave ruin not far from this temple. I believe you should also know that without the keystone, the Mega Evolution Stone will not work. Why not just fight me and the winner takes all? Sure, one-on-one quick battle. Ash agreed without hesitation. After laying the groundwork for so long, he was waiting for Remo to say this. Get ready for battle, Charizard. Go fierce. A white light flashed, and both sides sent out their own Pokemon. Pokemon. Garchomp level, KV.55. The level of this Garchomp is not too low, but it's a pity that its Mega Evolution is really not flattering. Considering Remo's reckless character, Ash decisively commanded Charizard to Mega Evolve directly at the beginning. Roar. Accompanied by a loud roar, Mega Charizards appeared. Since you are unreserved, I won't be polite either. Open your eyes and watch. Slasher, Mage Evolution. As Remo opened the umbrella, the Mage Evolution Stone at the tip of the umbrella suddenly flashed with dazzling rainbow light. Then Garchomp quickly evolved into Mega Garchomp. Garchomp, my charge. It is really time-saving and labor-saving to fight against a reckless man. Use Dragon Claw, Charizard. Ash waved his hand and ordered. Facing Garchomp, who flew up to soaring in the sky and was wrapped in blue energy and turned into a dragon shadow and swooped down, Charizard waved the Dragon Claw condensed by green light to meet him. The two figures fought fiercely in the open space in front of the temple. Dragon Charge versus Dragon Claw. Bang! With a loud bang, Garchomp's body flew backwards and hit the wall of the temple heavily. This is impossible, Garchomp. Remo was shocked when he saw Garchomp falling back to the ground. How could Ash's Charizard be so powerful? Can Dragon Claw withstand the power of Dragon Charge? Charizard Flamethrower. Block it, Garchomp. Charizard opened his mouth and spit out a deep blue flame. But Garchomp quickly stood up and blocked it with his claws, relying on his body to bear it. It can only be said that the ground attribute is still quite strong. After blocking Flamethrower, Garchomp flew up to soaring in the sky again and attacked Charizard with a two-shot attack. Ash ordered Charizard to fight back with Dragon Claw. The level gap between the two sides was already very large, and the Dragon-type skills were also effective when hitting the body. Relying on faster speed and stronger power, Charizard easily smacks Garchomp down to the ground, making it incapable of fighting. You win. The molybdenum is yours. Well, you can come to me next time if you have such a good thing. Taking the keystone, Ash waved at Remo. Rubbing salt into Ash's wound, Remo quickly boarded the Flygon and left this sad place. Ding! Defeat Mega Evolution Pokemon Trainer Remo. Reward Pokemon Garchomp's Mage Evolution Stone 200W points. Points balance 1434W. Good, very good. There are already a lot of points, and the system store will be refreshed again in 3 days. Ash can't wait to buy more and rarer items. Ash, you are so awesome. Charizard seems to win easily no matter who he faces. After watching several battles, Serena also praised Ash's Pokemon battle level. Whether it is Absol or Garchomp, a powerful quasi-god Pokemon, he can easily deal with it. Next there will be a difficult rival. It should be a wonderful battle. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Ash and Serena left the temple with laughter and chat. During this trip, Ash directly got 2 sets of Mega Evolution Stones and was in a particularly good mood. Riding on Pidgeot, the two came to a nearby city, landed outside the Pokemon Center. As expected, his conspicuous Pidgeot once again attracted the attention of many passers-by trainers. Entering the Pokemon Center, Ash learned from Nurse Joy that there was a store nearby opened by one of the Elite Four chefs, Shimi, and took Serena straight to Shimi's store. When they arrived at the store, they saw Shimi wearing a white Navy-style suit and light blonde hair. Shimi Elite, I'm a travel trainer from the Kanto region. My name is Ash. I hope you can let me see your Mega Evolution 3.4 Pokemon. Ash, it's you. Shimi also recognized Ash at a glance. As the publisher of the Pokemon Mage Evolution paper, his Blastoise was able to successfully evolve into Mage, thanks to his experience in Mega Evolution mentioned in the paper. A while ago, the Alliance did receive news that you were coming to the Kalos region, and I'm looking forward to your arrival. Hey, am I so famous now? Ash really didn't expect that Shimi Elite was waiting for him. It's a unique experience to let the founder of the Pokemon Mega Evolution system see the Mega Evolution Pokemon he cultivated. Please follow me, both of you. As he said that, Shimi took the two to the battlefield in the backyard of the restaurant. Ding! Rival is Mega Evolution Pokemon Trainer Shimi. Defeat Trainer Shimi to get a lot of points and Pokemon Blastoise's Mage Evolution Stone. In the restaurant-themed battlefield, Charizard and Blastoise, who was wearing a Mage Evolution Stone on his head, were facing each other in the field. Excuse me, you know I'm a Water-type Pokemon user, but you still use a Fire-type Pokemon? Yes, I know, but I don't want to use it to fight. Attribute Restraint is not all about Pokemon battles. Ash finished speaking, and Charizard Mega evolved in a dazzling rainbow light. Mega Charizarks appeared. What a beautiful figure. I hope the champion of the Kanto region competition will not let me down. Shimi stared at Charizarks with expectation. It is common sense in all regions that the champion of the tournament is not as good as the Elite Four. There is a very obvious gap between the two, which can be seen from the fact that there is one champion in the 17th district of the tournament every year, while the Elite Four will not have any personnel changes for many years. Shimi admires Ash for being able to research Mega Evolution, but it does not mean that he recognizes that Ash's strength can be compared with his. Charizard Dragon Claw. Roar. Charizard flew up with a green light flashing between his claws and took the initiative to attack Blastoise. Hydro Pump Combo. Blastoise calmly launched the Hydro Pump attack, and Charizard cleverly dodged left and right in midair and was not hit. Not a bad reaction. Blastoise Skull Bash. Blastoise's eyes were determined, and Splash rushed towards Charizard. The first head-on confrontation between the two in terms of strength. Bang! With a loud bang, Blastoise was hit and staggered backwards. In contrast, Charizard stopped steadily in place. With both great power and speed, this Kanto League champion is no ordinary player. Then it's time to present the artistic main course. Blastoise, Mage Evolution. Shimi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he showed the keystone embedded in his chest. The two cannons on the tortoise shell turned into a giant cannon, Mega Blastoise, and appeared in the battlefield. Is this Mega Blastoise? It looks pretty cool. Looking at Blastoise, who had completed Mega Evolution, Serena opened her mouth slightly. Her tone was quite surprised. A fierce battle was about to start, and the power of Blastoise's Wave and Wave Guide moves would be increased under the Mega Launcher ability. Blastoise Dragon Pulse. Charizard Flamethrower. Mega Blastoise turned into a Mega Turret, intending to use firepower to hit the Jade Charizard fiercely. Shimi's Blastoise is his trump card, and its strength is at the champion level. Although it is not as abnormal as those elites in Kanto, it is also very difficult to deal with. However, in terms of skill power alone, Charizard's still tied with Blastoise. But it is worth mentioning that the first two games were no pressure for Charizard. The decline in physical strength was not obvious, but Charizard was still very serious in the battle with Mega Blastoise. With the increasingly high-intensity attack, Charizard's hidden ability, Mad Blood, soon became more and more obvious. The racial attributes were fully improved, and Mega Blastoise began to struggle under the strong pressure it exerted. This can't be my illusion. I always feel that this Charizard attack is getting sharper and sharper. Seeing that Blastoise was about to be completely suppressed, Zhoumi's face became more and more solemn. I'm not going to lose to the league champion of Kanto, am I? He's just a rookie who has just been traveling for a year. Ash, this is too strong. After learning about Shimi's true identity, Serena originally thought that Ash would be in danger in this battle. Unexpectedly, Charizard's performance was still strong, and he was suppressing the Kalo's elite Blastoise throughout the whole battle. Damn, this Charizard is getting braver and braver. Charizard Dragon Claw. As Charizard's physical strength dropped to 1/2, its combat power became more and more abnormal. The increasingly sharp Dragon Claw blasted Blastoise back step by step. Then it soared into the sky, and the powerful Flare Blitz directly connected with Blastoise and knocked him out of the battlefield. Bang! For a while, smoke and dust flew, and it was difficult to see Blastoise's situation. And Charizard retreated back to midair. Looking up at Charizard, who had no obvious scars on his body, Shimi had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, as the smoke and dust dissipated, Blastoise, who had lost his ability to fight, appeared in his sight. Blastoise can't fight. Charizard wins. The referee quickly made a decision. Even under unfavorable circumstances, you still defeated my Blastoise. Young man, your strength is really terrifying. Looking at Ash, Shimi said with emotion. As the Elite Four of Kalo's region, he actually lost to the champion of the Kanto region. I used to sneer when I heard that Kanto is the oldest region, and its Elite Four's combat power is unfathomable. Now it seems that I am sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Thanks for exaggerating, Shimi Elite. Ash nodded and took back 837 Charizard. Ding! Defeated Mega Evolution Pokemon Trainer Shimi. Obtained Pokemon Blastoise's Mage Evolution Stone. 1.5 million points. The reward props have been stored in the system space. The system prompt suddenly flashed in his mind. Ash nodded with satisfaction after hearing it. Blastoise's Mega Evolution items are very important to him now. His Blastoise has evolved for a while, and Mega Evolution tests the bond between trainer and Pokemon. As an old friend who has been with him since the Squirtle Core, Ash and Blastoise's tacit understanding is naturally needless to say. At the same time, in the abandoned temple that Ash and Serena visited before, Alan and his partner Manon came here. Is it that no one has taken it away? I don't know when it was taken away. Is it because we were suddenly spotted by a group of Zangoose when we were crossing the forest, which delayed us for a long time? Looking at the center of the stone wall, where something should have been inlaid, it was already empty, he whispered to himself. If Ash was here, he would definitely be very surprised. Because of his arrival, Alan's arrival at this temple was delayed a little. Defeat Shimi Elite and get Blastoise's Mega Evolution Stone. Ash and Serena began to slow down their travels. After all, there are not many trainers of Mega Evolution Pokemon that he could challenge. And the Mega Evolution Stone he had just obtained was just right for his Blastoise to Mega Evolve and master the new posture. Ash and Blastoise's bond did not need to be tested, and its first Mega Evolution was also very smooth, without any accidents throughout the process. After a few more evolutions, it will master the new power. During the trip, whenever he encountered a wild Pokemon group, Ash would send Mega Blastoise out. After a few days of high-intensity battles, Blastoise's level was raised from IV.45 to IV.49, and it was only one step away from being promoted to Elite Pokemon. 3 days later, Ash and Serena returned to Lumio City, and just as the two were on their way to the Pokemon Center, when passing by an open square, Ash discovered the Bubble Frog hidden in the tree through psychic perception. Pokemon, Bubble Frog, level, IV.15 qualification gold. After confirming the eye contact, I met the right frog. Oh my god, what a pig brain I have. Ash slapped his head. He met Serena in Mississauga. How could he forget such an important thing? Frog God is one of his main goals in this trip to Kalos region. Other Pokemon can be captured when he visits Kalos again in the future. But Bubble Frog must not be let go and must be captured. Bubble Frog, I can make you stronger. Let's fight. If you lose, come with me. How about that? Ash looked at Bubble Frog staring at him on the treetop and said straight to the point. I can only say that Frog God is worthy of being his destined Pokemon. He nodded without thinking. He jumped down from the tree and took a fighting stance in the open space, looking eager to try. Okay, it's up to you next, Pikachu. Pika. Here, Ash sent Pikachu, although it was a bit unethical. But it was also to make Bubble realize his strength and firmly follow him on his journey. Thunderbolt Pikachu. Pikachu. A powerful thunderbolt, Bubble was hit just after jumping into the air and crashed directly. Sorry, Bubble. Ash immediately threw the Pokeball to capture Bubble. Through the Pokeball, Bubble also saw the magical Pokemon home and the Pokemon partners in it. Although it was a little uncomfortable with the warm greetings of its partners, it still liked the scenery and environment in the Pokemon home. After capturing Bubble, Ash asked around and brought Serena to a coffee shop, and met the owner of this coffee shop, Lysandra. Hello, Mr. Lysandra. Well, do you know me, boy? Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Ash, from Pallet Town in Kanto. It's you, Professor Ash. I remember that you published a paper on Mega Evolution, and I'm lucky enough to have read it. Lysandra's eyes flickered as he looked at Ash, who suddenly appeared in his shop, and Serena beside him. In fact, before Ash published the paper on Mega Evolution, he had already discovered the secret of Mega Evolution. However, before Lysandra had time to mention his research on Mega Evolution to his good friend Professor Bratano, Ash suddenly published a related paper. Lysandra was also very curious about this Pokemon professor who was far away in Kanto region, but could study Mega Evolution before him and understood it so detailed. But he didn't expect that the person he met today was actually a boy who looked like he had just traveled for a short time. But on second thought, the paper also mentioned Professor Oak's name. He must be deeply involved in it. In this way, it can be understood. I don't dare to be a professor. Just call me Ash. Actually, I came here this time to ask Mr. Lysandra for something. You can say it, Mr. Ash. Actually, Professor Blatano recommended me here. I want to find more Pokemon with Mega Evolution and challenge them. I want to verify my latest research on Mega Evolution power. Oh, then I am quite interested. Ash, who is familiar with the original plot, knows Lysandra and his ideals very well. He originally had a kind personality, but he was disappointed with the people of Snatch who kept arguing with each other. In order to let people live beautifully in the world of Snatch without disputes, Lysandra had the idea of reducing the number of lives. It can only be said that it is a very rigid template of the blackening of megavillains. Lysandra has a deep relationship with Professor Blatano. Approaching him in the name of Professor is the least likely to arouse suspicion. So, can Mr. Lysandra help me? Yes, but I have a condition. That is, after Mr. Ash completes the battle, any new research results that are not recorded in the Mega Evolution paper can be shared with me. 1. This request should not be too outrageous. Lysandra smiled and stared at Ash. No problem. Ash agreed without thinking. For Mega Evolution, he does have a lot of deeper understanding that has not been written into the Pokemon paper. Just tell Lysandra a little bit at that time. Remember that in the original plot, at Alan's request, Lysandra picked 10 Mega Evolution trainers for him. Even Malva, the fire elite of Kalos region, was included. By the way, can I ask Mr. Lysandra how many Mega Evolution trainer rivals he can find for me? 5 should be enough. Lysandra frowned slightly and replied after a little good thought. 5? It was reduced by half. My treatment is too much worse than Alan's. I wonder if this thing is included. How many rivals can Mr. Lysandra bring for me? Take out the Mega Evolution Stone set of Gyarados and put on the table. This is... so, it's in your hands. Seeing the shining Mega Evolution Stone, Lysandra's eyes narrowed slightly and replied in surprise. Ash raised his eyebrows. It seems that Mr. Lysandra knows this set of Mega Evolution Stones, so I don't need to waste my words. As long as there is one person in the rival that Mr. Lysandra chooses for me, who can defeat me, then I will give this set of Gyarados Mega Evolution Stones to you. What do you think? To deal with an old fox like Lysandra, he must first see the benefits within reach. Okay, give me some time to arrange it. Come to the coffee shop at this time tomorrow. I will gather 11 excellent Mage Evolution users. Lysandra thought for a moment and replied in a deep voice. Okay, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's battle. Ash nodded. Of course, if you lose any of the games, you won't be able to keep your Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone. Just consider it as a reward for me to gather these Mega Evolution users. After reaching an agreement, Ash and the others did not stay any longer. Lysandra was obviously determined to get the Mega Evolution Stone. He looked at the backs of Ash and the others as they left and whispered, Gyarados' Mega Evolution Stone. He was able to take it away before me. He is worthy of being the one who got in touch with the power of Mega Evolution before me. Ash and Serena returned to the Pokemon Center. He called Serena's mother, Sachi. Serena, when will you go to Johto region with Ash? 19. Annie Sachi, before going to Johto region, I have to take Serena back to Pallet Town to meet my mother Delia. I forgot about that. Well, we'll travel together in the future, and I'll ask you to take good care of Serena. Sachi smiled at Ash on the screen. As Ash hung up the phone, Serena, who was standing next to him, breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little afraid that her mother would ask Ash some embarrassing questions, and she was basically nervous when she was on the phone. After hanging up the phone, she finally relaxed. In the evening, after dinner, Ash and Serena strolled on the busy streets. Ash, are there many Pokemon in Johto region that I have never seen before? Of course, many Pokemon in Kalos region have never been seen in Kanto. I'm looking forward to the future Pokemon travel and hope to capture those rare and cute Pokemon in Johto region. Serena imagined the Pokemon travel with Ash. Well, Serena, Pokemon travel is quite interesting. Meet all kinds of Pokemon and capture and train the Pokemon that you like and recognize. Ash raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. That night, Ash also accompanied Serena to visit the commercial streets of the whole city and they played until very late before returning to the Pokemon Center. This was also the happiest time for Serena. There was always a sweet smile on her cute little face. At the same time, her mentality also changed a little bit. Such an excellent genius like Ash, a rare genius in the Pokemon world. A boy with high appearance, high emotional intelligence, and most importantly, who is very patient with Stephanie, can easily attract Stephanie's attention. Should I also meet Ash's 3 girlfriends and then think about my relationship with Ash? From thinking that she could only be friends with Ash at the beginning, to the relationship that seemed to be able to go further, Serena's conservative view of love seemed to be slowly loosening up. On the morning of the next day, Ash and Serena got up early. They left the Pokemon Center and came to Lysandra's cafe. As expected, he had been waiting for a long time. What was slightly different from yesterday was that there was a short-haired, beautiful secretary beside Lysandra today. For some reasons, I may ask you two to blindfold your eyes and follow me to the battle site. Is it so troublesome to blindfold your eyes? Serena asked in surprise. It's a special situation. Please forgive me. It's okay, Mr. Lysandra. I'll do as you say. Ash gave Serena a reassuring look and then nodded to Fla, Ba Dolly. In the original plot, there is a secret door in Lysandra's coffee shop, which leads directly to an important base of Team Flare, where Team Flare conducts various researches. It was there that Alan challenged 10 Mega Evolution users. Thank you for your cooperation. I can't wait to see this wonderful battle. Lysandra clapped his hands, and the short-haired secretary beside him took out 2 black ribbons from somewhere. Covered the eyes of Ash and Serena. Please follow me, both of you. She held their hands and followed behind Lysandra, hearing the sound of various machines running and the door closing. It took about 10 minutes to walk, as the secretary took off the ribbon covering their eyes. After getting used to the dazzling light again, a huge circular battlefield appeared in their eyes. Serena looked around in great surprise, wondering where this was going. The sensory experience told her that they had not walked far. Could it be that there was something else inside the coffee shop? Glancing behind him, there were huge iron gates blocking the passages on the opposite side, which looked a bit like the ancient Roman Colosseum. Ash's mouth curled up. I have to say that Lysandra's taste is pretty good. It's a pity that her thoughts are still too extreme. Mr. Ash, you will fight with the 11 Mega Evolution users I invited next. If you lose any of them, Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone will belong to me. At this time, Lysandra's voice came from the radio. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar prompt sounded in Ash's mind. Ding! Trigger the plot mission. Defeat a Mega Evolution user invited by Fravely. Mission reward. 1 million points. Any 2 Pokemon level increase by 5 levels. Greninja Perfect Bond Evolution item. Top grade Mind Stone. The mind pace will be perfectly consistent with the trainer. The mind will be connected, and the power of ordinary Bond Greninja will burst out 150%. Oh my god, I didn't get the item for Greninja's Perfect Bond Evolution before, because I didn't have enough points. I didn't expect that the system would release a more powerful reward item this time. It can not only help Ash to complete the Bond Evolution of Greninja in the simplest way, but also increase the power of Greninja in the Bombardment Evolution form. This is really a pillow when you are sleepy, and the level increase of any 2 Pokemon is also much more generous than the previous mission rewards. Team Flare Underground Base. Under the spotlight, a boy with short green hair, who looked like the moth in Yu-Gi-Oh!, walked slowly into the battlefield. You are so unlucky. I am the first one to meet you. After proudly taunting Ash, the boy adjusted his glasses and took out a Pokeball. Venusaur, come out. With a loud roar, Venusaur appeared in the field. Ash naturally sent Charizard to fight. At the same time, in the private room on the high platform, he looked at the 2 people below through the glass window. Fire Elite Malva asked with interest, "Is this the boy who discovered the secret of Mega Evolution earlier than you?" Well, if it weren't for him, it wouldn't be worth my trouble to find so many Mega Evolution users. With Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone, your Gyarados should be able to fight against the champion-level Pokemon. Indeed, So, no matter what, don't let him get the final victory. Lysandra looked at Malva expressionlessly and said, "Don't worry, he may not even see it." Malva stared at Ash in the field. His eyes flickered. While the two were talking, Venusaur off the field had completed Mega Evolution. Ash let Charizard fight in normal form. This Venusaur was not high level and could not withstand Charizard's fierce flamethrower and heat wave attacks. Although Vine Whip caused some trouble to Charizard, it was not worth mentioning in the face of the absolute strength gap and attribute restraint. In the end, Charizard used Flare Blitz to defeat Venusaur and obtain the Mega Evolution Stone of Venusaur. It is worth mentioning that after defeating Mega Venusaur this time, the system only issued Mega Evolution Stone as a reward. Ash guessed that the points might be counted towards the task of defeating 11 people in total. "Come on, Ash, it's really exciting fight." On the sidelines, Serena put her hands on her mouth and shouted for Ash. Charizard fell back in front of Ash. "You don't have time to rest, because I'm very impatient." At this time, another trainer walked out from behind the Iron Gate. Wearing a headscarf, he spoke in an Indian style. "Go ahead, Stock." The moment Alakazam was sent out, he decisively showed the keystone to let it evolve into a mage. Alakazam, holding the spoon high, completed the mage form and transformed into the image of an old man floating in the air. Pokemon, Mega Alakazam, level IV.50, qualification, purple. "Not bad, not bad. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Alakazam." Looking at Alakazam on the opposite side, Ash smiled very happily. It was because his girlfriend Sabrina's trump card Pokemon was Alakazam. After getting its Mega Evolution Stone, he just gave it to Sabrina. After the Mage Evolution, Alakazam's psychic skill power was greatly improved, and the speed was also much faster than before. But after Mega Evolution, the copy ability seemed a bit useless. "Pikachu, I'll leave this to you." "Pikachu, Pika." Pikachu leaped lightly and landed on the battlefield. Pikachu, which is at level IV.66, has an extremely difficult to dodge and powerful electric special move that makes Mega Alakazam flee in a panic. Under the agility contest condition, the dazzling speed also makes it difficult for Mega Alakazam's psychic skills to lock on the target, and Pikachu plays around with it. Pikachu Lightning Surf. It seems that Pikachu has had enough fun. Pikachu rides on the huge waves with golden sparks flashing all over. The violent sparks block all directions of Mega Alakazam's teleport, forcing the opponent to fight head-on. As a result, he was killed instantly by Pikachu. Psychic Pokemon are not good at defense, so they can't withstand Pikachu's powerful combination moves. What a powerful Pikachu, Surf and Volt Tackle can actually form a combination skill. Lysandra, this Ash trainer is not simple. After watching the two battles, Malva's expression gradually became solemn. Charizard easily defeated Venusaur in normal form. Pikachu even suppressed Alakazam in Mega Evolution throughout the game. It seems that Ash's level of training Pokemon is really high. Next, rival arranged by Lysandra took the stage one after another. Ash was also diligently changing the Pokemon to play. The strength of Mega Pokemon users varies, and Ash will also select Pokemon to play according to the opponent's strength level. Dragonair, Bulbasaur, Blastoise, and other Pokemon all got playing time, some won easily, and some a little stumbling. Just like this, Heracross's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. Sizer's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. Ampharosa's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. Agron's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. Pinsir's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. And so on. Ash won 9 sets of Mage Evolution Stones in one go. He made a lot of money. Next, Ash welcomed his 10th rival, Poker Face Alan. "Alan, come on, you're the best." On the podium, Manon waved and cheered for him. "Zero. It was the trainer with Chase Spin in the original plot. I want to fight your Charizard." "As you wish." After a brief conversation, both sides sent Charizards to fight at the same time. Looking at Alan's Charizard, Ash raised his eyebrows slightly. Pokemon, Charizard level, IV.57, Qualification Gold. Just from the panel, it is already very luxurious. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the water sprayer in the mouth of Pokemon fans in the previous life. It's a pity that if Ash didn't capture it, he couldn't see the detailed panel of Alan's Charizard. It may have a hidden ability that can reduce the damage of water skills. At this time, Alan's strength is already very good, much stronger than the Mega Evolution users that Ash fought before. But in front of Ash's more powerful Charizard, who was at a higher level, he could only passively take the beating. The result was no surprise. Alan's Charizard X did its best, but failed to pose much of a threat to Ash's Charizard. It was a complete defeat. I didn't expect Lysandra to even find Alan. But this battle is just a formality. I'll defeat you with Frog God at the next Kalos Region Conference. Looking at Alan, who was already doubting his life after being beaten, Ash was thinking about what posture to use to beat him up next time. Frog God's Waterloo at the Kalos Region Conference was a big blow to him, a loyal Pokemon fan. Ash wanted to find an opportunity to make up for his regrets with the most correct posture. I'm really surprised. I didn't expect you to really beat 10 people. Nice to meet you. I'm Malva. I'll be your rival in the end. I heard his voice before I saw him. Malva, dressed in cool casual clothes, walked slowly over, slightly pulled down his sunglasses, looked at Ash and spoke. Elite Four, Malva? Oh, you know me. I'm so happy. Malva looked at Ash with interest. The Mega Evolution users Lysandra found were all good, especially Alan. Ash was able to easily defeat them and forced her to leave, which shows how strong he is. I fought with your colleague Shimi Elite. His Blastoise is very strong. I hope you won't let me down. After saying that, Ash threw the Pokeball in his hand decisively. Roar! Charizard appeared in the battlefield. In the last battle with Malva, although Ash knew that Malva's trump card Pokemon was Houndoom with Flash Fire ability, he still chose to let Charizard deal with it. Houndoom, prepare for battle. Pokemon, Houndoom, level, IV.65, Qualification Gold. Houndoom has a good level and qualifier, but as the trump card Pokemon of the Elite Four, it is still a little bit lacking. Charizard, Mage Evolution, Dragon Pulse. Seeing that Malva had no intention of attacking, Ash immediately waved his hand and gave the order. He knew Malva's intention very well. Her Houndoom had Flash Fire ability, so she deliberately gave Ash the chance to attack first. She just wanted Charizard to use Fire Attack on Houndoom, so that Flash Fire ability could play a role and increase the power of Houndoom's fire skills. Then use Mega Evolution to defeat Charizard. Dark Pulse. Obviously, Malva did not expect Ash to choose to let Charizard use Dragon Pulse, which he was not very good at. Houndoom opened his mouth and shot out a Dark Wave Beam. Dark Pulse spurs Dragon Pulse. Two energy shock waves fiercely attacked each other in the field and exploded quickly. Bang! The air waves generated by the energy aftermath spread in all directions. Dragon Claw, Thunder Fawn. Charizard flapped his wings, and his claws flashed with green light and rushed towards Houndoom at a high speed. Houndoom's face was fierce, and he rushed forward with a faint golden spark in his mouth. Bang! Houndoom Thunder Fong bit Charizard's Dragon Claw. Roar! Charizard screamed in pain, while Houndoom bit it tightly and even tried to throw Charizard out. It seems that my Houndoom has the upper hand. Malva Elite is too happy too early. Ash raised his eyebrows and looked at Malva and said, Charizard's right hand was bitten, but he still has one hand. Slash at its head, Charizard. As soon as the words fell, Malva's eyes suddenly became solemn. Charizard raised his left claw with a flashing white light and smashed it hard. Woo! Houndoom, who was hit in the head, screamed, and his eyes turned white. At the same time, he opened his mouth to release Charizard's right hand that was bitten. Chase Charizard while he's victorious. Use Dragon Tail. Take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Charizard swung the glowing Dragon Tail at Houndoom. Use Substitute Houndoom. At the critical moment, Houndoom, with a painful expression, uses Substitute to help it block the Dragon Tail attack and quickly distance himself from Charizard. Substitute? Malva Elite's reaction is really fast. Faced with Ash's ridicule, Malva's face became extremely focused at this time, completely unlike the relaxed and comfortable look at the beginning of the battle. Malva suspected that Ash might know her intentions. He was sure that Houndoom had the flash fire ability. Faced with Charizard's fierce dragon-type close-range skill attack, Houndoom was beaten very passively and could not compete with Charizard at all. He could only be beaten back step by step. In that case, then go all out Houndoom. Burn up. Houndoom, Mage Evolution. Taking off the keystone pendant on her chest, Malva decisively chose to let Houndoom perform Mega Evolution. Flash Fire's little advantage may not be taken. In the dazzling rainbow light, Houndoom's appearance began to change dramatically, and the original curved horns also turned into the shape of a big horn bull. Houndoom, after Mega Evolution, was majestic, and its body looked a whole circle larger than before. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Today happened to be a sunny day, and Mega Houndoom's solar power ability came into play. Special attack was directly increased to 1.5 times. The dazzling flame beam shot straight at Charizard. Just in time, block it, Charizard. Ash's eyes flashed, and he saw Charizard taking a defensive posture and taking Houndoom's flame attack. At the same time, the hidden ability of Mad Blood began to take effect, and all attribute species strengths were improved. Fly up, Charizard! Charizard flapped his wings and flew high into the sky with Splash. At the same time, Houndoom opened his mouth and spit out fierce black smoke. Charizard rushed over and used Dragon Claw. Charizard rushed through the billowing black smoke at an astonishing speed, and Dragon Claw attacked Houndoom from top to bottom. Houndoom still opened his mouth and wanted to fight back with Thunder Fang again. This time, Charizard, who was well prepared, made an emergency stop in the air, causing Houndoom's Thunder Fang to miss, and then Dragon Claw hit Houndoom heavily. Woo! Houndoom let out another mournful cry and fell to the ground. Houndoom, cheer up. Charizard, it's time to end. Use Blast Burn. Blast Burn, attack with explosive flames, incinerate rival. A mega move with 150 power of fire. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that resounded throughout the stadium, the 3.6 Charizard, whose body was burning with deep blue flames, clenched his fist and slammed the ground heavily. Rumble. Instantly, the ground broke apart, and red pillars of light shot up into the sky. Houndoom, who was in the middle of it, kept jumping to avoid the terrible damage of the flame explosion. Bang, bang, bang. However, with a series of explosions, Houndoom still couldn't escape the attack range of Blast Burn. Mega Houndoom's ability is not Flash Fire, and at this moment is not immune to the terrible damage from this Fire-type ultimate move. What amazing power! Looking at the flames rising into the sky in the field, Malva, a Fire-type elite, couldn't help but sigh. Houndoom loses his ability to fight. Ash wins. Congratulations to Mr. Ash for winning all the battles. With the defeat of Mega Houndoom, Ash won the bet with Lysandra and Houndoom's Mega Evolution Stone. Ding successfully defeated the 11 Mega Evolution users invited by Lysandra. Task reward: 1 million points, Greninja Perfect Bond Evolution item, top quality Mind Stone. The mind pace will be perfectly consistent with the trainer, the mind will be connected, and the power of ordinary Bond Greninja will be 150%. Pokemon. Zapdos upgraded from 4.72 to 4.77. Pokemon. Dragonair upgraded from 4.52 to 4.57 with the ability to evolve into Dragonite. Oh my god, this reward is really too good. The Pokemon that are randomly upgraded are Zapdos and Dragonair. Dragonair has even accumulated enough to evolve directly into Dragonite, so the reward for this mission is really not small. Of course, the most important thing is the top quality Mind Stone item. After getting this thing, he can start to cultivate and improve the strength of Bubble Frog. Well done, where's Eruption? Ash said with a smile, hugging Charizard's neck. Roar. Charizard also smiled happily. Thank you for your hard work, Houndoom. Malva, wearing red glasses, took out the Pokeball and put Houndoom, who had degenerated into a normal form, back into the Pokeball. What a hateful trainer. It's better to say that he is so hateful that people like him. Congratulations on beating 11 people, including me. Malva walked closer and said with a smile, Papa, Papa. At the same time, there was a round of applause from outside the fence behind him. Ash looked back. It turned out that Lysandra and Serena were walking towards him. Ash, Charizard is too powerful. Continuously defeated so many powerful rivals. Serena praised Ash without hesitation. Interesting, you are really amazing to have defeated Malva, Mr. Ash. I lost the bet this time, but I saw so many Mega Evolution Pokemon today. I hope you don't forget our other agreement. Although he was upset that he didn't get the Mega Gyarados from Ash, Lysandra, who was very cunning, still smiled and applauded Ash. Expressed doubts about this, but he still asked calmly, So, Mr. Ash, do you have the confidence to make your Pokemon complete Bond Evolution? This is my guess after more than 10 battles. It naturally takes time and energy to verify it. Of course, a lot of Mega Evolution Stones are needed as materials for control research. Mr. Lysandra, we don't have so many Mega Evolution Stones in the Kanto region for me to study. Ash looked at the Lysandra replied, It's not that it can't be done, but it's hard for a good cook to cook without rice. The main reason is that our Kanto region doesn't produce many Mega Evolution Stones. At the same time, he didn't forget to mention the related research agreed before the battle. Of course, I will keep my promise. Ash nodded and replied with a smile. He got more than 10 sets of Mega Pokemon Evolution Stones from Lysandra in one go, which was really a big profit. At this moment, he didn't mind telling Lysandra some secrets about Mega Evolution Pokemon. Lysandra Labs, which is nominally his laboratory, is actually the secret base of Team Flare. Lysandra didn't want Ash and the others to stay here for too long, and even didn't want them to see other places besides the battle site. However, just when he was about to issue an order to expel them, Mr. Lysandra, to be honest, these 11 battles have confirmed some things for me. Oh, then I'd like to listen carefully. Lysandra's eyes lit up when he heard this, and Malva beside him also cast a curious look at Ash. From Lysandra, she also learned that Ash had done a very deep study on Pokemon Mega Evolution. If she could get some useful information from Ash, maybe her Mega Houndoom would become even stronger. I didn't intend to tell anyone this information. After all, it is a heavyweight for Mega Evolution users. Excellent trainers may be able to use it to make their Pokemon extremely powerful. But after all, I owe Mr. Lysandra a favor. Ash began to deceive seriously, and even asked the two to swear not to tell anyone. Even Lysandra, who is extremely cunning and experienced, was aroused by Ash at this moment. Please rest assured, Mr. Ash, we will never leak the news. I promise. Malva also echoed. Then he looked at Ash expectantly. Ash smiled and said in a deep voice, You two should also know that Mega Evolution cannot be achieved by Pokemon alone. Well, you mentioned this in your paper. We trainers also need to have a strong awareness. Mega Evolution requires a very high degree of intimacy and tacit understanding between trainers and Pokemon. Malva nodded and replied, As expected of a Fire Elite, she has indeed seriously studied the Mega Evolution paper published by Ash. Since you two understand, I will tell you straight. In fact, Mega Evolution has another new form, that is Bond Evolution. The Pokemon with Bond Evolution is extremely powerful, and this form does not rely on Mega Evolution Stones, but the requirement for trainers will be higher. Bond Evolution. After listening to Ash's words, Lysandra and Malva's faces changed a little, and they looked at Ash with doubtful eyes. Bond Evolution. How come they have never heard of it? Both of them suspected that Ash was fooling them. To put it simply, it is the trainer needs to reach a state of mutual understanding with the Pokemon during the battle to ensure that the two have highly consistent thoughts. This will allow Pokemon to burst out with a power more powerful than Mega Evolution. Ash talked to Lysandra and Malva about metaphysics. He directly copied the mega metaphysical speculations about Bond Evolution from the forums in the previous life. Lysandra and Malva were stunned. Bond Evolution, communicating with Pokemon, and ensuring a high degree of consistency in thinking during battle. Is this really possible? As a senior Pokemon trainer, it was easy for Ash to figure out how difficult the two conditions he mentioned were. Lysandra also wanted to use Mega Evolution Stones for research. Lysandra's face changed when he heard this. Just because Ash's paper was published, all forces in Kalos region were frantically looking for Mega Evolution Stones. It could be said that in the past month, all the ancient sites in Kalos region have been turned upside down. Some forces are even willing to dig a mountain directly to get a set of Mage Evolution Stones. After all, the improvement brought by Mega Evolution Stones to Pokemon can be said to be a qualitative leap. In this case, even if his Team Flare has been working hard to search for Mega Evolution Stones in Kalos region, the harvest is not very ideal. It's not that they don't have Mega Evolution Stones for various Pokemon, but in most cases, they're used to attract excellent trainers. If you don't pay something, how can you make those truly powerful trainers work hard for you? Many of the Mega Pokemon users who just fought with Ash were attracted by him through Mega Evolution Stones. Of course, they all lost to Ash today, which made Lysandra a little depressed. It's a pity that Ash's background is too positive, otherwise he would have won him over to Team Flare no matter what the cost. It's not that there are no Mega Evolution Stones, but I'm still skeptical about your Bond evolution. After all, there's no actual result, right? Lysandra looked as if he was hesitant to speak. Ash, who was about to leave Kalos region and wanted to get more good stuff from Lysandra, rolled his eyes. After thinking for a while, he took out the Pokeball and released Charizard. Then, let me show you the results of my research on Pokemon Mega Evolution. Mr. Lysandra, you should know that my Charizard used the Mega Charizard X form in previous battles. Yes, that's right, could it be that your Charizard? Lysandra stared at the Charizard next to Ash and frowned slightly. From what he said, Charizard can also undergo different Mega Evolutions. Although he knew that Mega Charizard has two forms, it is common sense that Charizard cannot be changed after evolving into one of them. Could it be that Ash has figured out the secret? Hearing is false. Seeing is true. Charizard Mage evolves. Roar. Accompanied by a loud roar in the dazzling light. Charizard, whose orange skin has deepened a little and whose figure has become more handsome, appeared in front of everyone. This is actually true. Have you mastered two types of Mega Evolution? This time, Lysandra and Malva were both dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Ash just happened to discover the feasibility of Pokemon Mega Evolution before Team Flare. But they didn't expect that his research on this path has long been far ahead of them. Even now, after fighting Pokemon battles with 11 Mega Evolution users, he plans to create a new Mega Evolution branch system. At this time, Lysandra was staring at Ash with a look of looking at a demon. It turns out that he invests hundreds of millions of Pokemon coins every year, hires a well-known Pokemon research team in the industry, and constantly adds budgets to the Pokemon Mega Evolution field. At the end of the progress, the results are not as fast as the boy in front of him fighting a Pokemon battle. How terrible is Ash's talent in research? Okay, thank you, Charizard. Enjoying the monster-like eyes of Lysandra and Malva, Ash threw an energy block to Charizard and then took it back into the Pokeball. In fact, in the field of Pokemon Mega Evolution, he only took advantage of the double benefits of the original plot blessing in the system. If you say half true and half false, you can fool Lysandra and Malva. It's not that Lysandra and Malva are stupid. On the contrary, they're both very smart people, but Mega Evolution is too advanced for them now. What do you think of my research, Mr. Lysandra? In Malva Elite, as a trainer, you should know what it means for my Charizard to master two Mega Evolution forms at the same time. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly and said to the two of them. At this point, he still didn't believe that he couldn't get more benefits from Lysandra. Charizard's why two forms of fighting style, bias because of Mega Evolution given different species, strength distribution, ability, attribute influence also very different. Mastering two Mega Evolution forms at the same time greatly increases Charizard's attack range. Want to restrain its weakness will undoubtedly become more difficult. The first to respond was Malva. As a fire elite in Kalos region, she naturally knew. Just mastering the X form of Charizard is strong enough, but Ash actually has other cards hidden. This is the main fire type of Charizard Y form, supplemented by flying skills, which is not suitable for fighting or Houndoom. Change the enemy of the attribute. Charizard can still deal with it calmly. As expected of Mr. Ash in this case, it seems that we can sit down and discuss the relevant cooperation matters. Good Wang Zhao, why don't you two have a cup of coffee in my coffee shop? Lysandra is also very human and immediately invited Ash and Serena beside him. Ash has shown him his worth, being able to master 2 evolved forms of Charizard. It seems that Ash has done a deep research on Mega Evolution, which may be of great help to his ultimate plan in the future. As long as he can realize his ultimate plan, no matter how much he has paid, it is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Fravely. Isn't it just a Mega Evolution stone? Can I get you a few more? Of course, considering Ash's identity, he will definitely not stay in the Kalos region for a long time, and he will conduct research in his laboratory, and many details of cooperation still need to be discussed in detail. Although Lysandra is very excited at this time, she still maintains basic rationality. Happy cooperation, Mr. Ash. I look forward to your research results in the field of Pokemon Mega Evolution in the future. When the time comes, I will definitely apply for the qualification of Pokemon Professor for you from Kalos Alliance. Haha, I don't care much about these empty names. Research itself is more important. After some arguing, Ash and Lysandra reached a cooperation. For this, Lysandra reluctantly gave Ash 4 sets of Mega Pokemon Evolution Stones to help him start his research. As long as it is anything that is beneficial to his ultimate plan, he will go all out. When Ash got the 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones, he was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect Lysandra to be so powerful. He gave out 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones at once. It seems that he has collected a lot of Mega Evolution Stones by mobilizing the power of Team Flare in the past few months. The 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones Lysandra gave to Ash are Beedrill Evolution Stone, Slow Hippo Mage Evolution Stone, Steelix Mage Evolution Stone, and Eyed Monster Mage Evolution Stone. At the same time, he also proposed to exchange Banjara's Mega Evolution Stone for Ash's Mega Evolution Stone of Gyarados. But Ash refused, and bluntly said that this set of Gyarados' Mega Evolution Stone was prepared for his girlfriend, and 323 did not intend to exchange it. Although Lysandra was a little angry, he had just reached a cooperation with Ash, so he couldn't get angry. After that, Ash and Serena left the Fravely store. Looking at his and Serena's background, Malva asked with some concern, "Are you so confident in his so-called Bond evolution research? 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones are a big bet." Lysandra's face sank slightly, and he said lightly, "At present, our related research has repeatedly hit a wall, and the progress of the final plan is extremely slow. In this case, I don't want to give up any hope. It's just 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones. I can't afford it. Mega Evolution Stones are indeed precious. But compared with his ultimate plan to overthrow Kalos Alliance and reshape the Order of Region, it is worthless. Do we need to send someone to keep an eye on him? To prevent him from hiding his research progress?" Malva continued to ask. This time, Lysandra still shook her head. He is about to travel to the Johto region, which is Team Rocket's territory. I don't want to have any conflict with them before the final plan is reached. End the conversation and return to the Pokemon Center. After getting enough benefits from Lysandra, there is nothing important in the Kalos region. For the next half a month, Ash basically accompanied Serena to travel around and experience the customs of the Kalos region. At the same time, he did not forget to instill new love concepts in Serena, help her change her ideas from various angles. The relationship between the 2 childhood sweethearts has been rapidly heating up recently, and Serena is also very conflicted at this time. The heart that had originally given up pursuing Ash became active again. In addition, in this half-month, Ash did not forget to improve the level and strength of Pokemon. Wherever he traveled, there was no grass growing, and the wild Pokemon population was beaten black and blue, and they were in great pain. Of course, after the fight, Ash would also be responsible for treating them, rewarding Pokemon food, and even rewarding energy cubes for Pokemon with high levels and more experience. This is a mixture of pain and joy for the wild Pokemon that were beaten. After half a month, many Pokemon have significantly improved their levels. Pokemon Flash Milotic from IV.40 to 4.46. Pokemon Blastoise from IV.45 to V.51. Pokemon Abandoned from IV.45 to IV.50. Pokemon Jigglypuff from IV.40 to IV.45. Pokemon Bubble Frog from IV.15 to IV.41, and eventually evolved to Greninja. Among all Pokemon, Greninja has the fastest level increase. Of course, this is also due to Ash's deliberate resource allocation. And just the day before the two were about to return to Kanto. At night, it was finally time for the routine system store refresh. Ash couldn't wait to call out the system and start checking. Product 1. Mage Evolution Bracelet. Each time you swallow a Mega Evolution Stone, you can use the Evolution Bracelet to make the corresponding type of Pokemon perform perfect Mage Evolution. Value: 3 million points. Product 2. Blind Box Mage Evolution Stone. Can open any Mage Evolution Pokemon Evolution Stone. Value: 1 million yuan. Product 3. Pokemon Egg Catalyst. Can catalyze the birth of Pokemon in Pokemon eggs in advance, and the Pokemon catalyzed by the catalyst will randomly carry a top-quality carrying item. Value: 1.5 million yuan. Product 4. Home Area Improvement Item. Increase the home area of Pokemon to 1,000 square kilometers, including lakes, mountains, grasslands, wetlands, swamps, and other ecosystems. Pokemon living comfort increased by 100%. Value: 5 million yuan. Product 5. Pokemon Gene Potion. Increase the qualification of any Pokemon to Gold. Value: 3 million yuan. A quick glance at the newly updated system store. Ash's breathing became a little rapid. There's so many good things refreshed this time. Although the price is a bit expensive, they're all key items that can solve his urgent needs at the moment. For example, the Mage Evolution Bracelet just happened to be the one he got from this time. All the Mega Evolution Stones obtained by Kalos were melted into it. Pokemon Egg Catalyst, which can help Pokemon eggs hatch immediately without any side effects. And the hatched Pokemon will carry a top-quality item. Coincidentally, there is an Ultra Beast Egg with no signs of hatching in his Pokemon home. Such a special Pokemon must take a long time to hatch, and this thing can help him save a lot of time. Needless to say, the Gene Potion, once it appears in the store, Ash will definitely get it. However, the most important thing for Ash is the Home Area Enhancement item. After letting the Lapras family move in, his Pokemon home is a bit crowded. Considering that he will travel to various places in the future, there will be more and more wild Pokemon in the government. The area of the Pokemon home will definitely be expanded, not to mention the vast area of 1,000 square kilometers. And this time it has added heavyweight ecosystems such as lakes, mountains, grasslands, wetlands, swamps, etc. Lapras and others in Pokemon Home can also return to the familiar ocean environment. Greatly improve the happiness of Pokemon living in Pokemon Home. 5 items in the system store, totaling 12.5 million points. System, exchange them all. Exchange successful. The corresponding items have been stored in the system space. After this wave of purchases, Ash returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Only 2.84 million points were left. After exchanging the items, Ash couldn't wait to use teleport to come to the Forest Minister in the back mountain of the Pokemon Center. He first released Greninja from the Pokeball. Then he gave it the Supreme Mind Stone. Ash completed the mind connection with Greninja through Psychic, and the trainer and Pokemon's minds were united. The thoughts that flashed in his mind could be sensed by Greninja carrying the Mind Stone. Next, it's time to try the Bond evolution. As he said that, the psychic light in Ash's eyes was bright. Bang, bang, bang. Greninja was wrapped in a torrent, and this water elemental power was quickly gathering behind it. At the same time, Greninja began to change all over. Red patterns appeared on its head, and the hairstyle on both sides of its head gradually moved closer to Ash. The originally turbulent water flow also gathered behind it to form a huge water shuriken. During the Bond evolution of Greninja, Ash's eyes became slightly solemn. Even with the assistance of Psychic, it was still very stressful for him to carry out the Bond evolution for the first time. When the water shuriken was completely formed, a gleam of light burst out from Greninja's eyes, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from it. Although it has only reached level IV.41 now, the aura it exudes is enough to rival the elite-level Pokemon. Such an amazing increase can be obtained in the first Bond evolution, which can only be said to be a more perfect evolution method than Mega Evolution. After thinking about it, Ash took out the Pokemon Pokédex, switched to the camera function, and took a few photos of the bonded Greninja. Because of the cooperation with Lysandra, these photos may be able to get more benefits from him. Of course, Ash didn't plan to give him the photo right away. For a research project of this level of difficulty, it would take at least half a year to conduct the research. Thank you for being a model, Greninja. After taking the photo, Ash put Greninja back into the Pokeball. After finishing, he took out the Mage Bracelet from the system space and melted the newly obtained Steelix Mega Evolution Stone into it before the Mega Evolution Stone. Wearing the bracelet on the left wrist, he can use the power of the bracelet to make Pidgeot and Steelix perfectly Mega Evolve. Next, it is the second item he bought today. Blind Box Mage Evolution Stone. According to the system, it can open the Mega Evolution Stone of all known Pokemon that can use Mage Evolution. When it was taken out from the system space, it was just a palm-sized silver gem. System, open the box directly. Okay, start randomly generating Mage Evolution Stones. Generate Mega Evolution Stone of Mage Diancie. As the voice fell in the dazzling white light, the silver gem gradually turned into the shape of a Mage Evolution Stone. Diancie? Isn't that the so-called mythical Pokemon, Diamond Princess? I didn't expect to get its Mage Evolution Stone. Ash was still quite surprised at this moment. Although he may not be able to touch Diancie now, it is hard to say whether its Mage Evolution Stone can be found in this world. It is an extremely rare Mage Evolution Stone. I can only say that the points spent this time are not in vain. Next time he comes to Kalos region, he may be able to capture Diancie. Considering that Diancie's Mega Evolution Stone may not have any effect on others, Ash simply threw it directly to the Mage Bracelet to swallow it. If Diancie is captured in the future, he will be able to see his Mega Evolution form through the Mage Bracelet. After doing all this, Ash took out the Pokemon Egg Catalyst he had just bought from the system store. Then he took out the Pokemon Egg of the Ultra Beast from the Pokemon Home. Since it is a one-time item, it is natural to use it as soon as possible. Please give me flowers. Ash put the Pokemon Egg into the catalyst. The dazzling light illuminated the night. In his extremely surprised eyes, a humanoid figure like a folded paper appeared in front of him. Ultimate Beast Kartana. The Pokemon Egg was hatched just after it was placed in the catalyst. Although Kartana does not have obvious mask features, the first thing it saw when it was born was undoubtedly Ash. Its intimacy with Ash was directly maxed out. Is it Kartana? Really good. Looking at Kartana in front of him, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Ultimate beasts all have species strength that is not inferior to the 3 mythical birds. But compared to the 3 mythical birds, their species strength ability distribution is mostly very extreme, and they are all Pokemon that can be called terrifying in a certain specific species strength field. For example, Kartana has a physical attack species strength of up to 181, which is an extreme offensive power. And except for the speed species strength of 109, other aspects can basically be said to be terrible. Kartana itself is not scary, and is very handsome, with its sharp body as its attack weapon. Of course, its strengths are very prominent, and so are its weaknesses. The fourfold restraint of fire type can be regarded as a fatal weakness for it, but basically no one knows about Ultra Beasts except in Kalos region. Cortana's so-called weakness is not that obvious. As a trainer, Ash only needs to pay attention to let it face fire-type Pokemon as little as possible. When dealing with Pokemon whose attribute restraint is not so obvious, it is still an extremely sharp blade. Kartana was hatched from the Ultra Beast Egg, and Ash was very satisfied. But in addition, the role of the Pokemon Egg Catalyst is not just that. The most critical effect of the prop, worth up to 1.5 million points, is that it can cold hatch Pokemon born with a kind of top-quality prop. According to the explanation of the system, you can get a variety of props randomly, including an extremely rare item in the Pokemon world that is so rare that it can even be called unique. Ash is curious about what item Kartana is carrying at the moment. With anticipation, Ash called up the system. Check Kartana's detailed attribute panel. Pokemon Kartana. Level: IV.1. Attribute: Grass, Steel. Qualification: Gold. Skills: Fury Cutter, Vacuum Wave. Ability: Beast Boost. Carrying item: Iron Plate, one of the origin stone tablets of the god of creation Arceus, but has no connection with Arceus in this world. Pokemon carrying this item will increase the power of Steel-type moves by 150 and can use Iron Plate to cast Steel-type Punishment Gravel once in each battle. Damn, the origin stone tablet of the god of creation. That's the source of Arceus life. The key is that this thing can increase the power of ordinary Pokemon's moves by 150%. 377. The key is that it can also allow Pokemon to cast Arceus' exclusive skill Punishment Gravel once. This is going to be heaven. At this moment, Ash had only one thought in his mind. Such a useful Pokemon Egg Catalyst. Can a system store give him more points? Who knows? Maybe he will be able to collect all the attribute origin slates of Arceus in the future. In this way, Ash conquered Kartana with satisfaction. There are not many props left. It's time to focus on the Pokemon home. He commanded the system to start using the props that increase the area of the home. In Ash's expectant eyes, the Pokemon home, which was originally a palm-sized area, began to expand rapidly, and various beautiful and intoxicating scenery continued to be generated. Mountains, oceans, wetlands, swamps flashed from Ash's eyes. Not only him, but the Pokemon in it can also feel the changes in the Pokemon home. All cheered and splashed. Even Mutwo asked questions in confusion. Ash, what's going on? I feel a terrible power of creation. Don't worry, for some reason, I am expanding your home. After all, since the Lapras tribe joined some time ago, the space of the Pokemon home has become very crowded. This time, I want to give you a better living environment. Well, since it is a good change, I won't ask. Mutwo naturally has no doubt about Ash's sincerity to Pokemon. And with its keen perception, it also found that as the Pokemon home continued to expand, the air quality in the space began to rise rapidly, giving it a refreshing feeling in it. This world is becoming more and more like a paradise. After the expansion of the Pokemon home was completed with the total number of Pokemon that Ash had always thought he had captured, immediately, it changed from the previous extremely crowded situation to a situation where the area was wide, but Pokemon was extremely scarce. After the Pokemons were stunned for a short time, they immediately fell into ecstasy. The Lapras rushed to the sea in groups. Omanite and Kabuto headed straight for the underground cave under the leadership of Aerodactyl. Other Pokemon also went to live in their favorite ecological environment. With a thought, Ash, who could not see even a single Pokemon in dozens of kilometers, became more active in capturing more Pokemon species and putting them in the Pokemon home to raise them. There is no shortage of all kinds of food in the Pokemon home. Just like the supplies that are regularly refreshed in the game, the system will regularly refresh the various Pokemon foods in the Pokemon family home. In this case, it is no problem to raise as many Pokemon as you want. Of course, he must also consider the need to introduce more and more different Pokemon species to join this big family in the future, especially some Pokemon that are bully types in the real Pokemon world. They will definitely bring more intense fights when they come to the Pokemon home, which will improve the overall level and strength of the Pokemon in the entire Pokemon home. Besides, The healing effect in the Pokemon Home is more than 5 times that in the Pokeball, and its effect is no less than emergency treatment in the intensive care unit of the Pokemon Center. The fights that take place here are unlikely to leave hidden injuries or threaten life. Of course, such as bullying or even the existence of a power strong enough to threaten the lives of other weak Pokemon. Ash also has a complete response strategy. That is to persuade Mewtwo to become the head of the Pokemon Home world and set up a supervision team in it to stop and punish any behavior that crosses the bottom line. With the invincible Mewtwo, everything is not a problem. Ash thought so, and the corners of his mouth curled up. While thinking about how to fool Mewtwo, the familiar system prompt sounded from his mind. Ding! Pokemon Home mission. Add 10 Pokemon races to Pokemon Home. A Pokemon race can be called a race if the number reaches 100. Pokemon types cannot be repeated. Mission reward. Points, 300W. Pokemon in Pokemon Home will have a 20% chance of raising the grade of the Pokemon eggs hatched after mating. After taking a quick look at the mission rewards, Ash was overjoyed. The probability of raising the grade of the hatched Pokemon eggs, although only 20%, but when the number of Pokemon types in Pokemon Home increases, this effect will become amazing. It is equivalent to 20 out of 100 Pokemon having the opportunity to improve their qualifications. If both parents are Pokemon of top quality qualifications, but accidentally give birth to a red quality cub, there's a chance that it will be promoted to top quality qualifications in Pokemon Home without the need for qualification potions. This is too incredible. At this moment, Ash wanted to immediately run to the area where wild Pokemon live 3.5 times to find wild Pokemon tribes. First, beat them all up, and then negotiate with them to voluntarily join the big family of Pokemon Home. It's a bit of a pity that he and Serena have already booked a flight back to Kanto region tomorrow. Otherwise, he would have to get more Pokemon species in Kalos region to enrich the biodiversity in Pokemon Home. Alas, it's not an easy task to convince a Pokemon species to live in Pokemon Home. I can only carry out my plan next time I return to Kalos region. Also, I don't know how Professor Oak's deal with Volcarona and Unova is going. Ash sighed and gathered his thoughts. Back to reality, return to Pokemon Center through teleport. With dozens of newly acquired Mega Evolution Stones, Ash made a lot of money in Kalos region in 1 month. He took Serena on a plane to Viridian City. After nearly half a day's journey, the plane landed at Viridian Airport. Ash and Serena walked out of the security passage. We are finally back. Serena, let's go back to Pallet Town directly next, and then we will set off for Johto region in 2 days. Okay, I understand. Looking at the people coming and going, and Viridian City, which is very different from the style of Kalos region, Serena seemed a little absent-minded at the moment. The rest of the journey was done by Pidgeot. Pidgeot's flying speed was very fast. In less than an hour, they could already vaguely see the outline of Pallet Town. After a while, they were already flying to Ash's sky. Pidgeot began to slow down and landed in the backyard. At the same time, because of Pidgeot's growl, Sabrina, Misty, and Furula, Ash's mother Delia, also came to the backyard. As Pidgeot began to descend, the distance was shortened. Ash, who was riding on Pidgeot's back, and Serena, who was cute and lovely behind him, came into the eyes of the 3 girls. Misty and Sabrina still smiled. As the first ones to follow Ash, they had long been accustomed to his love. Besides, Delia had mentioned Ash's childhood friend Serena in front of them many times in the past 2 days. Only Furula looked a little unnatural. It's not that she had any opinion on Serena. Strictly speaking, Serena and Ash had known each other for much longer than she did. It's just that she had just established a good relationship with Sabrina and Misty these days and knew that the 2 sisters had very good personalities. She was worried that Serena might not be easy to get along with. On the side, Delia seemed calm on the surface, but in fact she had been observing the reactions of her 3 daughters-in-law. Overall, she was still very satisfied. It seems that her efforts during this period after Ash left were not in vain, and the Stephanies were very tolerant. She did not see any obvious displeasure on the face of Furula, who had just joined the big family not long ago. This made her feel very emotional. Her son was really outstanding. What kind of charm could attract so many outstanding Stephanies and let them stay together without quarreling? On the back of Pidgeot, Ash was also very concerned about the historic meeting between Serena and his 3 girlfriends. After a month of travel in Kalos region, Serena, who had been mentally prepared, was still quite calm on the surface. "Mom, we are back. Let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend, Serena." After the Pidgeot landed, Ash took her off the back of Pidgeot and greeted everyone. After listening to Ash's introduction, Furula next to him immediately ran up and held Serena's hand. It made her a little nervous. "Hi, Serena. I'm Furula. I'm Misty, the first gym leader. Sabrina, Saffron's gym leader." Serena nodded politely to the 3 of them. "Hello, I'm Serena, from Kalos region." "Serena, you've come all the way here. Thank you for your hard work. Let's not just stand here and stare blankly. Let's go back to our rooms first." After sorting out her chaotic emotions, Delia smiled and greeted Serena enthusiastically. They will all be her daughters-in-law in the future, and Serena also has the filter of an old classmate's daughter. Of course, she has to take good care of them. Back in the living room together, Delia took Serena to ask about her well-being. Of course, she didn't ignore the feelings of the other 3 girls and tried hard to help Serena get along with the 3 girls as soon as possible. Stephanie and her son only had a few topics to talk about. Soon, Serena, who was already lively and cheerful, quickly got along with the 3 girls and began to call them sisters. While Delia was preparing lunch, she deliberately called away Flora and Serena, who had just arrived. She said she wanted them to help her, but it seemed that she wanted to make some time for Misty and Sabrina. This was also the request the 2 girls made to Delia when they learned that Ash was coming back. "Okay, you 2 should have something to tell me. You even asked my mom to send them away. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." Ash smiled and looked at the 2 girls. After staying in Kalos region for a whole month, he missed the 2 girls in front of him very much and missed everything about them. "Ash, it's like this. My 3 disappointing sisters have called me many times during this period. The reputation of Cerulean Gym is getting worse and worse. Alliance has to pay attention to it. I heard that they're planning to send Pokemon Special Search Officers to supervise it. I don't want to see the Cerulean Gym that my parents have worked so hard to build finally destroyed by my sisters. So, I may not be able to accompany you for the next trip." Misty looked at Ash and said reluctantly. If possible, she would not want to leave Ash anyway, but unfortunately the current situation of Cerulean Gym is too bad, and she must go back to take charge of the overall situation. The 3 sisters are much weaker than ordinary passers-by trainers. How can they withstand the supervision of the examiners sent by the Alliance? By then, Cerulean Gym will definitely be completely banned by the Alliance. This is something she can't accept anyway. After traveling with Ash for a year, Misty's strength improved rapidly. She was a standard gym leader, which might not be too outstanding, but she was definitely qualified in the Kanto region. Next, she would return to the Cerulean Gym and take over the Cerulean Gym from her 3 sisters to restore the glory of the people in the past. It also made the Alliance withdraw the idea of abolishing the Cerulean Gym. Well, I know about the Cerulean Gym. I also prepared a present for you on this trip to the Kalos region, so that you can better take over the Cerulean Gym. Ash took out the Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone that Lysandra had tried so hard to get from him and handed it directly to Misty. "Take it. This is the Mega Evolution Stone of Gyarados. Once you successfully master this power, the benefits to your Gyarados will be extremely significant." "Thank you, Ash. You are so good to me." Misty, who knew the value of the Mega Evolution Stone, had tears in her eyes and threw herself into Ash's arms. "Well, why are we saying thank you to each other? Besides, it's not like we won't see each other again in the future." The laughing and crying look made Ash laugh.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.